Good morning, good morning, good morning, San Joaquin. Good morning to the ends of the building and outdoors. Good morning. We are working on some technical pieces in the back end. Our live streams are up and ready to go. And so stand by. Everyone get in a good seat. We're going to encourage you guys to make sure that you're in a position where you actually can see the stage. Don Bohanna, I'm going to have you move because it's going to be really challenging from that table for you guys to see. And if there's tables over here, come on over here. Come on over here, okay? I'm going to have you guys move closer. Anybody that's on the end, let's move it on in. We're going to squeeze you guys in the middle. And I'm Kim Yater, for those of you who are meeting me for the first time from the Take Your Power Back show and Take Our Border Back. And for all of you that were here early setting up, you rock. And I'm going to pray right now that all the technical works out. So if you guys keep moving, do what you're doing. Take a moment just to be present with the Father. Father, we thank you. We honor you. We praise you. You're a good daddy. You're a good Abba Father. You know what we need before we even know it, Father. We know that you are our provider. So we pray you provide all the pieces today to come together easily and effortlessly, that the voice of truth rings loud, that we are ignited, Father, to do the work you've called us to do, to take our California back and to take our country back, our republic. Most importantly, to draw close to you because you love us so much. We love you. We praise you. We thank you. Bless what we put our hands to today. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, if all candidates can join me in the kitchen, all candidates that are participating, as well as Doug Frank, Clint Curtis, once you're complete and set up, join me in the kitchen. Ron Owens, join me in the kitchen as well, please.
I'm not going to be able to do the intros that we have. So you'll do the intros, but here's what
I'll do the intros from back here. I guess I'll just have to introduce myself.
I'll do the shofar and fanfare.
Yeah.
And then you do the welcome to day 2
Intro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can do intro of Ronald F. Owens to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and our prayer.
He's not leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
That's what you told me.
I said the national anthem.
National anthem and prayer. Okay. You're right. Okay. National anthem and prayer. So, and he's doing national anthem first?
Yes.
Okay, so lead us, not to lead us, to give us our national anthem. So to sing our national anthem, to sing our national anthem. Yeah. And prayer. And then...
No, just he'll lead us in the national anthem and prayer.
Okay, and then...
Well, actually, no, he'll sing the national anthem and then lead us in prayer.
Let me play something.
Sí. No va a regresar yo.
Robert?
No, Becky. Yo para Becky Smith.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of Take Our California Back to a Better Future statewide summit here in San Joaquin. Woo! Let the games begin! Introducing Ronald F. Owens, who will sing the national anthem and lead us in prayer. Our whistleblower and Maha Health leader.
Where's your mic? It's on the stand right there in front of you.
Get that mic, get that mic. Right there, Bonnie, right there in front. Your mic's right there. And then turn it on, little button there. See the button? So that you guys know, Ronald Owens is the public health whistleblower in the midst of COVID. They turned a blind eye. He went on to write 6 books, Muzzled Truth. Check out muzzledtruth.com. And Ronald has driven across the state, hit 53 counties thus far, meeting with supervisors and sharing with them what happened so that this will never happen again. The injuries of those with COVID. Ronald.
Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. There's this incident in the Bible, King Hezekiah. He was faced with a 185,000 Assyrian army. And the army was camped outside the gates. 185,000. And King Sennacherib sent these 3 emissaries. And they were essentially talking smack. Your God can't help you. Look what my master Sennacherib did to this king. Look what my master Sennacherib did to that kingdom. Matter of fact, look what my master Sennacherib did to the folks over there in Samaria. You think your God's going to help you? This happened. This smack talk happened a couple times. And the last time it happened, they wrote everything down in paper. And in the book of 1 Kings, it says that King Hezekiah took what was written down, laid it out before God in the temple, and said, look what they're saying about you. Look what they're saying about you, God. 2 Kings chapter 20, verse 14 reads, and Hezekiah received the letter of the hand of the messengers and read it. And Hezekiah went up into the house of the Lord and spread it before the Lord. And Hezekiah prayed before the Lord and said, O Lord, God of Israel, which dwelleth between the cherubims. You know, God doesn't dwell between the cherubims right now. He dwells in our hearts. Look what they're saying about you. And this is what he prayed. Lord, bow down thine ear and hear. Open, Lord, thine eyes and see and hear the words of Sennacherib, which hath sent him to reproach the living God. Well, after that happened, shortly thereafter, they woke up the next day, or could have been 2-3 days after. The scriptures doesn't say. One angel of the Lord slew 185,000 Assyrians.
Wow, that's crazy.
God didn't even give Sennacherib respect, because like it says in the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus could have called thousands of angels. He just sent one angel of the Lord and slew 185,000. So as we stand today, let us pray. And Sennacherib is a representative of an evil system that's come to oppress us, to decimate us, to destroy us. Lord, we bow thine ear and hear. Open, Lord, thine eyes and see and hear our words. We're yearning for righteousness in San Joaquin County. We're yearning for righteousness in the state of California. Yes, Lord, we're yearning for righteousness and righteous rulers throughout the United States. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. We thank you that we serve a mighty God. We thank you that we serve a loving God and a God of justice, a God of righteousness, a God of righteous indignation. Lord, all these candidates that are running, draw them closer to you, Lord God. Amplify their voices on their social media platforms, in their campaign stops, and whatever that they're doing. And Lord, let us who are not running for office step into our calling and do what you've called us to do, so we can spread righteousness throughout this land. In Jesus' name we pray, believing in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Leader of Take Our California Back and the Take Your Power Back show. Please welcome Kim Yater.
Good afternoon, San Joaquin, and good afternoon to all of our live streamers across the nation. It is an honor to be here with you today. Our governor and state candidates just left the Delta. They just left the port, and they got to experience the bread basket of this country today. So they've got a lot to share with you today, and it's going to be exciting. So are you guys ready to take our California back to a better future? Yes, you are. Come on. We're so excited. All right, so I'm going to guide you guys through the day. Now, some of you, how many of you were with us yesterday? Okay, okay, fantastic. And how many of you are new? This is your first day with us. Oh, Okay, fantastic. Okay, and our live streamers, maybe both, right? So here's what we're going to do is I'm going to walk you through what yesterday was. Yesterday was amazing because we got to hear from all the governor and state candidates. We brought in the MAHA leaders, the Make America Healthy Again leaders. And the topics that were brought up are the topics that you want to go back and listen on into, because as you engage in this area of making America healthy again, we will take this golden state back. You can find all of yesterday at takeyourpowerbackshow.com. That's takeyourpowerbackshow.com. Now, today is a big day. And why are we here? Well, there's a reason why we titled this From the Ballot Box to the Bread Basket. It's all connected. We need to ensure that our candidates that are running have your votes if you're voting for them. We need to ensure that your vote is counted for, that your voice is heard. We probably agree on that, yes? Yes. So today our whole goal is to give you what you need to protect our God-given voice. And that matters. It's all about protecting that ballot box. So today is going to be a fun day. Go back, look at yesterday. I'm going to catch you up right now with what it looks like. So we're going to move into the additional election safety demonstration. This is a big deal. We're bringing the warriors into the room that know the election system. They know what works, what doesn't work, and what doesn't work as much as we'd like it to work. So we're going to bring that to the table to you today so that we can empower you to get involved, so that you understand what's happening in our election system. Okay? We're also going to bring the deeper dive to you today of what the candidates stand for. They're going to share their campaigns with you, their messaging with you, what's important to them, but what's important to you, because they will be your voice. Now, them being at the Delta and the port today, oh my gosh, you guys, the conversation is going to be rich. And I think especially after this election the additional election safety feature, they're going to, some of them have been with us traveling the whole time, okay? So they're very present to and aware of what we're doing. And some of them are hearing it newly for the first time. Now, we're gonna share with you as we move forward into the day how we got here. So don't worry. We might go in reverse order, but that's okay. So a couple things I want to mention for housekeeping to make sure that we're set up for success today. On your table in the plant jar, everything starts with a seed. We are sowing seeds today. There are index cards in those jars, those are in the plant holder. So the index cards are there for you to write down your questions for the candidates, because this is your town. This is your city. And if you're online with us, put it in the chat. Post your questions in the chat. We'd love to have you have your voice heard as well. So that's number one. We've got that taken care of. Pens there, everything you need. We'll collect those a little bit later. So don't worry that they're not collected for the first part. They will be collected for the second segment. So the second segment is now going to be the governor candidate debate. Get ready. Last night, for those of you that were here yesterday, was that rich? It was awesome. And we'll be zooming in some people along the way for the final segment. Now, the final segment is our third segment. So first segment is going to go till about 3:30. We'll take a little bit of a break. We'll come grab some water, run to the restroom. We'll come back in, and then we'll go into the governor debate. That'll probably finish close to 5:30, 5:45. You'll get a little bit of a break there. And then we'll go into a meeting. This meeting, I would highly recommend if you can be here. Live streamers, we're shutting the stream off then. This is a backroom meeting, because we got to have some real talk. And why we're going to have real talk is because nobody is coming to save us. Our teams have been in talks with Peter Tickton. President Trump's attorney, with election integrity experts. And these are warriors. They're all warriors. We've been in the fight. They've done it all. But what they haven't done is what you're about to see today with the additional election security feature. And when I say no one's coming to save us, we have a Savior, and his name is Jesus Christ. And he equips you with what you need to get the job done for his purpose. Today, I think you're going to have a new tool in your toolbox to take San Joaquin back, to take California back, and to take our nation back. Now, at the back of the house, Bunny, where are you at the back of the house? If everybody looks back, and live streamers, you may not see this, we'll probably put these Take Our California Back t-shirts. We'll put them online. You'll be able to get them soon. But at the back of the house right now, take a look at the Take Our California Back t-shirts. Guys, they're amazing. This is a historical event. Get your t-shirt. They're $35 for the t-shirts. And look at the jackets. These jackets in some places are going for $500, okay? So the jackets, all of this goes to support this movement. And on your table, you're going to see a few cards, a lot of information on the table, right? You're like, oh my gosh, what do I do with this? But there's a couple of standing items. One is the QR code to Take Our California Back. This is the website. You're going to want to go to that website to watch some of the deep dive interviews where we took our governor and state candidates into Shasta County for the walkthrough. And Shasta County, FYI, is the epicenter of election transparency. And you're going to meet those warriors in just a moment. One of them that you're going to meet is Clint Curtis. And did I hear that the Biden administration hired him to write the code to flip the vote in the machines? I did hear that right. That's right. That's right. Did I say Biden? Oh, is it the same? I'm sorry, forgive me. Yes, thank you. That is the Bush administration. So that was a while back, and thank you for that correction. So that was a Bush administration. Now, he went on to be the Congress whistleblower, and he's now the Shasta County Registrar of Voters clerk. So he'll be joining us. We have Douglas G. Frank, world-renowned physicist, exposes election fraud in 48 states. And then you've got your governor and state candidates with us. It's going to be absolutely incredible. So you're going to find the shows we've done in the past, like the walkthroughs, our San Joaquin last event meeting with the Farm Bureau. You'll also find the Kern County, our meetings with Mike Lindell. It's pretty phenomenal. Everything there is at that site. On the other side is a donation link, and then you have access to all the shows we've done at takeyourpowerbackshow.com. So just take a snapshot of it. The QR code is on there. And for those of you that are part of my generation, the 55 and older, yes, I'm 55 years old, I must say. I'm a grandma, gotta love it. Sometimes we're like, how does that work? Take your camera out. Go to camera, hover over the QR code. You're going to see a little pop-up there. Click on that. It's going to open it up. And just save that. That way you can go back to it, okay? And utilize it. All right, so we've got our t-shirts taken care of. We've got our plant holders taken care of. I think we've got it taken care of now. Are you ready? Because this is for you today. We love you. We're going to get started. I am about to bring up your 2026 governor candidates. Before we bring them up into the house, we got a little intro video to play. Let's play that video. Oh, one more thing. This is important. Don't play that video yet. Do you know how we made today happen? Number one, thank you, God. Number two, our sponsors literally are a key ingredient to this. So please, hats off to our sponsors. They are absolutely incredible. Now let me put my glasses on for this part. This is the reality. This is not stage. This is the reality of what we do here. Okay, so the Farm Bureau. Guys, who was with us last night? We had this room filled. It was awesome. The food was delicious. Everything was donated to be able to provide this space, which is so cool. We love the Farm Bureau. And Kenny, Molly, Carla, the teams, Lisa, I see all of you. You guys really made it so special for us. So we want to say thank you. The lamb was amazing. All right, number one, the Farm Bureau. Support them. Also, our next sponsor, our candidates made this happen today as well. We've got Jennifer Hawks running for treasurer. Jennifer, her donation, and so as she sponsored us, it made it possible to be able to afford a $3,000 screen. You know, like literally, guys, they understand what it takes to take our California back. So thank you to Ms. Jennifer Hawks. Our next sponsor is Daniel Mercury. Daniel Mercury is running for the governor of the great state of California. Daniel's sponsorship helps support all of our AV, making sure that you actually we could get this out to all the live streamers. So I want to say thank you to Daniel Mercury, who's running for governor. And next up we've got Miss Chris Bishop. I gotta stay in my order. My guys are like, Kim, stay in order. My next one is Chris Bish. She is running for Congress. Chris is amazing. You know, they say, bring the Bish to DC. You gotta love that one. Chris is a great sponsor. She made this happen as well. All of the things that it took to go into this, we want to say thank you to Miss Chris Bish in DC. I love it, I love it, I love it. Next up is Biblical Voter. That is through Salt and Light and Dran Reese. Biblical Voter. Guys, everyone take out your phone. Take out your phone. I want you to scan this. Your values matter. You want to know those candidates that share your values. Well, I love the fact that Biblical Voter provides the resources and tools we need to do the deeper dive in the candidates, but also there's things on that site that you're going to find are useful to you and your decision-making process of choosing your candidate. So support Biblical Voter, and thank you to Biblical Voter for being one of our key sponsors. Next up, we've got Cost for Freedom. Who went on the bus outside? Were you guys on the bus? Was that amazing? You've got all of our warriors on that wrapped bus. Mike Wayman, this is Cost for Freedom. Guys, support this. I mean, keep freedom moving. Do you know what Mike said to me? He said, Kim, I've been all over the country with this bus, right? I've been to events. He goes, this is the best event I've ever been to. Thank you, Mike Wayman. So absolutely incredible. Support him. Costforfreedom.us. We got to raffle off trips to Costa Rica last night that he generously gave to help support this. And our next sponsors up are going to be Dr. Sarah Liu. She is running for senator. So thank you to Dr. Sarah Liu for sponsoring. She was here last night. It was so fun to have her. She was a fireball. Next up, we've got Chula Vista Live Data. Back of the house, Chula Vista Live Data. Robert, you better have your slide up. Robert runs my back end. If it wasn't for Robert, guys, Robert Johnson is the bomb diggity. When I say he runs my back end, all my live streams, Robert makes that happen. Chula Vista Live Data. So local. General Flynn says local action equals national impact. So he's about bringing the local news to you. Next up is Parallel 8 Media. You're about to see a video. The video is awesome. And Parallel 8 Media, Mark Messina, thank you for your commitment to make sure we have what we need to have a successful event. That's Parallel 8 Media. Freedom Steaks Now. Are you tired of eating meat that's tough and chewy and has hormones in it and antibiotics and now mRNA? No more. So no hormones, no antibiotics. That's freedomsteaksnow.com. You can actually find it over at the table, the Take Your Power Back Show table over here as well. And our teams will reach out to you. That's Freedom Steaks Now. And you can just keep it there, Robert. That's okay. I'm going to go here next. This is Patriots Made. All right. We've got to take our power back from the big box retailers. And we can do that by making the switch to American made. Better, safer, less expensive. And let me just tell you, a company that's been around for 40 years, debt-free, privately held, shares our values. QR code is there. Take a picture of that. You can also get it at the table. That's patriotsmade.com. Vote with your dollars, because I say no more to Walmart. I say no more to Jeff Bezos. Switch to American made. Would you agree? I would probably agree with that, yes? All right, next up. Take Your Power Back show. So thank you, Take Your Power Back show. Thank you for your support. Love that. And to all of our other sponsors, our live streamers, thank you. You committed your time. I want to say thank you so much for streaming this out today. We will probably have reached over 1 million views by the end of the weekend. And that is not because Kim has all of these people on, that I stream to in my audience, but it's because of collaboration. It's because all of these streamers partnered together and said, this message is important. We are going to take our California back. Thank you, live streamers. And then we've got our media teams in the house, a big thank you. Our tech teams in the back of the house, a big thank you. The Take Our California Back teams that set this room, set the stage, have had very little sleep over the weekend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Minnie, Rhonda, oh my gosh, there's so many. Natalie, all of you guys. And I think that's it. I think we're ready. You ready? Let's play that video. Here we go.
Something doesn't feel right. Across California, people are starting to question the systems meant to serve them. Our elections, our food supply, our health, our communities. It's all connected. And now, people are coming together to understand it. Leaders are stepping forward. Conversations are happening. People are listening, thinking, engaging again. Because the future of California isn't decided for the people. It's decided by them. It's time to take our California back to a better future. Uniting to champion election transparency, giving power back to the people. From ballot box to bread basket, trusted elections keep America fed. It is all connected.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your 2026 governor and state candidates. So good, so good. All right. I'm about to go down the line and introduce them to you. Now, we just had someone that slipped on in that's running for governor that we didn't even know. So his name will probably be introduced by him because he said it so fast so many times. I'm like, again. And if anybody knows about Lara Logan and me, I have a difficult time sometimes with names. All right, with that being said, so we're excited to have you here. Now, we're going to need to add an additional chair, Minnie, to this lineup in just a bit, okay? And we can probably do that right before we bring up the governor candidates a little bit later, Minnie. All right, fantastic. So who do I have beside me right now? I've got
Scott Shields, shieldsforgovernor.com.
Oh, yeah, and
E.B. Lynch, running to be your California Lieutenant Governor.
And
Louis Herms, running for governor of this great state.
Christine Bish, candidate for Congress in California's 3rd Congressional District.
Jennifer Hawks, California State Treasurer. We're taking California back.
Clint Curtis, Shasta County Clerk.
Siskiyou County Farmer David Collenberg, and your next Lieutenant Governor.
Daniel Mercury for California Governor, looking to starve the government and feed the people.
Mauro Alberto Orozco for Governor.
And Greta Solorzano running for governor to make California affordable again.
Dr. Frank, the Johnny Appleseed of election integrity.
Your 2026 lineup. So good. Okay, how the day is going to go is we're about to start our additional election safety feature demonstration. We're going to ask that our governor candidates join you at your table. So make room, squeeze on in. Governor and state candidates, we're going to send you out to a table. We're going to get ready for Clint and Doug Frank, who are going to stay on stage. And we want you guys to get ready because we're bringing this panel back out. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Clint, take a seat. Any seat? Perfect, perfect. All right, Doug, Clint.
Yes, dear. We're here.
Hold on. Hi, Clint. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good. Did you get a good night's rest?
Say again?
Did you get a good night's rest?
Better than the night before.
So the truth is, we've been going on maybe 2 and 3 hours sleep over the past few days. So yesterday was a little bit of a rough day, but we made it through. Not just made it through, we made a tremendous impact, didn't we?
We did.
We certainly did. All right, fantastic. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to have, Doug is getting set up over here, and Doug is going to begin with setting the stage for Clint to come on and share the additional election security feature. All right? So Doug, how are we looking?
I'm ready.
Okay, switcher, back of room, we got it? Back of the room. Oh, where's my switcher? Where's my switcher? Ah, nice picture. It was Dr. Frank. All right, Doug, here we go.
Right. Greetings. Hello. Good to be with you. I love being in California. You know, as I'm driving here today, and I'm looking at orchard after orchard after orchard and field after field after field, I just can't help but ask myself this question over and over again. Why don't you guys eat the best food in the whole world? Right. Why isn't that your whole diet? Right. So I'm in the car with Kenny last night. He's the one who was our main host here, and he was saying that they didn't even harvest the grapes that were on the vineyard we were driving by because other countries are shipping massive amounts of their grape juice in these huge tankers. Which would you rather drink? Fresh, beautiful wine grown with beautiful wine grapes from your own neighborhood, or something that came across the ocean in a tanker? Why would you guys sacrifice that? It's upside down, isn't it? When I was a boy, I grew up in Sonoma County. My parents went to Shasta College, so I'm very familiar with California. I have Cherokee blood. I have a lot more than she does. My middle name is Giwana, which means big black horse. So I'm a real native information. It's hard to say Giwana, so just call me Stud. That works. Okay. So I grew up in in Sonoma County, and you know that proves that I belong in this farming community, right? I did the FFA. That's me in high school, absolutely. Yeah. So when I'm here, I like being here. Good to see you, brother. Matt, right? You gonna be at Rev 17 next month? Rev 17, it's up in Yuba City, not far from here. You guys all need to go May 29th to 31st. Yes. It's going to be awesome. It's we've got an amazing vision we're putting together. We bought a former women's prison up there. We're converting it into a place for child sex trafficked children. It's to nurture them back to health. We raised $4 million last year. We ran into some obstacles, but we own it now, and we're beginning to renovate. It's pretty cool, pretty cool. All right. All right, I'm a physicist. I started that when I was in high school, and I went to school in Santa Barbara. I'm also a musician. I went out to California, out to Ohio. I know it's insane, but I did, because I got a fellowship from the governor, because I was a famous scientist back in those days. I know it's crazy, but anyway, I have 60 scientific publications. And I always tell people this because you need to know I'm a real scientist. I don't just say I'm a scientist. I have many publications, cover articles on the leading journals in the world. I was nominated for a Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1990. So I'm a real scientist. I'm a real chemist. People say, well, a lot of people claim to be scientists, but dude, I got credentials, all right. I left academics in 1996 because I just couldn't handle it. And in Cincinnati's pretty conservative, and if it was pretty woke for me at the university level at that age, Mark Twain said about Cincinnati, when the end of the world comes, he wants to be in Cincinnati because everything happens there 10 years later. Okay, And I left academics in 96. I just couldn't handle it. It was too woke for me. So I'm very conservative, went into business for myself. I live out there with my beautiful family out near Springfield. You all heard of Springfield during the debate between Kamala and Trump, because that's where they were eating the pets. Remember all that? They're eating the pets. That was crazy. That's not far from me. It's a big problem in our community because all the animals were leaving and mobbing our community. But once Trump got in office, all of that is all better now. We're all in good shape. Everything is good. All right. So now you know who I am. I'm a real scientist. I love working with Kim. She held this showdown in November. We had 13 conservative candidates there. And that was a big day. Laura Logan and I were the moderators. Kim was running the show. And the following Sunday morning, I met with several of the candidates, and many of them are here today. And it gave us an inspiration. And the inspiration was, we taught them what was wrong with their elections. And now as they go around campaigning around the state, they know what to say. They know how to think. And as I've been traveling the country over and over again, I'm constantly shocked that our own secretaries of states don't even know what's wrong with their elections. That politicians don't know. And so when I sit down and teach them, so I'm so delighted that you guys are continuing this. And as they campaign, they're very knowledgeable. I'm going to be in Oregon next week. I'm going to be in 8 different counties, one a day, speaking at public events and meeting with county officials and whatnot. And Ed Deal, the gubernatorial candidate, he's kind of the lead candidate there. He and he's gone through my tutelage, and you should hear him debate, man. He can rip anybody to pieces. I'm going to tutelage you a little bit today, you guys, and then we're going to show you what Clint has got. But I want to get back to that. So after doing that, we had the inspiration of holding our next event in Shasta County. So a lot of the people that are here today went up to Shasta County to see what he has installed there. We've shown it to the president. Mr. Lindell coined it an additional election safety feature. And it's no reason why you can't do it. And since I'm in San Joaquin, I just need to tell you that your officials are very familiar with this. We've sat down with them. We've taught them the whole thing. Several of your people have gone up to Shasta County and investigated, and Clint has given them tours and explained it. You have no excuse for not doing this. It's 100% legal. The only reason it isn't happening is because the people are asleep and not putting the pressure on the officials. You need to put pressure on your officials to make this happen. You need to build a movement here. So anyway, Clint's a good guy. We'll introduce him later. I'll let him introduce himself. But he's also a candidate. He's running for ROV, county clerk in Shasta County, and we need him to win. It's a big deal. I'm going to save these slides for when you're up there, brother. But anyway, we toured the facility. It's amazing. We'll go over that in a little bit. I don't want to steal his thunder. Let's move ahead. So let me tell you. So the last thing we did when we were up there, though, is we talked about Tina Peters, and Kim asked me to mention her a little bit. Some of you are familiar with her. She was the county clerk in Mesa County, Colorado. I was the one that met with her in April of 2021, and I'm the one that arranged all the backups for her machines and everything. And that was a pretty big thing, pretty big deal. And President Trump has pardoned her, but the state refuses to let her out. It's pretty bad. So plug for Tina Peters. Pray for her and please support her. We're working on that. If you haven't seen this movie about her, selectioncode.com. What's cool is when she was under state arrest for a year, one of her first events where she came out, Kim hosted in Southern California. And then we brought her up to Sonoma County. Where are you, Rhonda? Rhonda hosted her in Santa Rosa. So she's been was traveling the country till we put her in prison. If you want to know more about it, I've explained it on my YouTube channel. You can go and see the details of all the things that happened. There have been some consequences from it. You know, like the FBI took my phone and I, they mocked me on the various programs. It's pretty fun though to see yourself in cartoon. They got the bow tie right, they got the bald head right, and I teach a lot of math, so it's pretty good. It's pretty fun to see that. I also testified at Tina's sentencing, so you'll see that comes up all over the place. All right, now let me just jump right into elections here. I need to tell you what's wrong. Most people don't know what's wrong with elections. They think they do, but you don't. Like I love Mike Lindell. He and I are good friends. He made 2 documentaries about my work. So I'm good friends with him. But he says we need to get rid of the machines. He's not wrong. But that's only part of the problem. There are about a dozen things wrong with our elections. And if you just get rid of one thing, it's like you go to the doctor and he tells you have 12 tumors and he's going to take one out. Okay, well, what good is that? You got 11 more to go. So there's so many ways to cheat our elections. So what's wrong with California elections? And I can just tell you, it's the same problem with every other state. And this is the advantage of talking to a guy like me. I've been on the road 25 out of 30 days every month since 2021. Constantly doing this. I've given over 1,000 public presentations, met with dozens of secretaries of states and AGs, testified before multiple legislatures at their request, analyzing their elections. Here's what's wrong with our elections. This is the key problem. In every state in America, our elections are centrally controlled by the state. They're not locally controlled. People think they're locally controlled, but they're not. And consequently, we, the people, we've lost our voice. Now, let me illustrate that for you so you understand what I mean by centrally controlled. When I was in college, we had a central computer on campus. It was a VAX computer. It happened to be back in the 70s. And around campus, we had these dumb terminals, we called them, because they didn't have any software in them. They didn't have any hardware. And all they did was talk to the main computer. So we called them dumb terminals. Well, that's exactly what our elections are like right now. Your election systems are all centrally controlled at a central database, and your county clerks, or your ROVs, they call them in California, registrar of voters, all they do is log into the state system to do things. So let's say that Clint Curtis wants to add somebody to his voter rolls. Does he bring out the voter rolls and add somebody? No, he has to log into the state system to add somebody to the voter rolls. Let's say somebody passes away and they need to take them out. Does he bring out the voter rolls and delete somebody from the voter rolls? No, he has to log into the state system and request to delete somebody from the voter rolls, and they may not even remove them. So in other words, he's not in control of the voter rolls. So if you think about elections, they're in three phases. Who gets to vote? That's the voter rolls. How you vote? That's like whether you vote on machines or on paper or by mail and that sort of thing. How you tally that up, and then how you report it. So there's like three sections. So the first section of your elections are not under your control. Somebody else controls that. And a lot of times the clerks will complain to me, oh no, Dr. Frank, I'm in control of my election. So I'll simply ask them, well, how many people did you add to the rolls last year? And how many people did you delete? And they'll give me a number. And then I show them their own rolls, because I have more copies of their rolls than they do. And I show them their own rolls, and I show that, 20 times as many people as they added and removed have been added and removed. And they're always shocked. They don't realize it's not under their control. So the rolls are not under the control. And that's a big issue in your state, because in your state, you mail a ballot to everybody in your rolls. Yet you didn't put those people in those rolls. Somebody else did, some other organization. So that's a big deal. And if you remember what Stalin said it's enough that the people know there was an election. Doesn't matter who cast the votes. They decide nothing. What matters is who counts the votes. And when your clerk runs their elections, do they sit there and count the votes with themselves? No. Do the people count the votes? No. What happens is your ROV or your clerk takes that stick out of the machine, walks over and plugs it into another computer, which does what? Calls the state, tabulates. Everything is being handled remotely. So each of those phases is out of your control. Now, what I like about Clint, and he's going to explain it here in a little bit, I like about Clint is he's neutered the ability for cheating in the last two steps. And that's beautiful. He hasn't been able to fix the first part yet, but we're working on that. And I would like to help you to do that, and I'm going to teach you that. So when you're thinking about elections today, you're going to understand what's wrong and what we need to do. But here's my favorite illustration. When you're auditing an election, everybody thinks, we want to do a recount, Dr. Frank. We want to do a recount. No, recounts are worthless in your state, because when you're looking for fraud, it doesn't matter how many times you count the cash in the cash register. It doesn't matter how many times you count the ballots. What matters is how many of the ballots are counterfeit. How many of the ballots are from who you think they're from. You can count them on standing on one leg. You can count them with machines. You can count them by hand. It doesn't matter. What matters is, are they the real ballots from the real people? And you have flooded the market with ballots to people that don't belong there. Now, if you think, well, gee, Dr. Frank, aren't you exaggerating it? No, not a bit. And it's been proven in court over and over again, but I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So, for example, in Los Angeles, you guys were sued. by Judicial Watch. 1.2 million people were found to be ineligible in the rolls out of 5.3. That's about 1 in 4, closer to between 1 in 3 and 1 in 4 people they had to remove. And you might say, oh, good, well, they fixed the problem, Dr. Frank. Nope, I had a copy of their voter rolls before and after they deleted them. And within a month of them deleting those 1.2 million, their voter rolls were completely full again, but with new non-rail voters. Did the local clerk put those into the rolls? No, the central state system put them in. So in other words, the state system is keeping the rolls full of names that don't belong there. And then you're mailing ballots to all those people. It's basically a credit line. You're giving a credit line to anybody who wants to cheat. And there's lots of ways this happens, but let me just give you one super simple one. I was talking to a bunch of people a women's Republican group down in Los Angeles County, and one of the moms there, she stood up and she says, Dr. Frank, today, they were having a primary or something at the time, and she says, today my son is on campus at UCLA, and they're offering all the students $200 for their ballots. They'd set up a booth right in the square, and the students were coming up and giving them their ballots for $200. And so some of the students were running back to their dorm rooms and ordering absentee ballots because $200 buys a lot of beer and pizza. So if those ballots get turned in, which of course they do, because people don't just throw away $200 out of crack, how do you know when you have the ballot in your office whether it's really from the right person or not? So that's just a simple way, a simple mechanism. There's much more sophisticated ones. There's whole operations that are going on doing this. The problem is that's out of your control. So that's why President Trump and others have said this absentee ballot thing, this is a dumb idea. We shouldn't do it this way anymore. And I agree. Even it's not a Republican-Democrat issue. Even Jimmy Carter said absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud. And same with Hillary Clinton. Everybody agrees that mailing ballots to people is like a dumb idea. So you want to know why you don't have the best food in the world on your tables? Because the people that are running your state don't want you to have the best food. Okay? You need to take back your elections so that you can put the right people in office that will deliver to you the best food on the planet. That's what you need to do. Okay? That's what I'm here for. So the question is how do we do this? Now, it's one thing for me to tell you what's wrong. I think you know what's wrong now. You're out of control over your elections. You need to bring it back locally. You need to do that locally. Well, I've been doing this all over the country, and I've learned how to do it. And I want to give you a little of that context before we show you the system that he's come up with. But the nice thing for you to know is that we're not alone. Trump himself has said he wants to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And let me show you. This is what he said. He said, I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. Oops, I hit the button multiple times there. Sorry about that. Let's see. Sorry, that's what happens when you got 3 things in your hand at once. Let's go back to that. There we go. Boom. He says, I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines, which is what Clint has neutered for us. We'll see that in a minute, which costs 10 times more than accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, blah, 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 blah. We don't need to read Trump's whole essay here. This is a long tweet for him. Okay? I mean, I think he was like on a roll that night or something here. Usually they're pretty short. But like I said, the most important thing he said was he's going to lead a movement. Well, people say, well, can't he just sign an executive order, Dr. Frank? If you think that, you're uninformed. Just because we have a good leader at the top doesn't mean the swamp is gone. Right. Okay? The fact is, has he been able to even get the SAVE Act passed? No. Okay, if you're waiting for Washington, D.C. to save you, we got some beachfront property in Colorado to sell you, I guess, whatever. But it's the same way with your state government. If you're waiting for the legislature in California to fix this, you're crazy. People say, oh, we're going to get a ballot initiative, Dr. Frank. We're going to get it on the ballot to require photo ID. Now, wait a minute. Think about that logic. You're going to get something on the ballot to fix elections. You're going to use broken elections to fix broken elections. I guess there's something wrong with that logic, yes? It ain't going to work. The solution is not top down. The solution is bottom up. Politicians don't start parades, they join them, and we need to start that parade. Like General Flynn says, the solution is bottom up. Local action gives you national impact. That has been my motto for the last 5 years, and I've been building local teams, local movement all over the country. You have an amazing team here in San Joaquin. We've found tons of fraud. We even got convictions here, right? The problem is that people think they know what to do. It sounds arrogant for me to say this, but I don't mean it that way. It's like people are wasting their time. They think, oh, we're going to have another lawsuit, Dr. Frank. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. How many lawsuits have we had so far? Dr. Frank, we're gonna hold another event. Okay, great. But these are all hamster wheels. People are spending lots of energy doing things that make no difference. I've learned by trial and error. I've already made the 73 mistakes that you're going to make if you try to do it on your own. I will train you how to do this, and I've been doing that all over the country. What we're up against is that people are apathetic, and I like the way General Flynn puts it. He says the pain level just isn't high enough yet. Everybody's sitting on their hands waiting for somebody else to do it. Or I like what Chrisanne Hall says. She says we're in the Trump slump. We elected Trump, and now we're waiting for him to fix everything. Right. No, you're the solution. You are how we're going to fix it. San Joaquin's super, super important. I would say next to Shasta, you're number 2 in the state of importance. Why do I say that? Because you've already proved that election fraud is real here in your own county. You already have a conviction, although it took them 3 years to put him in jail. There is zero appetite for prosecuting election fraud in this country. If you're waiting for the courts to fix it, like I said, you're waiting for Washington to fix it. Nope. You are the solution. What we need to do in San Joaquin is we need to build a movement and require your commissioners to switch to this new system or add this additional feature that Clint is doing. Now, how did we make that happen in Shasta County? The same way we need it to happen here. I met with the team in 2021. We found a bunch of fraud in the county. We built a movement. We took over, we didn't take over, we got 3 out of 5 of the commissioners on board, or the supervisors, you call them in the state, and they voted out the machines at first, and then they had to have them back in for another reason, but we've been maneuvering, we've been fighting a war. This is a real war. It's a 5th generation war, and every step we make forward, we know we have setbacks too, but we're fighting forward. We eventually got to the place where we got to put one of the country's leading election experts in charge of their elections. I want you next. San Joaquin, you're next. And we've already met with your supervisors here, and they already sent all their chief of staffs to meet with us, and we've shown them this. It's cheap, it's easy, they don't have to change their budget. We just have to switch over. They already agreed they would, but I'm telling you now, it ain't gonna happen unless you people also say, by the way, how's that going, guys? We're expecting to see that. You have to apply the heat. It has to come from you, can't come from me. So we gotta get that local thing happening. It's we the people, that's where the power is. All right, so I think I've covered that. If you'll do this, we won't leave you hanging. I joke about it. If you'll build this team, if you'll build this effort, I'll come train you. I'm free. I don't charge anything. Ultimately, I would like us to vote Amish, all paper, no machines. And I think I've done pretty good on that. I want to give one more point before I go. I should just show, I want to stick to my timeline. I got 5 minutes? You got 5. 5 minutes. Okay, good. What I've learned is people don't know their own data. So what I would do is I would show you that in every county in California, this is how many people are in the voter rolls in every county in California. And you have big county, Los Angeles on top. But you notice that starting in 2014, every county's voter rolls, if I show it on a percent scale, started shooting up all at once, except for Modoc. Been up there. They have 600 voters. Hard to cheat in a county where you only have 600 people and the clerk knows everybody. Okay, hard to cheat. But you notice the difference. So that's why you need to have precinct level voting. You don't want to have central control of your elections. You want to have small local elections where local people have local eyes on, and you can prevent it from happening. But you notice every other county in California is all surging up. Why? Because it's centrally controlled. So I like to show people their own data, and San Joaquin, you're no exception. If I show you your own county here, this blue curve on top is your population since 1980 of voting age people, and then this black curve is how many people in your voter rolls, and you notice that your voter rolls are growing faster than your population. Why are your voter rolls growing faster than your population? Because that difference gives you a credit line, gives you a buffer, gives you lots of names in your voter rolls you can use to stuff ballots. That's your problem. So it's not just LA, it's every county, except Modoc, every county in California Why? Because it's centrally controlled. You have to bring the control back local. That's the solution. Now, I've been doing this around the country, and just for a little bit of national context, which Kim asked me to do, let me tell you what I'm doing next week. I've been going to Oregon. I've got this slide. Here it is. I've been going to Oregon for several years. And just on the last trip, I added a couple more counties. There's this mountain range here. You know about mountains in California, right? Called the Cascades. And I've been going over here for years. And I've got teams up there, sort of like the team we had here in San Joaquin, that have already found a bunch of fraud in their elections. We brought in Judicial Watch to sue them, just like they sued here in Los Angeles. We brought in the DOJ, sued them. What do? We proved in court that their voter rolls are out of compliance. We proved in court that their systems, electronic systems, are out of compliance. So why would a county want to use a system that's out of compliance? Yes, but the county leaders, the county clerks, they just follow the instructions of the state. They're afraid to rock the boat. They don't want to be Tina Petered. They don't want to have anything bad happen to them. Well, we were getting ready to go public after the lawsuits happened, and I was up here with a sheriff up in Clatsop, and he said, Dr. Frank, how come you haven't been over to this side of the state? Because I hadn't been there until 2 years ago. And I said, well, because nobody invited me. I mean, I've been going to the country, all over the country where people invited me. And he says, no, these people would love you. 13 out of 15 of those counties already want to secede from the state of Oregon and join Idaho. Okay. And so I went and I've met with those people, and boy, I'm racking up counties over there that are engaging a movement. So imagine this situation. Imagine a bunch of counties, not just one, not just Shasta County, not just San Joaquin. Imagine 10, 15 counties all standing up at the same time and saying, our voter rolls are really dirty. In fact, in Oregon, they're even worse than you. About a third of the people in the rolls don't belong there. And they're mailing a ballot to every one of them. Imagine all those counties can say, you know what? We can save 30% on every election. How about that? Not only that, we would be reducing the opportunity for fraud in our elections. How about that? And, by the way, we already don't like what Salem's doing to us. We're going to take back local control. But they're going to stand together. Stand together and do it at the same time. It's a big deal because those little counties are kind of afraid. It's hard to stand by yourself, but you find your spine when you're in a crowd. And so I want you guys in San Joaquin to join Shasta. They already have a spine. They're doing great. But you need to find your spine and join up with them. This national movement is happening. I've got this happening in multiple other states: Wisconsin, Alabama, Missouri, Colorado. And what I've been doing is I've been going to the red counties, the places where people are conservative, the places where when they find out there's fraud in their community, they get their back up. They're unhappy about it. When I was going to these counties, at first I walk into those counties and they say, well, what are you doing here, Dr. Frank? And I'll say, well, your elections are a mess. Oh, no, we trust our clerk. We love her. We go to church together. Our kids go to school together. We love our sheriff. We love our county commissioners. These are good people. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you're right. They're great people, but that's not the problem. The problem is they're not in control of your election. And they're like, what do you mean? And so I show them how they're not in control. I show the sheriffs, I show the commissioners, and they get mad. And then I can get them organized, but they don't even know. They don't even know that's the problem. So that's what I've been doing over there. It's pretty exciting. I'll just tell you one more story, and then I got to hand off to the Shasta County Clerk, Clint Curtis. So I was in one county, I can't tell you the name. I was sitting down with the sheriff, and I was showing how the voter rolls were being manipulated, and how over a period of 4 years, about 50% of the names in his rolls changed. Tiny little county, 50% of the names changed in the rolls. He's like, no, Dr. Frank, we might have 1 or 2% of people move in every year, move in and out. There's no way our rolls change that much. I said, well, here's the rolls. Let me show you. Your rolls are changing like that. Somebody else is doing that. They're keeping fresh names in the rolls all the time. And he's like, oh, wow. He says, well, how are they doing that, Dr. Frank? He says, I know that the machines are online, but how are they manipulating the rolls? And I said, hold it right there. How do you know that the tabulating machines are online? And he said, well, during the election, I was on the ballot this year, 2024, and I wanted to know how it was going. So I logged into the county system. I'm several blocks down from the registrar's office. I logged into the county system, and I could see all the tallies on all the machines, and I was winning handily. So I called the clerk, and I said, hey, thanks for running such a good, clean election. Looks like I'm going to win. I appreciate all your work. And she says, what do you mean you know the results of the election? He says, I'm looking at the results on all the tabulators. She says, no, you can't see the results on the tabulators, and they're not online. He goes, I'm looking at it right now. He takes a picture, sends it to her. She says, how are you doing that? He says, I just logged into the county system. There it is. And she ran a couple more ballots through one of the tabulators. You can see going tick, 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 tick. The clerks don't know. The clerks don't even know these systems are being remotely controlled. So if you talk to your ROV here, she's not the enemy. She's the one you want in charge of your elections. You want it locally controlled. So I'm not here to tell you to go screaming at your ROV. I'm here to tell you to go talk to your commissioners and show them that the problem is, and then the commissioners will instruct your ROV to take back local control and to add this next beautiful security safety feature, which Clint is now going to describe to you. How about that?
Are you ready, Clint? Clint, Karis, Doug, Frank, thank you so much. Excellent, excellent work. Doug, I'm going to have you come beside me. Clint.
Thanks.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Loud and clear, brother.
I'm usually not that loud. It's amazing.
I'll get you hooked up.
These funny things work, right?
Yep. You sound great.
Go ahead.
You sound great.
Okay, good. I didn't start off as the ROV of Shasta County. You know, I was a programmer, worked at NASA, DOD, DOT, all the Ds, right? Did all the prototyping. I was kind of a hot shot, right? So back in 1999, early 2000, I was working with the Bush people, right? Republican, came from Illinois, Southern Illinois. If you see Illinois be blue, that's actually Chicago. The rest of us are all red, right? It's kind of like, is California really blue? No, a couple spots, they eat up the rest, right? So I was a Republican working with the Bush folks, and we had a guy who was the Speaker of the Florida House, and he was also the lobbyist for the company I worked for. It's Florida, things are odd, right? What could go wrong there? But he came and asked for the prototype for the electronic voting machines. They did not exist before that. And what he wanted in it was a way for them to actually move the votes so they could pick who was going to win. Now, I'm assuming they want to see if it can get in there so they can keep those things from ever coming to light, right? You want a machine that you can cheat, or do you? And so I built it. Takes no time at all. I guess I could pop up the code if I wanted to, but essentially it's easy to do. Easy to do. There's nothing to it. It's 24 lines of code, can fix any election you want. You can select who you want to win, and with mine, it was, I used just a straight algorithm, 5149, because that was beyond where the candidate would have to pay for it. But it was also so close that you couldn't go out and canvass the population and come up with an answer. Because, you know, when I build something, I build it right. So, hey, I like to pour into it, cover all the bases. So on mine, essentially, you go in, you found the candidate you want to win. There were little hidden spots on the touchscreen, although the same thing works for anything, because computer, whether it's the scanner or anything else, it all works the same. It's just computer code, it's nothing. So anyway, on this, I was doing the touchscreen thing. So I hit the little bars on the touchscreen, and I would pick the candidate, and they'd flip their vote to 5149. So any race you wanted. And of course, I'd also go back and I'd change all the logs, and I'd change everything. Because if you're going to cover your tail, you got to cover your tail. So everything was done. I said, here you go, do anything you want with it. You will not find the flaw. It will count correctly every time until you want it to cheat, and then it will cheat perfectly and fix all the trail behind it, because it's a computer. A lot of people think that computers have logs that you can look at. They really don't. The only log that exists is what the programmer writes. If I don't write a log, it doesn't exist. There's no automatic anything. And on the programmable level, you can change things that most people don't even know exist. So you just fix it all. It's not even trouble. So anyway, I did that, and then after I gave it to them and they said they were going to use it, and I said, they're crazy, no one's going to get that out. They passed the HAVA Act, Help America Vote Act. And after that, you haven't had fair elections in this country since. I can guarantee it. And in fact, we exported it to all of our neighbors as well. So I testified for Congress in 2004. All of the elections that were going on across the country. The country was not a 51-49 country. It just wasn't.
Can you switch to my computer?
Sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead, keep going.
there you go.
Go ahead, I'm just going to show it.
You're my backup.
Yes, yes.
Did you want to see the testimony? Can you pop it, or?
We can play it, but let's not.
Okay. Essentially, it just says, yes, you can cheat, and there's no way to stop it. The clerks won't know. The Secretary of State won't know. No one will know what that thing is doing unless I want to tell them, because it's really that simple. I control the screen. I control the logs. I control the database. I am the god of that universe, and I can do anything I want, and no one can touch it. It's just the way it is. Scary, huh? So when you do your computers, that's the problem. And a lot of people say, well, we use computers whenever we do financial things, right? All your finances are done on computers. Well, they are, but you will know if someone took money out of your bank account, right? Because it's small enough, framed, and you know the start and the finish. You will never know if someone moves a vote in an election on a voting machine, because it moves, and it's gone, and it's done. And I can move 1 million votes in half a second. So try and keep up with that, right? Testified before Congress, got a lot of lip service, nothing happened. Suddenly, the Democrats decided, no, everything's fine, and the Republicans go, now wait, we're starting to have a problem here, right? And it wasn't until 2020 when a lot of people actually woke up. And I think the big thing that really messed up their theft was it was obvious that Trump had won when they went to bed that night. And then in the morning, everything turned over. A really sloppy way to steal an election, if you ask me, right? Somebody's going to notice, right? Usually, if you just take a few and you make it happen during the day, that's okay. I don't think they expected Trump to do so well. So they had not thought about the fact they needed to kind of maneuver that while they were going on. And then, of course, they had other things going on as well, like in Wisconsin, Milwaukee. The person who had the thumb drive to put it in the machine lost the thumb drive and couldn't put it in until after all the other votes were in, and suddenly they found it. Pretty lucky they found it, huh? And it happened to have just enough votes to take Wisconsin. Who would be surprised by that? So in Shasta County, we have changed a lot because you can't trust computers. You never can. If you don't check them, they will get you. Whether it's elections or you're playing a card game, at Las Vegas. But at least when you play the little games in Las Vegas that are on the screens, you know that the game is fixed, right? Because the game is fixed. It's actually in the code what the house gets to take. It's never going to be a 50-50. It's the house will get a certain percentage, and after that, they want the thing to roll. So the house always wins. But in elections, we can now fix that, and that was the big key. We want to make sure that we can keep the computers from cheating. So for 20 years, I've been trying to undo what I did back in 2000, and I've been going all over the country talking about we need to go hand count, right? Hand counts be better. Could not move the ball even that far. Nothing. The people have dug into their machines, and they keep making the laws stricter and stricter not to let go of those machines. And if you start talking to someone in power who could actually do something and they move in that direction, we had that with Russ Holt, and where's he from? I think it's Michigan, I don't remember. Russ Holt, very popular, sure win every time, right? Always had a primary, but he just killed him in the primaries. He wrote a bill on elections to try and go to hand counts. He lost his next election. He was gone. Same thing happened in Georgia and other places. It just took him out. Now, people have been whining about this for a while. I don't know if you remember Bush-Kerry, that election. Yep. Kerry complained, actually went to the Supreme Court, was going to continue to go, and then about 2 weeks after that, after he lost in the Supreme Court and he was still going to push for it, suddenly he just dropped out, forgot about it. All went away. Clinton in 2016. and this is something I always tell people because they get shocked. Trump absolutely probably won in 2020. There's a good possibility he lost in 2016 because there were a lot of screwy things that went the other way. So, don't think it's only cheating one way or the other. I think whoever has that button gets to decide, and they didn't like Hillary. But honestly, who does? A little cold, I'm just saying, I've met her and Bill. You go up and you go to Bill Clinton, and he will shake your hand and look you in the eye, and you are the most important person in the world, and he actually wants to know what you're saying. You go to Hillary, she will shake your hand while she's looking around the room to shake somebody else's hand. You are simply an obstacle. Completely different. I don't know how they ever got together. I hear opposites attract, but there's something going on there. So, in Shasta County, we had set up a system so that we could... switch over here.
I got the picture of this. You want to talk about that before I switch over?
Oh, sure.
Doug, use your microphone too, just so you know.
In Shasta County, we had a special problem because Shasta County was completely run. It's a Republican area. It's a 70-30 Republican area. But a Democrat had taken over for the processes. And it was the most left-wing system you would see in the whole world. When I took it over, they had never missed a Pride event, but they wouldn't go to Christmas parades. Think about it, They weren't even hiding it. So this was super left.
I'll get you back. Yep.
Hiding everything. They had do you have the bars? Oh, you probably don't have the bars, do you?
What?
The bars going down the middle of the room?
Oh, no, I don't have that picture.
Okay, too bad.
One with the spikes on the top of the fence?
Yes. They had actually, to keep people from being able to observe what was going on, they had put a fence with spikes down the middle of the room to have them, think of the optics of that. Yeah, it's horrible. They would do duplication in rooms with cardboard over the windows. They would let them see nothing. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of ROVs have been trained to do. Because I get in these organizations, I listen to them, and they think the public is their enemy. Because you might look at something they don't want you to see. Well, if they're being honest, they should let you look at everything. Because when they stop you from looking at things, that's when you start to get nervous, right?
So I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Go right ahead.
Well, back over here at the right, and by the way, all of this is open to the public. Everything I'm taking a picture of, it's all open to the public. Back here in the back right, I noticed these transparent boxes. What's in those?
Well, what they were doing before is they would have like these big blue bins that they would just throw the ballots in. No seals, no lids, just throw them in there. They weren't even trying to hide it. It's the worst I've ever seen, and I've done observations for foreign countries like Honduras and Venezuela and places where they're not really sharp. They're still sharper than Shasta County was. So they would roll these things all over the place. No chain of custody. And that's something you have to make sure you have. You should never have that ballot out of view of the public. So we changed that in each corner. We brought everything down. It's under camera 24 hours. So you can see everything. So the elections they used to have were completely impossible. Republicans would be 20 points behind after they counted the mail-in ballots in a Republican 70-30 area. Do the math. Now, a lot of people think Republicans vote early.
No.
Right. And Democrats vote late or other way around. Yep. It doesn't really happen that way. People vote however they want to. So you get this mix, and they will vote that way every time.
I have a graph for that. I can prove that.
Ah, there you go. He has a graph for everything.
So back here, you receive the ballots. And that's where the signature verification happens, and you put them into bundles of 50.
By precinct. Televisions up there, all the monitors. You can actually come in, because before, we took that wall down. Now we want observers. And the biggest problem when you want observers, they don't want to come. It's like, I've seen them, right? So I got places We serve pizza and cookies at night for people to come and watch the elections. As a bonus to get in there, right? Come in and watch these. So we had Democrats and Republicans sitting there eating pizza and cookies. Prior to that, they've been
not just
fighting.
here. But not just here, Clint. You've got chairs right behind every counting station. Anybody can come right in and look right over the shoulder.
Yeah, you want an observer? Pick your station. You can sit right behind them. And I'm talking right behind them. If the staff has bad breath, you will smell it. Yeah, that close. So, and they can see everything, and everything is processed at one time. Now, it's all on camera, so you can see everything. So if you have any sort of oddities going on, like something's a little off, kind of like the problem they had in Riverside. And by the way, that's Greg back there from Riverside. Raise your hands. They know who you are.
Come on, Greg Langworthy, Riverside team. 45,000 more ballots than people in Riverside.
Yep. And he's the one who fought through it, and so now we have a start.
Why didn't Sheriff Bianco walk him?
What's that?
Why didn't Bianco bust him?
Bianco is working on it, I think. He's trying. I mean, what they found with their logs is that they had written down handwritten logs, which everybody does. You count the ballots when you come in, you sort them. That should tell you everything that comes through the door. You should know everything that comes through the door. Counted separately, 2 different people, all logged. They added all that together, and it came up with 611,000. And then the machine says it counted 660,000. Well, that's a problem, because now you have 48,000 more votes than you have voters to vote them. So something's wrong. So the sheriff tried to grab those ballots and was going to count them. And now the state is trying to stop them. Now, why would the Democrats in the state want to stop to even know what the number was? Right?
Same reason they don't want you to have the best food in the world.
No, I think this is worse. I think this is cover-up, not just payoff. Yeah. So that's a little bit different.
So if somebody gets their ballots in 50 people or in batches of 50, and they bring them over to these counting machines, which you're about to demonstrate. Yeah. But while I've got this up on the screen, do you want to use any of it?
Sure. Why not? Okay. The first time they come in, there are 3 stations. Actually 4, there's 1 behind. The person behind actually is the guy who hands them out. So when the first batch, do you have a shot of the batch? Probably not. Anyway, if you can see this, see the flags?
Here's a pointer for you. Here's a pointer.
See the little flags there? Those are stations. So there'll be someone in the back, and they'll have these stacks of 50. We've gone through them. We've taken out everything you're not allowed to see, because you can't have anything that identifies the voter. If the ballots are the same, the ballots are the same. But we've taken out the others. Those are actually done over an adjudication machine, which has no camera. Okay? So you go here, and this person gets the first batch of 50. He flips it over so you see the front and the back of every ballot before it ever touches the machine. That allows the citizens to actually look at it, count it, any configuration they want. They can count it by precinct, they can count it by batch, they can count it any way they want to.
They don't even have to be there, right? Because this is streamed online.
It is online.
And it's legal. And it's legal.
Yes, and it's legal because you're not showing anything that identifies a voter. So in California, you can't show a ballot because they're afraid to identify the voter. But if you have taken that equation out, now you can show it. Now, I have no doubt that people who will not let you even count the ballots to see how many there are will try and stop this. I was hoping they'd try last year. I'm ready to take them to court because all through California's code, it says meaningful observation. And all through California, they don't give you any observation. They generally push you to the back and say, well, you can see they're counting. Well, that's not meaningful observation. No. And I think the Supreme Court would overturn it in a civil rights case, and we could get this, we'd do them in. Wow. But we got to get there first, right?
So, Clint, I have a question.
Yes.
So, to clarify, if I'm voting for Donald Duck,
okay,
and my ballot is entering into that tabulator scanner that you're going to share with us in a moment, are people going to see that I voted for Donald Duck?
No.
Oh.
It's impossible because all the ballots look alike.
Your ballot doesn't have a name on it.
Yes. You don't sign them, and if you sign your ballot, you will never see it on camera. It's going to go over and do adjudication, where we have people from each party or People from no party sitting there, probably about 4 or 5 people, and they sit there and they look at the ballots they go through to see, what the vote is, and to adjudicate, because some people, last election, there was one item on the ballot, right? You would think if you're going to come to vote, you'd know who you want to vote for. We had a ballot that had it circled and then drawn out, and then circled the bottom and then drawn out. And finally, a guy wrote a little note that said, "This one." Really confused, right? You'd think he'd figure out more, but anyway, we can count that. The machine can't count it, but in adjudication, they can look at it, and then they can find what the intent of the voter was. So it's all covered.
That was the 2024 election?
Yes. So prior to me taking over in Shasta County, there were more votes than voters, almost 3,000. In that election, we were balanced 0, because once you check the machines, they better not cheat you or they're going to go out of business. And you'll know where they cheated you and how they cheated you. There was do you have the Texas one on there?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have that one ready.
Shame on you.
But I would say that I've analyzed, every state in the country down to the precinct level, and not a single one of them has ever reconciled, ever, until
Shasta County.
2024, Shasta County. Imagine
Shasta County.
And this
a proven election safety feature model.
Yes.
And this stuff is dirt cheap. This stand here is about $30. The camera is an old cell phone, which you want the old ones, not the new ones, because the old ones you can actually lock them out so that they don't try and auto adjust on you. Doesn't even hook to anything, right? Just hook straight in, and so you can see it, and so you can walk through it. So for what was it, $1,800, I did everything in Shasta County.
Everything you see up here, you did for $1,800.
$1,800.
And can we actually switch to Clint's? When would you like us to switch to your screen so you can show us the process?
Are you ready for that?
Yeah, let's show us the process
jump over
because
and see how it works.
That'll help us.
Where are you at here? There you go.
That's awesome. So are you guys beginning to see possibility of how we can take our elections back?
I think so.
I mean, what if you actually could count the vote from home? You could see the ballot enter in, getting real numbers in time. Wouldn't that be powerful? Yeah, it would. And be there on location and get real numbers. This is about giving power back to you.
But Clint, is this legal?
Completely legal.
How do you know? How do you know it's completely legal?
Because we've done it, and they tried to stop us, and they couldn't. But in California, it's actually what they say they need. They say that they want meaningful observation, which is what this does.
So the Secretary of State sent attorneys up there, the AG sent attorneys up there, and you passed scrutiny. So your ROVs throughout the state of California have no excuse for not implementing this dirt cheap, meaningful observation system.
And it would shut down every computer, because if you caught it, and you could catch it simply at the precinct level, and you could catch it by time, which is kind of interesting. That's why I was asking if you had the Texas thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We'll see if I can find that one later. But if someone gave you a ballot like this, you can't show it, right? I mean, it's a good picture of a mouse. I drew it myself. But you can't show it. Now, obviously, the guy's name's not Mouse, but it does indicate something different than the generic ballot. So this you would pull, right? You wouldn't see that ever. That would then go to adjudication. All the other ballots that you can see, let me do them, just get flipped like that. Over, over, over.
Who's flipping those ballots over?
We have staff that sits there and flips them.
Okay. On every ballot underneath the camera?
Every ballot underneath the camera. Live streamed and recorded. Now, you don't get live streaming on the ones we have to count early. I would like to do it eventually where we don't count anything early.
Yeah.
Because even though we technically don't have the information who's winning, the computer does. So you don't want the computer to know more than you do, because you simply can't trust the computer.
Can you say that one more time, Clint? Can you say that one more time?
What? What did I say?
you said that the computer counts the ballots.
Right.
That's why, because you created the code that flips the votes in the machines. we lose the power.
You've lost the
We're
power.
not getting a real count.
Right.
But if
hand it off.
we go through this process, we actually get the real count.
Because you can check it.
Yes.
And you can check it easily. In fact, if there's only one question on the ballot, they would have known the total before I did, because it takes longer to use machines than it will be for hand count. Yes?
How do you know it's a valid, legitimate ballot?
You mean
how do you know it's a valid, legitimate ballot?
How do we defeat the front load, or how do we defeat the voter rolls?
You're not showing the signature or the signature comparison, so how can you tell that this piece of paper is a valid, legitimate ballot as opposed to a fraudulent?
Right. Well, it comes through the system, and we have these hand logs, the things that they use to catch Riverside. So you have these hand logs, and there are all these people there. Plus, we have places observers can sit right there, you know.
The point she's making is that, remember, there are three parts to the election, and the first part is what you're complaining about. How do we know they're the real ballots?
Right.
He doesn't know that. He's neutering the second and third parts where there's possible cheating. And the first part, that's what you need me to come and train your team for.
Yeah.
But there's no reason why your ROV can't use this system to basically stop the second and third possible cheating locations.
Right.
And Clint, just to remind everybody, if we could go to hand count paper ballot, we would do that in California. By law, we have to have machines.
Have to.
This is the way around.
In fact, when Shasta County voted to get rid of the machines and threw them out, the California had a special session to make a law just for Shasta County that we had to use the machines. Can you believe that?
January of 2023, Shasta County voted out the machines, and the state came back in and passed a law forcing you to do it.
Yes.
So you said, okay, we'll use machines, but you neutered them.
I neutered them. So they can't cheat you. In fact, the night of the election, the voter company, the vendor, actually sent a guy to sit and make sure that it was perfect, because he knew we'd be checking. And if we catch them, they're out of business. You put them all out of business, you get the hand count because there's no more machine, right? But you can make a machine count correctly. That's not the problem. The problem is you can also make it count incorrectly, and you don't know which one's happening.
Clint, E.B. Lynch, running for Lieutenant Governor. E.B., audience question.
So, quick question. I just wanted to make sure that the questions that she was asking is the same that I was thinking. So, these are the ballots that are from people who went in and voted in person?
They're both.
Okay.
They're also the ones that come in beforehand, and then they go through a process where they're sorted, and then they're put in these
clear basin, yeah.
Yes. And then after that, they're signature verified, which is really in all honesty.
Because
it's at best.
The reason I asked Clint is that these do not, they all have the same exact number, and I'm sure it's probably because you photocopied them.
No, they're exactly the same.
Well, I remember my ballot having its own number. Isn't that what distinguishes my ballot from someone else's?
No, your ballot can't have an individual serial number. Oh. In California, it is illegal. Were you in Texas? Because in Texas can have them.
Well, interesting.
North Carolina has serial numbers too, but not California.
So then we still have the ability, or not we, but they still have the ability to cheat us out of our vote because they can just throw in more of these if they're all the same.
Yes,
but so how do we stop that?
Well, that's what the whole process is. You have the signature verification, so you're only supposed to see that. It's not that great. If you go to the SAVE Act, where you have a voter ID and limited absentee ballots, you're in a much better place. With absentee ballots, people don't know the difference between absentee and a mail-in, right? Absentee ballots are usually, you have to request them every year or every 2 years. You have to sign that you're requesting them, and so you have a real person associated with that request. And everybody and their dog doesn't have one, because we send them out to everybody.
Natalie first, and back. So here's what we're going to do, Clint.
Yes.
This is so good.
Am I overrunning?
This is so good. And no, you're doing great. This is great. And I think what we're going to do, because this was a little different, but I think we need to do it. We're gonna pull in some audience questions here. Minnie, guard the mic. Make sure the mic goes back to Minnie. That way we get a nice flow of questions. Now, Clint, there may be some things that you didn't get to fully complete that you want to fully complete. Okay. So before we get to Natalie's question, was there anything visually here that you want to walk us through again?
Well, essentially the only thing is that these are all labeled by batch and by precinct. So you can break them down and watch them, and you can watch them live streamed or not. Now, election night, if you do have to pre-process them, you cannot show any video prior to the close of the polls. So I have to wait to drop them until I called around and said, are the polls closed? Because they close at 8 unless someone's in line, right? Someone's in line, they might not close at 8. So I have to actually call to confirm that they are before I do the dump. And then we just dump everything that we've recorded. So that has to be done. We've changed the chain of custody. We've added this feature. We made it so observers can actually observe everything. And we've made it nice for them as opposed to fighting with them all the time. If you can get to that level.
I had limited time there, so I didn't talk about it, but I can answer your question. The whole point of this is totally legal. Your counties can implement it yesterday, and it just makes everything transparent for the people. It makes people trust it more. The first part of the 3 parts, he's neutering the second 2 parts. The first part we fix by, I give you copies of your voter rolls, and I show you how to find fraud in your election. And then because you have dead people who are voting, or you have people who don't live here who are voting. And so you can prove that that it's being loaded with ballots that are not from real people. So in other words, you prove that to your leaders, and then you could say to your leaders, we don't want to use these voter rolls anymore because they're full of names that aren't real, and here's the evidence, and here's the consequence of it. So the machines are only 2/3 of the problem fixing, but the first part is a more complicated thing, and it's like an hour lecture for me to explain it to you. And so I didn't really explain it to you, but that's why you have the question. This is why you need a local team. We get you your own voter rolls. Chris Bish, where are you? She gave me a copy of the voter rolls back in 2021. Yeah, the Bish is back. She's in the back. And she gave me a copy of the voter rolls, and we use it to find fraud in the elections. And so that proves the first part, if that makes sense. But a lot of times that's only after the fact, because you have to show, hey, all these ballots we counted, not his fault, that we ended up counting were not from real voters. So I think that answers
that's
answers
good.
her question.
And just to review before we go to Natalie Feinberg from Kern County, we got to visit Kern with her. She created that. That was amazing. So the system is your ballot goes into the tabulator, as you just saw. Mm-hmm. We get to see it. Don't worry, your name's not on there. But we get to count. Oh, vote for Mickey Mouse.
Right.
Vote for Donald Duck. It comes out. We see it again. And it goes through a 3-step process to ensure accuracy and transparency. You deserve that.
And
right?
to make sure that the machine hasn't tinkered with it. Once that goes in the machine, I can do anything I want. I can send something else back. I can remark it. It's off the table. I can make anything happen in that machine.
There's something else you didn't explain to him. Before you put them through the tabulator, you've put this under the scanner so everybody can see it under the camera.
Right.
Then he puts it through the tabulator. Then, after that...
You do it again.
Why? Wait a minute. You already showed it to him once. Why would you show everybody again?
Because the one that comes out becomes the ballot of record, and that's important. That's why you don't want it to be changed. Because if I wanted to make the totals different, I wouldn't worry about the beginning because I can't really affect that. But once it touches the machine, I can do anything. So I could change the ballot of record, right? I could alter what that looked like.
Can the machine change the ballot?
Of course, the machine can do anything I tell it to do.
What about a scanner and a tabulator?
The machine has toner in it. You mean the machines, as I travel the country, the machines actually have the ability to print on the ballot.
Most of them are printers.
So when you he shows you both sides of the ballot beforehand, then he tabulates them, and then we show both sides again, make sure the machine didn't
print its own.
Anything.
Because if you change the ballot of record, that's what you would be able to check. With this, you'll be able to take that recording and say, look, the ballot of record has been changed once it touched that machine. That would be a problem, right? Because they stay in those little stacks of 50. Yes, sir.
Oh, actually, let's go over to Natalie Feinberg first. Natalie?
From Kern County.
Kern County.
She's got a great team there I've worked with before.
Minnie, will you support her with the mic? So we took the governor candidates, not just through the walk. And by the way, we're governor candidates because they're going on very little sleep. We're going to combine the sections, okay, to make it run smoother for you guys. We're going to combine the next time we bring you up with the governor debate. We're going to just include it for you guys. We want to make sure you guys, we make the most of this time and can get you guys out of here early tonight, okay? So, Natalie. We need a mic for Natalie. Mic run for Natalie.
Check.
Yep, it's
now
on.
It's working.
Thanks, Skip.
Okay, we're good now.
Thanks, Minnie.
Natalie from Bakersfield.
So we know the election code has minimized the ability to verify signatures. The way they make the points, any line would count. Can you, as an ROV, under your discretion, increase the ability to measure signature verification? Not just the dots and the points, but actually match the signatures like we used to. At your discretion, can you increase that verification?
No.
Thank you.
Not a chance. Yes, so the code is written and we have to follow it precisely. You know, if you don't, they'll Tina Peters you. You know, uh-oh, look at
That's
there.
right.
Hey, you're supposed to dot that I and you didn't.
Minnie, down here.
So
down here, down front.
So it has to be perfect. So you have to follow it perfectly.
In other words, the state doesn't let you do rigorous signature verification.
Right.
And then we'll go to the back after that. Right over here.
That's why you need local control.
Daniel Mercury running for governor's team.
Question, which I didn't hear. So my mom and I'm from Riverside County and received 2 ballots.
Riversider.
For my mother and myself in the same household. 2.
Just 2?
2 each.
2 each.
Just 2 each?
Just 2. So what I don't hear is how is that being mitigated?
Well, that becomes the signature problem, right? If you come in, now what you do if you come in on election night, you have your ballot with you. Bring your return envelope. That's the important part. That's the only thing that's actually unique. Everything else is the same. The ballot's the same. The outside envelope's the same. That ballot means you haven't voted yet if you only got 1, but you got 2. I'll explain how that happened in a second. But if you have that, then they have you vote at the actual precinct. So you can vote there by just surrendering that little ballot. Just hand it right in. Now, if someone comes and they don't have it, they dropped it in the box and then they came and they tried to vote, correct? Now, they will sign that up to vote and then they'll go ahead and drop in the box. So now you have 1 in the drop box and you have 1 in the ballot box. Once you're marked as voting, the second one will not be counted. Supposedly.
So Clint, this is so good. So is this like in 2020, I had gone to vote.
Right.
There was a couple that was standing in front of us. They were neighbors of ours, the Ambergs. So they went to vote and the woman was checking them in. This is a local church precinct. And they said to Karen and her husband, "You guys are good to go. You've already voted." And Karen and her husband looked at one another confused. Did you vote? I was filling out the thing last night. Well, I was going to turn it in, but I thought you were going to. They left confused. My husband and I were next. And they said, "Rick and Kim Yater," because we showed our IDs, "you're good to go. You've voted as well." We knew we hadn't voted, Clint.
Right. Well, technically, you can't show your ID, or at least we're not allowed to look at them.
You're not allowed to look at the IDs. Okay.
You hand me an ID, you can't look at it.
All right, you know what they did next?
So if you came in and you vote,
Yes.
and you tell me you're Dr. Frank,
Yes.
and I'm pretty sure you're not, I still have to let you vote as Dr. Frank.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. That's the rules.
So somebody had already stolen your ballot. You were not allowed to vote in 2020.
I wasn't allowed to vote in 2020. Well, no, hold on. I said I'm not allowed. I want to vote. Or can you show me where I voted? And they said, well, we have here that you voted. And so they gave me a provisional ballot. So my husband and I filled out the provisional ballot, and we didn't know anything about elections, right? So did they look at my provisional ballot, Clint?
Well, they look at it, but if it's already been marked that you voted, the provisional ballot does not get counted. Now, generally, provisionals aren't a terrible idea for people because, they just go through the process and we check for the voting. But if you're trying to vote after someone already marked you as voting, you're not voting again.
What should she have done at that point when she was told she already voted?
Great question.
She didn't? What should she have done? And what should you do when you go to the polls? Because you're not going to mail in your ballot. You're going to deliver it by hand, too.
Right.
And when you deliver by hand, they're going to say, and Natalie's got her hand waving out there, but I was asking rhetorically because I know what I would tell you.
911, sheriff, fraud!
You got to report it. The best thing is always keep your envelope with you, that little return envelope, because if you go to there and you try and vote with it and they tell you've already voted, you now have something that shows you didn't. So then they have more of a process. Whether they'll look at it, it's hard to say.
File for a case of fraud.
What about when, I have friends, and there were people in this room that shared this with me as well. They went to vote, and they said, oh, no, would you like a new ballot? Oh, I can have a new ballot? Oh, I guess I'll just not use this one.
Well, they give you a new ballot, but you're supposed to surrender the old one.
Oh, okay.
A lot of poll workers do not know that.
So what does that really mean? Why would they do that?
Shasta County had no accounting at all, right? So they didn't account for the envelopes, they didn't account for the ballots they hand out, and they had changed their retention schedule, so all of the extra ballots, they destroyed the day after the election, which means there's no way to recount anything. So I've changed all that now, where we actually tag it if it comes in and tag it if it goes out next to the name. We got lots of questions.
And we had a question. Minnie, do we have a question back of the house? Do we have Minnie? Microphone? Minnie?
She's sleeping.
Microphone? Lewis, who is the one in the back of the house? Okay. And then Chris, let's go. Lewis Herms running for governor. We'll go Chris Bish running for Congress next. Lewis?
He's had his hand up a while, though. Haven't you?
And then Daniel Mercury after that. Yes.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Spotted shirt.
So I'm on a 58 county tour to interview every single ROV county clerk that we have, or should I say investigation. So I've done 48 out of 58. So I want to point something out. You glossed over something that I think is just so important. So out of these, every single one of the 48 I've already interviewed except one preloads mail-in ballots weeks before the election.
Preload means?
Means what they do is instead of waiting until June 2nd coming up, May 4th and after, they start putting it in the ballots. Now, why is that important? Because that tabulator has that count. And that tabulator can send the number wherever it needs to. I can't say who it is, but I actually have an assistant ROV that says these are absolutely 100% hackable, undeniable.
Of course, everything is.
That's an assistant ROV told me that, which is shocking. So think about this. One thing he glossed over I think is very important. He says he did not preload the ballots from the mail-ins. So therefore, that number cannot go in, and they can't subject themselves to do what? Ballot harvesting. They can't put in and catch up. So even though the vote can still be stolen under this system, Doug's right, you're neutering 2 out of 3 processes. It can absolutely still be stolen, but it's a lot harder because they have to estimate how many ballots that they need to fake ahead of time. The way all the other counties do it, they do not have to estimate that because they already know the numbers coming in before the election day. Can you imagine that? That's how the elections are stolen so easily, because they just load in what they need.
Well, they actually know it worse than that, because if you mail in your ballot, the Secretary of State will tell you the day you mailed it in.
Right. Because the post office tells them.
Right. Now, I bet, I'm just going to guess, I can tell everybody in this room how they voted. What do you think? Who
Probably 19 out of 20 times you'd be right.
Who voted for Trump in this room? Well, that's who I thought. Amazing, huh? So if they have these numbers, they're not stupid. If they have these numbers, they know who the Dems are, they know who the Republicans are, right? They know 90% of the vote anyway when that information is out there, and it's everywhere. So it should be something where you had like a key code you could log in to check it, because if you just blast it out, you get a whole lot of information that probably shouldn't be out there as well for any techno-geeks like Dr. Frank. He's already got a graph for it right now. See him doing it.
There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, let's go next to Chris Bish running for Congress in the back of the room. We'll go to Daniel Mercury next, and then we'll go to Roger in the dot shirt. Chris?
Okay, well,
then we'll go to Ramin.
Excellent. Okay, so wanted to correct the record on one thing with Dr. Frank, because you did have to agree to analyze my race for those records. So it was part of the campaign. Want to make sure we're clear on that. And then the second thing is, through the signature verification in the state of California, to be a signature expert, you have to have a 2-year degree and experience, or have taken a class which takes about 2.5 years to be a signature expert. So how does that translate over to the person who got a 20-minute video on how to determine if your signature is actually yours?
Actually, they train them for a whole 3 hours. Of course, that's check-in and lunch. But, yeah, it's worthless. It's really worthless.
But it's still signed under penalty of perjury, and if we were to take that into a courtroom, we need an expert with at least a bachelor's degree and a 2-year apprenticeship.
Right. Usually, to take the whole course, to actually testify for a course, about 3.5 years. And a whole bunch of tests. There, it's 3 hours, of which about half of it's instruction, the rest is fooling around.
He said that, Lewis said that he's spoken to several ROVs. I'm just putting it on the mic so that it's on the stream. The average time that the people are using to check the signatures for checking in the ballots is 3 seconds per ballot.
I have no doubt.
Yes.
So, quick question. Almost fell over.
Daniel Mercury running for governor.
Not yet.
Daniel Governor running for Mercury.
Thank you.
That was good.
Close enough.
I like that. So, a couple things. One, I'm wondering if you can answer this, though. So, and I don't know if it's happened to anybody else, but when I was running during the recall, I was getting phone calls, and people were FaceTiming me, showing me that when they went to their precincts on the voting machines, not the counting machines, but the voting machines where you vote to select your candidate you want to vote for, my name...
Ballot marking device.
My name and a number of other gubernatorial candidates' names in a multitude of cities throughout California were not on the machine. And so they were filming it, showing me, and then they were not allowed to go to another precinct to at least find the candidate that they wanted to vote for. So I was calling other candidates. So one, to find out if I was the only one, and I was not. Of course, there was nothing we could do, so people then voted for who they were only permitted to vote for.
Right.
So eliminated thousands of votes. Whether I was going to get 2, 5, whatever, 10% is irrelevant to the fact that that could change an outcome of as to who would have been the winner as well.
That's huge.
And then number two, so my question is how does that happen? And then number two, I just want your insight as to right now, as of March 2026, and we're in April now, or May, is that the SOS just put out, though, that we are now, for NPPs, independents, are 7 million.
So Secretary of State, the SOS, and no party
NPPs,
preference.
no party preference, independents are now at a 7 million voter registry. But
That's about a third.
But a year ago, barely a year ago, it was at 5.2, 5.3. The Republicans have always hovered between 5.4 to 5.7. Right now they're at 5.4. The Democrats have hovered stagnantly for the last 4 election cycles at 10.2, 10.3 million registered voters. If you look at the numbers right now, the numbers for the Democrats haven't changed. If you look at the numbers right now, the numbers for the Republicans haven't changed. But the swell for MPP has. So what I'm saying is the swell for MPPs has increased, and yet the numbers have remained stagnant, which implies either we suddenly got a swell of 2 million people in the state of California, or the numbers that they're showing that have increased, but they've maintained, they're not indicating where did they come from.
Remember I showed you the graph that the rolls were growing faster than the population?
Yes.
That's because people are being automatically added to the rolls through the DMV, through the health, through welfare. You go to jail, the sheriff has to register you to vote. There's all these government systems that put you into the system, and when they register you to vote at the DMV, they don't ask you your party. So that's why they get put in as an NPP. They just say, do you want to be registered to vote? Yes, check the box. That's it. So that's how they're stuffing, that's why they're filling the rolls with a bunch of names of people who don't even know they're in there. And they're NPPs.
And then they don't eliminate any of the Republicans who have switched over, or the Democrats who have switched over.
That gives them a credit line.
Correct. And so my question to you then was, what about when the candidate's name? Who determined that, or how does that determine when a machine suddenly eliminates a candidate's name?
Well, if you're using a ballot marking device, you are toast anyway. It doesn't make any difference.
In Shasta County, they don't use those.
Yeah, now you've got a whole new layer of computer that will do whatever it wants to do. And the little marks on it is usually what the ballots are done with. They use ballot markings. They actually put a little barcode over the side. Do you read barcode? I have trouble with barcode myself, so it's a little hard to read. So you don't know what it said, right? You don't have no idea what it said. You have no idea how it's going to be counted. It's just pretty stuff that matters nothing. So not only won't it be counted properly in your tabulation, you don't even know if it came out right. And that gets set up by whoever sets up the actual ballot on the machine. So that should be the ROV's office.
If your ballot marking device doesn't have you on it, you have legal cause.
Right.
Because you're an official candidate. But who is responsible for that was the ROV. But, as I travel the country, I meet with tons of clerks all over the country. These are technically challenging devices to program, et cetera. When we were in high school, we voted for the prom queen. How hard was that? We all knew how to do an election. But now they've made the election so complicated that the clerks are so busy, or the ROVs are so busy just completing their checklists. A lot of counties don't even run their own elections anymore. They hire people to come in and do it because it's so complicated. So it could have been an honest mistake by these ROVs. They just didn't know how to program it properly. It could be, but it could be malicious. But you actually have standing as a candidate. If your ballots, if you are a legal candidate and you weren't on the ballot, you have standing, legal standing.
Yeah. That's good. So let's do this. Let's just to represent us for a second. We've got a bunch of questions. So we're going to go to Roger. And then let's actually, before we go to the back of the room, the gentleman right in front of him. We'll go to you next, then we'll go to Ramin, and then we'll come up to Tammy. But I want to represent something. Do you guys like cherries? Do you like walnuts?
Yum.
Do you like pecans? We're in the breadbasket of the country. Do you want to continue to have water? This is why this matters, right? We got to fix this. Well, there is no fix. What do we need to do? It's not fixing it. What is it?
An additional security feature.
There you go.
It is a proven method with Josh and the additional election security feature. Okay, Roger, you're in from Nevada, Texas to Nevada. So excited that you're here. You have a question.
I want to expose something that probably a lot of people in this room are not aware of. And it involves voter fraud, but it's a small percentage of voter fraud, and it involves guardians. So when somebody is under a guardianship, they are a ward of the state. You lose all of your rights, all of your whatever rights you want to call them, civil rights, constitutional rights, but you still have God-given rights, and you have the right to vote. However, your guardian controls everything. So the people, the elderly people, and a lot of us in this room are getting there, that are under guardianship are maybe living in different types of facilities, nursing home, assisted living care facility, even maybe living with your relatives. Your relative could be your guardian. What if some of these guardians have hundreds, if not thousands, of wards of the state? What if that guardian wants to make all of the people that are under her care vote for one particular person that guardian believes should win an election? It is an area that maybe a lot of people didn't believe in or know that's happening, but have you heard of that? And what do you think?
Oh yeah. That is a problem.
I have a graph for that.
I bet he does.
He has a graph of it, of course.
And it's a lot. It's not a small problem.
Right. Because you get entire nursing homes where one person would go and collect them all. And just
It's
worse. Can I tag on to that real quick? Because I just
And then the gentleman in front. We're just going to borrow the mic for a second for Governor Kent. But here's the deal. Just so you know, sir, what is your name?
Rick.
Oh, that's my husband's name. Great name, Rick. Rick, we're coming to you next.
Rick is next.
Yes, you are.
Rick, on your defense, I keep pointing at you from the back.
Yes,
saying,
he was. It's true.
So real quick, so in the interviews, that's right, we'll say not investigation, that I've been doing with the ROVs, we just had a conversation with one in a fairly large county, and they think they're doing a great thing. They're actually sending out a proxy to go pick up all the ballots from all the senior centers that they possibly can get a hold of. Think about that. And I asked, how about the chain of custody? That was the answer. There was no chain of custody. And they have no idea who signed them, who did what. They were collecting them in bulk, and they think they're doing a wonderful, very, very nice thing for everybody. And that's a true fact. Just
that happens all over the country.
From an ROV just 2 days ago.
Although I heard about a program in, I think it was Alabama, where they would actually send like a couple of people, 2 or 3 from the registrar's office, and they go and they'd actually have an election, and they'd let people come and vote, and they do the whole thing right there. You know, how accurate is that? Who knows? Because some people can't even get out of bed, right?
Right.
Yeah. And then they also did a test on them to make sure they could vote, that they were voting, not just laying there, you know, because sometimes things happen.
That's perfectly fine. People that are incapacitated but can vote, that's fine.
I'm talking people who are not really there.
Okay. That's different.
They can't answer questions. They can't move a pen. They can't nod.
They vote Democrat, though.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And as a side note,
probably not in Arkansas.
How many ROVs, registrar of voter clerks and supervisors, are in the room right now? Please raise your hand.
Oh, I'm not
Clint,
me. No.
do you see any others? Are there any others here?
Nope. Do you?
Clint, we invited every supervisor and registrar of voter clerk in the entire state multiple times.
How many supervisors you got?
One last night.
We had one last night. Okay? And our teams reached out repeatedly in various ways.
Well, you just have to make the push. You have to make it important to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick? And actually, Rick, what did he just say? Did you hear that? He said, you got to make a push. You got to make it important to them. Who needs to make it important to them?
Rick
What
does.
do you do?
Rick does. Come on, Rick.
I can push. I'm Rick Wantuck from Sonoma County, and I'm trying to figure out the details of your system here. And what occurred to me is, in a dynamic counting environment, how is this system actually tabulating the multi-candidate ballots and coming up with numbers? Is it an app that you're using to do this? And
The camera calculates nothing.
Right.
It simply gives you a video that you get to count. So
Well, that's hard to do if it's going like this.
you got to slow down the thing to where you can do it. Yeah, we had tests on it. It's actually fairly quick.
So you're dealing with it.
Are you asking about the tabulator, or are you asking about the recordings?
How to actually count it. He wants to know, how do you really count it?
The machine is programmed. It recognizes the ballot style, and it knows where the marks are, and it analyzes.
So that's how the tabulator does it.
Yeah.
But no, I'm
video doesn't
asking
do that.
about this, and you're doing it after the fact based on a video that you can slow down and make your count on any given race. Is that
You can. I'm not allowed to count by hand in California.
We've written apps. We've written AI that does that. We can take a video and calculate all the ballots.
and if you come up with anomalies, let's say I'm doing it,
Yep.
Joe Q. Citizen,
Right.
what do I do with that?
Well, then you can take it to court because you now have standing. Supreme Court decided that any citizen has standing to challenge election equipment. If you can actually prove that it's bad, and I guarantee you put a camera on it, most of them are going to be pretty good because they're out of business if they're not. You don't have to find a lot. You only have to find a consistent pattern that they have to be decertified, and they're gone.
And
So
one last thing, what's the order of operations? They go through the tabulators first, and then they go through this process?
Oh no, nothing touches the machine before you see it on camera. Because the minute it touches the machine, I can change everything. Absolutely everything.
Okay, very good.
So you got to have the camera first, then you do the tabulation, then you do it again.
Ramin?
Hey, Ramin here. With the live stream, I've got a couple of questions, but the main one here that keeps coming up is this one's from Old Town Vallejo. How do we get this process instilled in all of our registrars' voting places? What's that process look like? What are the actionable steps we can take?
Great question.
7 steps, baby. That's what I do. I come in and I help you make a team, because your clerks will not do anything, your supervisors won't do anything until the people are awake and engaged. So we come in, we build a local movement, and then we bring that data and that evidence to your leaders, and that's how we did it in Shasta. That's how we're doing it right now in San Joaquin.
Yeah, and you want to reach out to us, guys. So remember, takeourcaliforniaback.com. That's a great place to go. You're going to catch up on all the work that we've done, and this will be sent over there as well. That's takeourcaliforniaback.com. You want to send, I'm going to actually give you a couple of emails, because this is important to pull in Doug's teams, or to get us working with you guys. You can go to takeourcaliforniaback@gmail.com. and Kim at KimYater, YEATER.com. Doug, do we want to add another one there?
No, I think we should let you handle that.
Okay.
I understand your question. It's a valid question. It's why most of my presentations are like 2.5 hours, because you have to explain all the steps, and there's a lot. It changes the way people think about it. Today we were talking primarily about Clint's system and presenting that additional feature, but there is... have me back. I'm free. I don't charge anything for my work nationally. I'll come and I'll explain everything and train your teams and help you restore election and local election control.
This is a movement. It's a movement.
Yeah.
And all right, so we've got Bonnie in the back of the room. Then we got we got Bonnie, Tammy, Charlie. Bonnie, Tammy, Charlie. Bonnie.
Okay, my name is Bonnie. I'm with Turning Point Faith, Turning Point Action. We're trying to mobilize 1 million in California. In San Diego, we got 3 leaders in each city, and we're trying to chase the ballot, register people. We're trying to give people right to vote. We're picking up ballots, whatever we can do to get those ballots going. We want those ballots. So if anybody want to be part of that, we can start it here for Turning Point Action. Please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. Let's go over to Tammy.
I wanted to...
Tammy Nobriga, you're running for?
State Assembly, District 9.
Thank you.
I wanted to address something that you mentioned earlier, that was it Shasta County that the very next day they destroyed all the ballots?
They changed the retention policy. That actually was something that the state rolled out in like 2014. I don't know why.
All the excess ballots they destroyed.
All the extra ballots, right. So when you go to a precinct, you have a whole stack of ballots. Now, these are supposed to be handed out when you do a replacement, or handed out if someone doesn't have one, or handed out as spoiled. But, there's 250. When I was going around the country, because I did election law, going around the country, you would see them in books of 50. Ours are now sealed. There used to be in books of 50, except half the time there weren't 50 there. They would go in and pull a page out here and a page out there. So you have your numbers all off, right? So now you have extra votes going in that you can never get out, because they all look the same, right?
Yeah, but they are numbered.
They
all have
numbered.
numbers on them.
They are not numbered. Everyone looks exactly the same.
Seemed like when I was at a poll and ran the poll that day, that they were all in numeral order.
They were, but you tore off the book, and now the ballot doesn't have a number on it. It had a number on before you took it out of the...
Oh, I see. So, didn't even think about that. So, but aren't they supposed to keep all of the ballots for at least 2 years after an election? Is that...
You would think so, but the extras, they're allowed to destroy the day after the election.
The extras are destroyed.
And they do.
I'm talking about the ones that were filled out.
Yes, but if you've got extras you're destroying, what keeps you from filling those out and putting them in?
Yeah. Nobody counted the extras. There's no reconciliation. So you have all these extra spare ballots that can be used to cheat.
Okay, the other question... We're speaking of the envelopes. Now, you're saying everyone has a unique envelope, correct?
Yes. because it'll have their address on it, and it'll have a little barcode telling.
Although
you
she has two for each of their, they have four at their house, so they each have two unique envelopes.
Well, I can tell you what the area is on that one. You want me to do it real quick? Secretary of State requested that the last 4 digits of the zip code be updated during the election. Every time you change an address field, even for something like that, it generates a change of address, and you will get another envelope. So, and then we started seeing, I said, hey, wait, we're not going to do that until after the election. But we actually sent out probably 4 or 5 ballots on top of ballots. And, in Shasta County, they care about this. They complain. They go, hey, I got another envelope.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Change your address. I've been at my same address for 9 years.
Right.
There's no change.
They added a little 4-digit thing at the back of your zip code. And the interesting thing is that never prints on the ballots. Never. So what would be the point? But,
All right. So if every single envelope is unique.
Yes.
And if it comes back in an envelope that was not that envelope, does the ballot get counted?
It gets cured. In other words, you and your husband get a ballot. Okay? You sign his, he signs yours, you send it in. Signatures won't match. I have to cure those. Now all you have to do is call in and say, look at the other one, they're both off. Sorry, that's what it takes, but they have to be cured, assuming they get caught. Because if you know how signature verification is,
right?
Yeah, it's skeptical at best.
Okay, finally, a lot of people are talking about the hole in the envelope.
Oh.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've always thought, well, if you put the ballot in a different direction, there's really nothing you can see, but a lot of people are saying, no, I put a paper over it so that they can't see through the hole. What is the hole for? And, is there a difference if they put
That's
a paper
the
over
envelope.
it?
A hole on the envelope, correct?
Right.
Yes, on the envelope.
Yes.
Yes.
The Secretary of State sent something out saying that hole was so if you had a disability and you couldn't see well, it lined up next to the name. Well, that's completely wrong.
Yeah, that's not it.
That only worked on the one she was looking at, right? Because the hole jumps around. The purpose of the hole is so you know if there's a ballot in there. Because you don't want to open it if there's no ballot, because you want to call the person supposed to send the ballot and say, you didn't send your ballot. But if I open your envelope, you're going to say, I sent you my ballot and you lost it. If I don't open it, I don't open it. And we do get other things. We get electric bills,
Right.
That's the way it works.
Okay.
Okay, good question, Tammy. Charlie, we're going to go to Charlie next. What is your name? Kathy. We're going to go to Kathy next. We'll go to the back of the room. Your name is? Veronica, and then we'll go to the candidate in front of us for running for governor. You're doing it to me again.
Too fast.
Maro? Okay, fantastic. And then we'll go to behind you. Charlie.
My name is Charlie Simons, and I'm running for my life, District 9.
Yes, you are.
For 5 years since I've been doing my little show, I've been encouraging people to get registered to vote. A third of the population claims Christian in California, but only about 40% of those are even registered. That's pathetic. Gun owners, worse. Hunters, worse. Pathetic. We're not showing up. And even if we are registered to vote, we don't show up for the primaries. And they don't understand how jungle primaries work here. So they're won and lost. Our elections are won and lost to primary. And we're just 5 weeks away from that, June 2nd.
My election is the primary election.
We're screwed.
We'll not go on past that.
We're screwed if we don't. Here's my question.
Right.
We're screwed as a country if we don't show up for this midterm election.
Yes.
And I'm scared about that.
Well,
and I keep encouraging people to get registered to vote. Every show I'm saying registertovote.ca.gov. I say it over and over and over again. Get registered.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. This is all awesome. I love this and I love you all. And I've seen your presentation before and God bless you for it. And with the work you're doing especially, Clint. But that's not going to help us for the midterm.
What's your
question,
Charlie?
That's not going to help us. This is my question. That's not going to help us for the midterm. So what can we do now? This is long-term, what you're talking about here. What can we do now other than encourage people to turn out?
With the systems you have?
Yeah.
Shall I say nothing or shall you?
That's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, you can do nothing. Since I wrote that program back in 2000, your elections have always been a little skeptical, right? All over the place. You can track them and see when, when places that used to be 60-40 suddenly went 51-49 overnight, right? Mm-hmm. We used to do exit polling. Remember exit polling? Do you? Hadn't happened for 15 years or so. We still do it in foreign countries to match, so you can actually test to see if the election is valid. We don't do it here anymore because since I wrote the program, it doesn't match anymore. And, they don't want to tell you that you're off by 10 points, so it kind of went away. Still do it when we do Venezuela. Still do it when we do Honduras. Still do it when we do any of the African countries. Exit polling is a good way to tell what's going on. Also, our elections changed from flat elections. A good election's a flat election. People will always vote kind of the same, and you'll get a cross member, so you'll see the elections go like this, right? But a lot of elections that we have go like this, up and down and everywhere. That doesn't really happen. It just doesn't happen. In reality, that's not the way people vote. You don't have a sudden block going in. So tell them to register to vote and you work on getting it so it actually counts. But to tell them it will count, I can't do that.
But I can tell you what you can do now is you can vote in person.
Right.
That's
important.
Did you? And when?
On election day.
On election day.
Vote in person on election day.
Stop the too big to rig. Stop it, stop it, stop it. It is not true. Too big to rig, okay?
And the other thing is you can form a local team and wake your community
yes.
up. That's how I'm winning. When I win nationally in a county or a community, it's because we built a movement there. We find fraud in their own elections, and the people get their back up and say, we're not going to participate. The reason Clint is in where he is because we built a team there in 2021.
Right.
And we
before I ever got there.
We brought back local control. When you bring back local control, that's how you win. As long as you're letting them run the election, you're toast.
Okay, so if we implement this right now, and by the way, we still have time to come to your county and talk to your supervisors in ROV
Especially
for the
in San
primaries.
Joaquin, we already met with them.
100%.
There's nothing stopping.
Yeah, so if we implement this right now, and let's say 7 counties,
right?
What would happen? Just the number 7, for example, counties and cities implemented this. What would the results of that movement be?
People would know instantly that the elections were valid because they can count them themselves. Now, they might not count them, but I was trying to show you an election I saw in Texas, Congressional 22, I believe it was. And at 8:33 at night, the elections results came up, and the Democrat and the Independent in 8 different counties with 3 different vendors was exactly the same number. Exactly. So in one county, Democrat had 64, Independent had 64. Republican had something else. Now this was in a R+8, I think it is. This is not an election you had to cheat in, right? You know who's going to win. The others are just running for fun. They're not going to win. They're down by 8 percentage points. They can't win. And yet someone was tinkering with that election at 8:33 across 8 different counties. And then at 8:35, it all switched back. From a programmer standpoint, that's how the program runs. They just happen to catch it right during my math, and they get a different figure, right? And then it jumps back. But the fact that you see that shows that they're tinkering, not by the vendor, because they had 3 different vendors, not by the county, because they had 8 different counties, and they all were exactly the same. I was trying to find it on there. I was going to show it to you, but...
That's all right.
All right,
I've traveled around the country, and
Doug,
it doesn't
we'll
matter
go to the
vendor.
next question. We have a couple more questions
it doesn't
at the
matter.
time.
Sure.
But no, do you want to, is that important? Do you need to share
I was
that?
just going to say, the point Clinton makes is right. It could be a Dominion County, it could be ES&S County, it could be Clear Ballot County. It doesn't matter, Hart Intercivic.
Right.
The problem is we already have the BIOS passwords to all your machines. And if we have them, so do the bad guys. So anybody can hack into your machines anytime they want and tinker all they want. There you go.
Well said. Well said. Yes.
Okay, hi, I'm Kathy Irvin from Sonoma County, and I have a question back to your system. We in Sonoma County are seeing increasing use of the ballot marking devices. Our county uses ImageCast X machines, and I just wanted to confirm that this would work on that. They produce a QR code, but I believe they show how the voter thinks they voted. You know,
Right,
they get something.
Good way to put it. How they think they voted. Is it? What does it look like? Is it a little tag or is it an actual ballot?
The voter gets a sheet of paper. It kind of looks like a ballot. In fact, I heard a poll worker say, "Oh, these are paper ballots."
Close
so,
enough.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you'd see the exact same thing. And some people say, well, how can I count the whole thing? Well, you can't. But you can count a section, and another person can count a section. You go, I'll do my precinct, you know. And the best thing about this is that anyone can do a recount without paying a dime, right? Because we live stream and we record it. So if you are a candidate and you're running and you lost by, well, I'd check it all the time because, you know, how you lost depends on how I'm feeling that day anyway, right? So I'm the guy who's making the decision, you're not. So, but you want to count it every time. But if it's close, you can sit and go through it and count it yourself. You can go to a particular precinct. You know, I'm really good because I live in this precinct. I've been a precinct captain. I know how many people I got. I know my votes. And then you go and you don't get those. So a lot of the times the machines get caught, it's because people look at the small areas, not the big ones. So like the one in Georgia where the lady lost. She lost, she didn't get a single vote in the precinct she lived in and had lived in for what, a zillion years?
Yeah.
She was sure she voted for herself, and she was almost sure that her husband voted for her.
I think the thing to
He
say
at least
here,
didn't say he didn't, right?
I think the thing to say to your ROV is, can I watch this being counted? Can I watch this being tabulated? And if they are hiding it from you, why are they hiding it from you?
Exactly.
Back at the house.
It's legal.
But in Georgia, she'd actually won the race. In fact, she smoked it, although she came in last from the machine. So they found that out. They knew the machines counted wrong. What did they do? Did they count another race to find out what else went on? No. That's it. That's the race they fixed, and the rest of them were bad or good or however, because no one checked. So you got to check. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This gives you the ability to check. It doesn't check for you. So citizens actually have to take responsibility.
All right.
Citizens have to take responsibility. I love that.
Veronica from Riverside County. First, a quick comment. Encourage everyone to vote because that means there's more evidence when they have to go and count the ballots.
Yes.
So encourage everyone to vote
Yes.
because it's important to have evidence. Second thing is, your county has fewer tabulator machines than our county. How much does that security system cost per tabulator? Because we're paying way too much for elections with all the postage that's going out. $300 per tabulator
Yes.
machine. Okay.
Shasta County, 75,000 voters, they spend $1,800.
Yes. That's pretty cheap, don't you think?
Mauro Orozco for California governor. So after all this hard work that you guys are putting into these tabulators, California's running on this whole system now.
Put your microphone up.
What measure have you guys taken to prevent it from being outdated and being overtaken by AI?
What's outdated?
So he's asking, what have we implemented for the current election system to be taken over by AI?
I think we're late.
It already is.
That's okay. We're good. Thank you. We got the time. We've gone over. And what we're going to do is we're combining sessions right now, and then I'm going to pull the governor candidates back up in a few minutes. Okay. And we'll probably take a 10-minute break because our tech needs to break, and I need a potty break too. So AI, how are the systems? Let's say your system in particular. Can it be interrupted by any AI?
Yes, no. Can you pop up the one where you show it
Great
again?
question. That's an important question.
I'll show you exactly why it works.
That's exactly why it works.
Come here in a second. I woke him up, scared him.
Fantastic. Okay, and just so you know, again, while we're waiting for that to pop up, we will take a break in just a few minutes, and then we're going to bring all the governor candidates up here. You want to hear their response to this, and then you want to hear about the Delta and the port today, that experience, and you're going to be able to hear what's important to them, and you'll know whether they've been listening to what you've been putting out. And you have current questions on your table or the index cards. Fill them out. Make sure they're filled out so that you can have your questions asked.
Observers sit right in here, right? On the screens, Well, thank you, sir. On the screens, they're watching this. This is what's occurring here. But this is not directly fed to those screens. Everything on that screen is actually watching what the person is actually seeing out on the internet and what's being recorded. There's also people right here. These people here can watch that screen right there, and since they're right over their shoulder, they will be able to validate that it is the same. Now, if someone's here watching this screen and that and sees that it's not in sync, which it could not be with AI, correct? You could just make it up. Then you know you got a problem. But if it's in sync, you're good. Plus, this stuff is locally stored as well, mostly just in case the internet crashes, because, you know, things happen. So we store them locally as well, so you could always get back to it if you had to. But it's the observer, it's the citizens that actually make sure this is protected. And if the citizens aren't involved, the ROVs, the staff, they're never going to catch AI. It won't even be possible for them, because if they just stick it in that little scanner guy there and scan it and tabulate it, and it gets changed somewhere else, they're not going to catch it. You can't even catch the machine, a little less than AI manipulation on the inside. So the only way to catch it is to have the observers there, and then people actually pay attention. And they should, because elections are the most important thing you do. Mm-hmm. Which more important, your family or elections? You're wrong, it's elections, because elections is what messes with your family, right?
That's true.
It's what makes everything go topsy-turvy, and you go,
yeah.
You know, boys are girls and girls are boys, and I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
That's elections. That's not family.
We need our Ramin, our filmmakers in here, and those online to start creating a Schoolhouse Rock of this. Do you guys remember Schoolhouse Rock? Remember? Wasn't that awesome? We need to create that now. Okay. And back of the room.
Yes, I'm David Robb from San Joaquin County. I've been investigating voter rolls and election systems for several years now.
I vouch for Dave.
Painful,
yes,
wasn't it?
Dr. Frank and I have had many conversations over various issues related to our elections. I've got a few points to raise. Clint, you've done a great job in creating this system for the back end, if you will, of the elections, but I'd like to actually make a couple of comments about the front end going in from the voter rolls. Mm-hmm. One of the things, for example, most people don't realize that the voter rolls contain not only the active voters, but also records of canceled voters and provisional voters. And
why is that a problem?
If you have the canceled voters in the voter rolls, you know who is no longer eligible to vote. You know people who died, who have moved away, who for one reason or another are not listed as active voters. One of the things I've found is what I call homing pigeons. People whose registration information has been used after they moved away, moved out of the state, sometimes several years later. That information has been re-entered in the voter rolls as active voters. And in San Joaquin County in the last election, we had several hundred of those people who had moved away and supposedly had moved back to exactly the same address that they had left several years earlier.
Amazing.
And had voted. In fact, I even have records of some of those who voted not only here in the county, but also in their new state of residence. So, homing pigeons, they're an issue. Also, I've been able to find a large number, perhaps 25% of voter rolls that have illegal registrations. People who are not citizens, not eligible to register, not able to vote. So my question for you, Clint, is what kind of latitude do you have for identifying and removing improper registration so that they don't actually get sent ballots and don't have an opportunity to vote?
Great question.
Well, what we're doing in Shasta County, because the actual answer to that is none, what we're doing in Shasta County is we're taking snapshots of the voter rolls. Then we're sending in what we tell them we want to correct. And then we keep doing that. So.
And wait. Who are you sending it in to?
We send this into the Secretary of State.
Because you're not in control of your own voter rolls?
We don't control it. So, we'll take it off here. It'll come back 2 days later, right? It just pops in and out. Now, it's actually worse than that because inactive voters are not really inactive, right? They can vote right away. They don't have to re-register. They don't have to prove anything. They're ready to vote. It's okay. So we have people that are marked inactive that we know are dead, and then they're active again. Well, now you have to re-dead them because now they're alive, right? So the whole thing
They've got longhand.
Yeah, the whole thing is just really screwy. So we've got to get that back. That was actually done in HAVA, Help America Vote Act. So I have big hopes that the president will pay attention to that and put that back on the counties to do it and insert, and other ROBs hate this, and insert criminal penalties if we don't. Because that will be what makes a difference. Because they're not afraid of being fined. They don't pay the money. Right. Would you be afraid of being fined if I made her pay the money? No. What the heck? And when you have all that data in one spot, it becomes very dangerous. Because I'm thinking when she tried to vote that day,
yes,
she voted later than she usually votes. Which makes her a perfect voter.
I did today, 4 kids.
Yeah, because now you can go and say, she's not voting? I'm voting for her. She missed her normal time, and then she shows up late and messes the whole thing up.
I know.
What the heck? But we still don't count her vote. We count the one that went in. No harm, no foul.
Yeah. Okay. So we have 1 minute to break, and I have an online question. So is it let's save that till after if we can. Let's hold that real quick. Let's get to the live stream only because we've got a minute, and that was a great question, but I'm going to have to hold that just for a second.
Hi, my name is Norika. I am from Ramin Real Talk. So there is a couple of questions on live. First of all, they want to say thank you so much. They really appreciate it, what you're explaining it. And also, Dr. One of your students looks like you were actually speaking on their class. They want to say thank you so much for being here and good to see you. It's amazing. They are looking from different states. We have a lot of people are commenting and loving. And they have one request, a couple of requests. I'm going to just quickly combine a couple of questions because we don't have time. They are recommending if the President Trump, they can basically put the election date as a holiday, so people that they have kids and they can just put the ballot directly in the mail. That's a request from multiplied live stream here. And also, they are asking you if I have my ballot on my hand, and then tell me, where should I drop it? Should I drop it inside or should I drop it on the box outside? That's the main thing, question.
In person to the clerk and face to face with the poll worker.
Can you say that a little bit louder, Doug?
She's saying, where should you turn your ballot in? Right. Don't put it in a drop box.
Right.
Put it in the hands of somebody that can check whether you voted already or not.
And keep that envelope so they don't have to give you a provisional, so they don't have to check it.
Yes.
They don't have to call somebody and look it up.
Right.
And the last thing you want them to be using is a poll pad because that's directly connected into your voter rolls. So if it does anything wrong, like crawls a couple hundred like it's done in Texas, or it drops a connection and doesn't do anything, it can mess everything up.
Okay. A lot of questions are coming, but I'm so sorry. I just want to let them know I'm so sorry. I cannot go through all the questions. I'm going to just the last question because they keep asking me, please ask that question. So regarding the voting, so if they want to vote in person and then even though by the mail, multiple people are asking why we are not using the thumbs on the voting ballots.
Oh, you mean the thumbprint?
Thumbprint,
That's
yes.
easy. It's not California law.
Okay. So I guess
California
everybody
tells you
got
I can
the
do
answer.
it.
Thank you so much.
If they have a retina scanner and that's what they want you to use, that's what you have to use, right?
To give context, I've been working around the country. In Alabama, 95% of their people vote in person on election day. Okay? Why? It's a cultural thing. You guys are conditioned into thinking that mail-in voting is great, but actually I'm looking at an article, I just had it up on the screen a minute ago, in the 2020 election, 100,000 California ballots were not counted because of the mail-in process, people messed up something on their ballot, so their ballot was never counted. You think you're making it easy, but all you're doing is creating a system that has all these other downstream problems. When you vote in person and you show your ID, they have to give you a ballot, you vote, there it is, right there. That's the right way to vote, and I agree it needs to be a holiday, and I believe President Trump's going to do that this year for the general.
Yes, yes, so good. And then thank you live stream. We love you guys. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I wanna save that comment. Let's save that comment. We're gonna have an opportunity. Can you actually write that down on a card? Write that down. We're gonna pull that in if that's okay. Only because of time, we're over right now. We're gonna combine the next section, which is important. You're going to see the governor and state candidates.
We're going to get the candidates back up here.
Oh, yeah. All candidates are coming back. Candidates, are you still in the house?
Yeah.
Yes, they've been patient. They've been listening to you. They've been listening. They've been listening to this. Now, hot dogs are outside. Go get your hot diggity free from the vendors. There's snacks out there as well. Index cards, please fill them out. And once they're filled out, put them back into the plant holder. Put them back into the plant holder. These are your questions. We're going to gather them right now for the governor candidates. And in the back of the room, Bonnie, wave to everybody. Bonnie, go get your Take Our California t-shirt. Let people know we are taking our California back. And to our live stringers, hang tight. We'll be back at, what do you guys think, 15? Can we do that in 15?
20.
20 minutes. 20 minutes. Back in 20. And team break. Let's take our California back. God bless you.
Cut some interest.
Oh, mic on. ClintCurtis.com. ClintCurtis.com. We got to keep him alive. Roll it.
Bad guys are trying to take it back.
Oh, what does he say?
Repeat it again for live stream, please.
Oh, for live stream. Okay, thank you. Live streamers and everybody, this is so important. Shasta County is the beachhead of Normandy. We've got to keep the beachhead. Please support and fund Clint Curtis. Donate to his campaign. He's running again. We need to keep him in the position of Shasta County Registrar of Voters. ClintCurtis.com. $1, $10, $100, $1,000. There are packs. Reach out to me, Kim at KimYater.com, or Clint's campaign, Clint at ClintCurtis.com. Clint at ClintCurtis.com. I got that right?
ClintCurtis.com.
ClintCurtis.com. And we'll make sure that you can feed the pack or that you can go directly to Clint to support his campaign. Thank you so much. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. Okay, is everybody up? You guys good? And for live stream, so that you know, I split my pants. I did. Okay, you guys ready? I can't.
Can I go get Don up here? If you can't see the cameras, we can't.
Don, can we get you up here? Don Bohanna, wrongly accused, in prison for 25 years. Someone please guide Don Bohanna, who is now 89 years old, onto the stage via. Yep, there he is right here. 89 years old, Don Bohanna, wrongly convicted for killing Michael Jackson's brother Tito's ex-wife. DA, judges, all complicit.
Okay, everybody smile. Just one time smiling. Going camera once, twice, 3 times, and now everybody wave.
Oh, yeah. Video, Ben.
Okay. Do you want to do it one more time? Okay. Everybody wave. It only cost me $100 a shot.
That's okay, I get 6 miles a gallon.
3, say, take our California back. 1, 2, 3. Take back! Woo! All right, on 3. Peters. 1, 2, 3. Free! Let the show begin. You are now brought into the Take Our California Back team. You are no longer observers. You are taking California back. Go get your seats. We're starting in 5-minute countdown. Thanks, Tech. Great work.
5 minutes.
Nice job. Well, we need everyone. Welcome back to Take Our California Back to a Better Future Summit in San Joaquin, California! Woo! We are taking our California back, introducing our round of 2026 candidates running for various offices. They're going to introduce themselves. Welcome, candidates. Greta, let's start with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Greta Solorzano, and I'm running for governor of California to make California affordable again.
All right.
Woo!
All right. Scott Shields, governor of California. We're going to rescue California. Thank you, Kim.
Come on.
Christine Bish, your candidate for Congress in California's 3rd Congressional District.
Daniel Mercury for California, looking to starve the government and feed the people.
Louis Herms coming in the camera view for California governor.
Oh, he's good. He's good. He's good.
Mauro Orozco, running for California governor.
Come on, Maru.
Well, I'm E.B. Lynch. Hello, California. I'm here to be your California Lieutenant Governor.
I'm Tammy Nobriga, and I'm here to be your next Assemblywoman, District 9, California. I'm going to save our children and our future and take back California. Thank you.
I'm John McBride, and I'm running for Congress right here in CD9 to be your next representative, and I stand strong for truth and freedom.
Last but not least, I'm Brandon Owen. I'm running for Assembly District 9, and I want to be your voice and fight for you at the Capitol.
Come on, and at the end, who do we have in the end?
Oh, Dr. Frank, Johnny Appleseed of Election Integrity. We just finished a great afternoon
Yes,
talking about
we did.
elections, but now we're going to talk to the candidates now. We're going to give them a little space, I think.
We certainly are. So candidates, we're going to hold that mic right there with you. And tell me your name one more time. Brandon.
Brandon Owen.
I love it, Brandon. So Brandon, why don't you tell me, this is going to be a question for all of you candidates. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. In this question, what impressed you most from what you've seen and heard today? And how are you going to move this forward?
Well, I think today the most important thing that we took was voter integrity is extremely, extremely valuable to us. And also it's one of the most difficult things that we have overlooked in our integrity.
Well
so
said.
I think that we need to look at the integrity of our voting polls. We need to not only look at the systems, but also the processes involved from start to finish. And so I think the integrity is extremely valuable to us, and we just need to bring that back.
Which county here are you representing?
I'm representing 5 counties: Sacramento, Calaveras, Amador, Stanislaus, and San Joaquin County.
San Joaquin is where we are at, and so let's put some heat on those commissioners to implement this system.
Absolutely. I would love to go down there with you.
Okay.
I love it. That's what we're talking.
Again, John McBride running for Congress in CD9 right here. Today was just an absolutely wonderful day, starting with a tour of the port and the Delta, seeing what a valuable jewel we have in the Port of Stockton. And then to see where so much of this nation's fruits and vegetables are grown. And then one thing you have to understand is our election integrity. If you can't trust your vote, people aren't going to vote. And you have to believe that your vote matters. And the things that we learned today about election integrity are very powerful, and we as citizens need to put pressure on our register of voters and our county supervisors to get what we learned today implemented throughout this state. Again, I'm John McBride, running for Congress in CD9 right here in San Joaquin County.
Thank you. Tammy Nobriga.
Tammy Nobriga, State Assembly District 9. I was not on the tour this morning. However, I do know my understanding of the port is certainly not being utilized like it should be. And that I believe that the city of Stockton and San Joaquin County would be a lot better off if we did so. As far as election integrity, that's something that is obviously near and dear to every single one of us. I'm so glad to see that we have the voter ID on the ballot, and I'm really hoping that we just get as many people out as possible to vote. Let's get this ID ballot issue passed, and let's take back California. Tammy Nobriga, State Assembly, District 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. E.B. Lynch.
Well, what I always say is that without integrity, we have nothing. Our freedoms are free because people of integrity did the hard work.
Bring it.
So it's time for us to get back in there, people of integrity, and do the hard work. Amen. Because if we don't, it doesn't matter how many people vote, our votes will still be stolen. So let's put pressure on those in charge of making sure that doesn't happen.
Come on.
And I will be right there with you. Let's do it, California, and let's do it today. I'm E.B. Lynch, fighting to be your California Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, E.B. Mauro.
Mauro Orozco for governor, and learning from everybody here as far as integrity goes, I want to make it an issue where our leaders that are right now be held accountable, starting with Gavin Newsom. That's been my goal and what I'm running on. If he's not held accountable, if I'm elected as a leader, I will hold myself accountable for myself, and I will remove myself from office, because I feel too much has gone for too long as far as people are caught with their hands in the cookie jar and they're not held accountable. Right. We never see anybody go to jail. Right. And, everybody goes, you get convictions, you go to, court,
3 years for us to get him convicted here. Get him to jail.
Where's our government working there? Yeah. I think integrity needs to be held up, and people in government need to be held accountable and pay the price if they've done anything that's something less than done with integrity. And Mauro Orozco for Governor of California.
And Mauro, let's come back to you real quick. Would you be clear on what impressed you most with the additional election feature today and that aspect of election integrity?
Well, it didn't impress me as much because I think that that the system can be outdated, and AI can eventually, it's growing every day. So AI can take over it. It can be hacked. I know that because my brother works firewalls.
I love it. So you're going to have a great conversation with Scott Shields afterwards, and with Clint Curtis, because Clint is high-level tech, so he'll be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, and it's an issue. I just think it's a Band-Aid.
I get it. Thank you. Louis Herms.
Well, the AI is a simple solve. We go to hand count ballots.
Paper.
What did you say? Would you say that again?
Paper, hand count, same day ballots, voter ID. Come on. It's not rocket science to do this. And you know what? I'm going to scold everybody here. Doug has already been involved with this. We need to stop saying election integrity. There is no integrity. Right. It has to go election reform. Boom. Is what we're looking for.
Well said.
Massive election reform. I'm on a 58 county tour right now, interviewing every single RV that's willing to see me, right, and asking questions and looking at their transparency. They think they're doing the right job, many of them. Funny, you would think that they're all scandalous.
But they don't know.
They don't know what they don't know. But I'm very clear of the way the elections are stolen, and it's so many different facets that we have to deal with. But we can do this. But what impressed me today the most wasn't just the information, but what impressed me is I've been screaming this at the top of my lungs for a long time, and thank you, Doug and Clint and Kim, for doing this, is you are now putting it in the hands of the people.
Boom.
You said, we the people need to step up because we are going to make the difference.
Right.
Nobody's coming on a white horse or a white Pegasus to save our day. It's up to us. But I can tell you, because we've done this, if it's 1 out of 1,000 people step up, I've done the math on this, and pressure your ROVs, your school boards, your county supervisors, we win every single time. But we have to be unified on message.
Well said.
Louis, before you give up the mic, you did a letter to D.C. Tell us about that real quick. I'm little moderator for the chair.
Which letter? The one to Trump or the one to the
Trump.
ROVs?
The Trump.
Okay.
Because you already talked about the ROVs you've been meeting with.
Right. So I put together a plan, a multi-bullet point plan of exactly what Trump could do in regards to writing an executive order for emergency repair of our elections. The reality, though, is I also know that he's emasculated when it comes to the state.
Right.
But what happens is it sets precedents, especially because this election is a federal election. So he does have some jurisdiction here. So far, there's Peter Tickton said he just absolutely loved it. He thought it was fantastic.
Yes, he did.
And 3 points out of the letter have already been tweeted out. I don't know if I was the influence on that. I know there's a lot smarter people in the room than me when it comes to this, and I always defer to them. Smart people like Daniel and some other people signed on to that, and Scott did. But we can do this. But it's we have to do this, nobody else.
Yeah, well said, well said. Daniel Mercury.
Daniel Mercury, running for governor. So one of the things that I really liked about today was not just taking the tour around the Delta, and of course, getting even further in-depth information about, a lot of the things that go on and deal with the port, but also the economy here. And, you can feel the stronghold and the strangulation that's going on here in this area. But also, too, when it comes to our election reform that we definitely need, not integrity, because we don't have that. And one of the most important things that I was hearing also from Clint Curtis, which is something that I've been screaming about, is participation when it comes to your voter registry, in the sense that we don't have enough poll watchers. Right, voter poll watchers was actually expressed today. More eyes on who's handling the ballots. Yeah. More eyes are getting involved with your ROV as to chain of custody. Right, who's handling it? Who's bringing them in? Where are they going into? The boxes. Are you putting them in a secret box where nobody can see, or is it transparent where you can see through it? You here in this county, in every county across, you have the responsibility to go and participate and make sure that you put their feet to the fire, letting them know that you're watching. You also have the ability to, with your county clerk registrar's office, some of them are appointed and others are elected. Which one is yours? So there's a number of things that you can do in participating and making sure that you have that responsibility, you're taking it on, and you're not just saying, well, I voted. That's not enough. You like a candidate, but then you try to vote and you say, well, I did what I could. No, did you participate? If you didn't participate, you're part of the problem. I know you don't want to hear that. But I don't want to hear that, but it's true. I was one of those individuals. And I now have on my website a little bit of history about voter integrity, about whether or not you can and how you can get involved. And lastly, one of the things too is publicly, a lot of people don't know, is that the registry at the local's office is required to put down what their protocols are when somebody says my vote was stolen from me. Where is that listed? If it's not listed, they can make it up as they go. So get on it and be involved.
Daniel, very good. Daniel, will you come here for a second?
Yeah.
I'm going to hand you something. Without looking at these, can I trust you to walk these over to Dr. Frank?
I can. I don't know, but I'll try.
My pants are split, so I'm trying to protect how much I move.
You can trust Daniel. He's the one who actually taught me how the party raises money. And later we need to ask him about that. That's
say that again, Doug.
We know we can trust him because he turned down the money. Candidates, I think that's a good question because it has to do with elections. But maybe not right now because we want to give everybody a chance on this first.
Yes.
But I want to come back to that. That's a big question.
Chris Bish.
All right, I'm Christine Bish. What did I learn today? Learned that the Port of Stockton is actually in navigable waters. So that falls right under being a federal candidate. And what I can do from my district up in Northern California to help Stockton, San Joaquin, help revitalize our economy in all of Northern California. The other thing that we learned, well, I actually kind of knew it, was that we have no system for counting on how many ballots are mailed out and how many ballots come out. A simple receipt. Just like when you order something at a diner, there's a receipt number. We can make a big difference in California and across the country simply just by having a digit. And then you get a receipt when you vote, whether you mail it in or not. That's something we can do to change, because if 500,000 ballots went out in a district, no more than 500,000 should come back. My name's Christine Bish. I'm running for Congress in California's 3rd Congressional District.
Thank you, Christine. And Scott Shields.
Hi, my name's Scott Shields. I'm probably the only Democrat here tonight. Yesterday I was. I'm a Blue Dog Democrat. I'm a JFK Jr. Democrat, and I'm an America First Democrat. So I don't want to take any votes from independents or here voting for people or other Republicans. However, if you have Democrats that you know, you can now tell them that there's somebody besides the atheist Marxist left that's running for governor. And I'm actually doing a lot better than people think underneath the current. The press will not cover me. But we have ways to get things out, and we're working very hard at it. And I want to thank Kim. Kim invited me to the first debate, and that's where I met Dr. Frank and Clint. And I've been with them ever since because they're brilliant. You saw his history. In high school, he had 4 scholarship opportunities. So when I introduce him, I tell people to watch him. Do you want to meet somebody that had 4 scholarship opportunities? 1 in physics, 1 in music, 1 in what? What's the other one?
Be a large animal vet at UC Davis.
UC Davis?
I grew up on an Angus ranch. Smartest guy I knew was the vet.
Okay, that's one reason I'm a JFK. I had the privilege of meeting JFK and having private dinner with him for two hours. Don't agree with him on everything, but he's got a great mind and a great heart. He's got a great mind and a great heart, and he's putting solutions toward a stopgap. I'm in AI too. I have 2 companies. Okay, AI's coming. It's an issue.
Serious issue.
But in the meantime, there's a stopgap here, and they've got it. And the other reason is if anybody has the press, anybody, Sam Joaquin, you got friends, put the word out on your Facebooks. Watch this show. She's got it on all the time now, right?
TakeYourPowerBackShow.com.
Let the people know. Let Democrats make their own mind up. There's many Democrats that aren't atheist, Marxist, leftist. There's lots of liberals out there that want free and fair elections too, but they're held hostage by the mob, the leaders of the mob, right? And so I'm fighting them. I'm fighting them big time, and I'm winning. Okay, under the current, I'm winning. I was a Trumper in 2015. That's even before he was even being elected. I was in Iowa setting up the stage for him as one person with another top person. But so.
Ding, 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 ding. Bell in the background. Over 2 minutes.
Go.
Kip.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kip. Every 2 minutes. Thank you. So good. Good job, Scott.
Good stuff. Greta
Solorzano.
I am with Scott. The press doesn't want to cover me either, so we are both in trouble. The press is not giving me any time. My name is Greta Solorzano. I'm running for governor of California, and this weekend has been amazing. Yesterday, we talked about healthy America. We talk about our freedoms and our rights to make choices. Today, we took a little tour to the Delta, and it is interesting to see how our infrastructure is being underutilized.
Wow.
Think of all the jobs. Think of all the revenues that we can bring to this place if we actually opened up that port. But that's something else. And the third item that we covered this weekend, of course, is the election integrity. And to that, I'm going to say that it is time to put technology aside. It is time to return trust to America. So I will, as much as I am into technology, I will vote for technology, putting it behind, and go back to showing up and actually voting in person and making sure that a ballot is counted. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. Thank you. And Greta, I'm actually going to have you walk that mic all the way down to the end. We had a lot of mics, but I think we've done a lot of talking. So we're learning what it means to share. Look at these governor candidates. Are they amazing? Yes. All right. So Doug, I'm going to pass it back to you. That was our first round. Can we please acknowledge our candidates? Well done. Well done, candidates. Well done. All right, Doug, let's actually have you ask that next question.
Sure.
Peter Tickton, we had a great conversation with him the other day.
Yes. I got one question. It's a quick answer. Somebody said, which state has the cleanest, fairest elections?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's Wyoming. And because if you miss an election there, you're automatically taken off the rolls.
Wow.
You miss one.
Wow.
And what happens is if you want to vote, you can. It's just you have to bring your ID and you have to prove residency and prove of citizenship. And so that's how they keep their rolls clean. And that would be a great. But anyway, that was a question somebody turned in. So I felt like that was my question, I think.
So good.
Okay. So we had Kim and I were on a call the other night. I think, Scott, you were on it too. Peter Tickton was on the call. And
Clint Curtis was with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no, actually, Greg, where's Greg? Greg Langworthy. And what about Kevin O'Neill? Is Kevin here? Yeah. Kevin, you were on that call as well. The Riverside teams.
Right.
Come on, Doug.
And he said what I already know and which has been proven brilliantly, well, clearly in San Joaquin, the DOJ has zero interest in prosecuting election fraud. The DOJ has zero interest. Everybody, and that's what he said, okay? And I know this is true because I deal with this. Everybody thinks because with Trump's up there that the swamp just went away somehow. It's still vibrant and healthy. So anyway, there's zero interest in that. And, you know, and the beautiful example here in San Joaquin is it took 3 years to put a convicted election fraud person in jail. 3 years. We caught him with 70 ballots on his kitchen table. Come on. How hard is that? A city councilman. Okay. He was finally sentenced. Now, this is a tough question, guys, and I just want to know where Kim and I are asking you guys. What's going to be your strategy during this election? You know there's going to be cheating. It's a jungle primary. There are all these different issues. So how are you going to address this when you talk to your constituents and you talk to your voters about election integrity? And how are you going to, how do you expect to get elected? What's your strategy in that category? Because you're up against fraud. You're up against the media that doesn't give you any time, Greta. You have obstacles in your election. And the DOJ is not going to fix I shouldn't say fix. They are going to fix them. It's institutional fraud, not just. But they're not going to repair our elections in time. How are you going to address this? So, how about that? Let's just start with you. Yeah. What's your strategy?
Brandon Owens.
So I think from today, I learned specifically that I'm going to go ahead and push everybody to vote for
That's
the
good.
primary, and then I'm going to tell them that they need to hand deliver their ballot specifically to a person so they can inspect it and then go ahead and process that ballot. I think the key is that we don't want to put it in that drop box. We want to hand deliver it to a person. We want to hand deliver it to a person, not put it in the box, and then we want to make sure that it's inspected and then it's processed properly. So those are the number two things that I think that we should do right away. As far as the DOJ, that doesn't surprise me. As a prior law enforcement officer, I've seen them destroy codes that we've charged people with, and they just turn them into whatever they want to call it. If you want to call it killing wildlife, they'll turn it into petty theft. So that's common in DOJ. It's common in any district attorney's office. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Okay, everybody, if you could do me a favor when you grab those microphones, don't grab them at the very bottom. That's the antenna. That's why it drops out on you.
Thanks, Kip. That's good. That's good. And John McBride. Thank you, Brendan.
John McBride, again, California's 9th Congressional District. And basically what Brandon just said, you need to take your ballot in person. You need to bring your mail-in ballot with you.
Yeah. Boom.
Okay, you need to take it with you. Now, last election, I refused to turn it over. I said if I left it home and threw it in the trash, you wouldn't have it. I didn't give it to them, but I kept it as my receipt. So, take your ballot with you, vote in person.
Clarify, you kept your envelope?
I kept the whole thing. I never even opened it. I filled out another ballot right there.
Got it.
And kept my envelope, never opened. So if they said I hadn't voted, hey, here's my mail-in ballot. It's right here, not even opened.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing with that is you do need to get as many people as you know out to vote.
Of course.
That is our only real chance outside of fixing the election. In essence, you need to get people out to vote. And we're too complacent in our voting rights. John McBride, running for Congress in CD9.
Thank you, John. Tammy Nabriga.
And of course, that's exactly what we need to do. Ideally, what we want is same day paper ballots and count them that day and the vote's over, just like Paris does. But that's not the way it is right now, right? So what I do is the same thing as John McBride, and I tell everybody, bring in your mail-in ballot, because even though we don't ask for them, they're still gonna send them. So you bring them with you, and then you show them that you haven't voted, and you get a new one. And that's exactly what I do, and I tell everybody I know to do that. Also, if you're one person voting, tell 10 people, get out there and vote. A lot of people don't even consider the fact that it's just a primary. That's what they think. They don't consider that this right here, this election could take our best president out of, probably out of office, but what all he's going to do, if we don't get out there and make our votes heard, we'll lose President Trump. Tammy Nobriga, Assembly District 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. E.B. Lynch.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is E.B. Lynch, and like I always say, I'm here to fight for you as your California Lieutenant Governor. Well, I'm going to do what I've been saying for years. I'm going to tell people to get off their lazy butts and get out there and do something, right? That includes me.
Come on.
Now, I'm going to tell you, before I used to think, oh, well, I'm busy, I'm serving my country, I'm doing my part. That's enough, right? Because we voted in the right people. Well, like they said, we've heard the right people, there's just one or two people, especially here in California, but especially at the federal level. We need to drain the swamp. That means we need to get rid of the people who are there, that have been there forever and have done nothing. We need new blood. We need people of integrity. Right. And they're not going to get there by themselves. When you go vote, vote with a friend. Hey, call up a person, make a date. We have date night. Say, we're going to go together and vote in person. Have a group, make a girls' night, but do it. Again, I'm E.B. Lynch. I'm here to fight for you, so let's fight together. I'm going to be your California Lieutenant Governor.
Well done, E.B. Well done. Mauro.
Mauro Orozco for Governor of California. So basically, just to piggyback up of what everybody said, everybody knows they got to tell somebody.
Right up to your mouth. Bring the mic to your mouth.
Hold it by your mouth.
Basically, piggyback off of what everybody said over here is you got to tell people, got to go out there and vote. Myself, that's what I told, because the majority of the people that I was asking for signatures were in the Latino community, and it's sad to say, but a lot of them are not registered to vote and are sometimes even too lazy to vote and take for granted that if they're legal here in our country, they take that for granted as far as voting. And I try to press that as much as possible. Go out there, register to vote, but not only register to vote, show up. And that's the one thing you got to do. I mean, if you're an American and you're proud, like I am, you got to go out there, show up, and vote. Mauro Orozco for governor. Thank you.
Well done, Mauro. Thank you. Louis Herms.
So elections are won and lost in the primary, not in the general.
That's correct.
100%. And what that means is, let's just pretend that there's a cabal out there of some sort. They put all their money, time, and effort behind a Republican in name only, and they force that person through the primary because they already know they have the Democrat compromised. Therefore, in the general, they won already. So what my goal is to educate everybody else to see how important the primary is. I actually think we should have more people show up on a primary than the general, because it is much more important, because that is where it's stolen. California on 2022, we had 30% show up. 30%. That's ridiculous. So we have to get 60, 70%, because you know what it'll also do? It'll make it a lot harder to cheat, because they have no expectation that there's going to be a large turnout in the primary. Louis Herms for governor.
Thank you, Louis. Daniel Mercury.
So I have been driving all over the state of California. Next month, some of you already know, and I've said this to a few of you, this is my 7-year mark. So June will be my 7-year mark that I've campaigned for Congress in 19, the recall in 2021, and then I jumped right into 2022, set up for the 4-year journey for this 2026. So that's 7 years. So I've been doing everything I can to get people to be encouraged and to go and to actually debate with your neighbors and to engage in discourse and to reinvigorate those who have become disenfranchised, because I get it. A lot of us, including people I know and myself at one time, have been disenfranchised. And now I realize exactly what Louis Herms said. The prime is way more important than the general. If you don't get the prime right, it doesn't matter what the general is. You're going to have 2 bad apples whether you like it or not. Right. And I always ask one of the main questions too. I always ask people, irrelevant of your party, you got to ask yourself, and I said this before, is it more important to vote for a compromised Republican over a Democrat? It's a trick question. Neither. So stop subjecting yourself to the rhetoric and stop subjecting yourself to the naysaying. Vote your conscience, and we'll actually also put real people in who actually give a damn.
Thank you, Danielle. Christine Bish.
Hi, everybody. Christine Bish, candidate for Congress in California's 3rd Congressional District. I want to talk to you about something that's exciting and positive about this election, and it had to do with my last election. You see, in my district, the last one I ran in, there were roughly 118,000 registered Republicans. My final vote count was 121,664.
Well,
so not only did I max out the Republican voter registration, but I brought in other people. And how do we do that? We don't do them by telling them that the elections are stolen, that your vote doesn't count. It's talking to as many people as possible and getting the media coverage to get them to cover you. Now, sometimes it's going after Adam Schiff. But with that, it's talking to voters saying, I want to earn your vote. Your vote matters. It matters to me. Can I please earn your vote? And it's that question. It's that positive thing. So as we do this, make sure we keep it positive. And if you're in my area, vote Christine Bish for Congress. I'd like to earn your vote.
Thank you, Christine. Scott Shields.
I agree with keeping it positive, but I'll tell you where the problem is with the Democratic Party because I'm a Democrat. It's called social justice, seeing every legislative choice, every law created through the lens of social justice. So as an activist, or if someone of advocacy, I'm in human rights, I stand up against organ harvesting. I know Lewis stands up against the child stuff. There's lots of advocacy people here. I'm one of them on human rights on organ harvesting, and we expose that. At the top, when you are a Secretary of State and you bring social justice in your legislative mindset, you do not collaborate with anybody else. I know this for a fact. I don't want to throw her under the bus. He wanted me to. Maybe I will right now. But but I know a little bit about this. And it's got to change in the Democratic Party. So any Democrats that are legislators, get rid of your social justice activism with a professional title where you're supposed to be working with everybody in the state, regardless of party, regardless of religion, regardless of your ideology.
Wow, you got music on that one, Scott. Greta Solorzano.
Okay, so this is Greta. No kidding. This is Greta Solorzano running for governor. I think there is two different things that I am personally doing. The very first one is I actually sent a text to Kim the other day, and I said, Kim, during weekdays, I go to Walmart, I stand outside Walmart, and I actually ask people, are you registered to vote? And by the way, I am running for governor of California, and here is my thing. So whoever is not registered to vote, I show them how to register. So that's one thing that we can all do.
Good job.
On Sundays, if you go to church, I stand outside the church, I greet everybody, and I introduce myself, and I say I'm running for governor. So that's one thing that we can all do to make sure that people get out there. But the third thing that we need to do is on election day, maybe it would be a good idea to actually go and observe the election. Be there. Be there.
Excellent, Greta. Excellent. You're going to hold that mic, Greta. So good.
Oh, thank you.
Minnie, I'm going to have you run and grab a mic. We're going to do an audience question over with Greg Langworthy to the back of the room and Kevin O'Neill. Okay? So, guys, we're going to stay on the same topic. I'm going to have these guys. I just want to introduce you first. Okay? And the question I'm going to ask the candidates is, what are you going to do about what are we going to do about the corruption that took place in Riverside? Over 45,000 more additional ballots than people. Now, that team of Greg Langworthy, Greg, would you please stand? And Kevin O'Neill at the back of the room. They were part of that core team in Riverside. They and a team of citizens brought that information to Sheriff Chad Bianca, who is the sheriff in that county. And he did what a sheriff should do. So I've got to acknowledge him for that. And let's acknowledge Chad. Yeah. It's good. He listened to the people and he said, okay, you have everything here that could be a fraud case. So I want you guys just to take a second to talk about that before the candidates answer a question as to what they can do. Kip, did you have a question back there?
How long does each one get?
Oh, I like that question. So we're actually not going to time these guys. We're going to give them just a couple of minutes to speak. And then what I'll do is I'm going to move this into a 1 minute. A 1 minute. So, gentlemen, the first one up is Greg Langworthy. And just to go back to that for a second, Greg, let's get that mic beautiful. Did you hear what happened with Rob Bonta, the AG?
No.
So if you all go back and listen to Sheriff Chad Bianco's press release, what you're going to see in that press release is that Rob Bonta asked him to wait to move forward. Now, until after May 6th?
After the primary.
Well, June's the primary.
Okay.
But isn't there a certain amount of time that you can actually do something with the ballots? March 6th, thank you. Off to you. Give her that microphone for a second, and then we're going to go. Don't worry, Greg, we're coming right back to you.
Okay, to the best of my memory, is that March 6th is when candidates, if you are going to be unopposed in an election, that March 6th would be for new candidates to turn in their papers. And so he would know after March 6th if he had to run for AG again opposed. So.
Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you. And that's important information. So
He didn't want to create an opponent candidate.
Explain that.
Well, if Bianca announced that he had all this potential fraud, everybody's going to look at the AG and say, how come you're not prosecuting it? And if he says, well, I'm not going to do it, then there'll be somebody who will rise up and say, well, I'm going to be the AG then. So it's like it creates a grassroots reaction. It creates people that want to, a lot of these people are here because they're aware of corruption and it makes them want to get involved. So if you wait till after you can get a new candidate to bring the issue to the forefront, you prevent kicking the bushes and bringing out candidates against you.
Wow, very interesting. There's been a halt as of now on moving forward. And Greg, why don't you tell us about that halt and give us some information?
Is this on? So what we did in Riverside County very briefly is we got the election ballot collection logs of all the ballots that were cast in the Prop 50 election. We added them all up, and I have to admit that the Riverside County ROV and registrar and the supervisors were cooperative with us. So we got all the ballot collection records of the ballots that were cast in the Prop 50 election. We added them up. About 611,000 ballots, good ballots, were cast in the Prop 50 election. But the registrar's official vote count was 657,000. So there were 45,000 more votes counted than they had voters who voted. There's no disagreement that there was a great discrepancy. The way the registrar explained that was that his election workers who counted those ballots got tired at the end of the day and they somehow missed 45,000 ballots. Okay, that's his current explanation. We don't think that is a legitimate explanation or a valid explanation. The sheriff agreed with us, and what he committed to do, and which he already did do, is he has all the boxes of the ballots, he sees them, in the Prop 50 election, and he was simply going to count the pieces of paper, just like we're talking about. He was going to count how many ballots were in those boxes. Was it 611,000 or was it 657,000? And here's what Chad said. If it's only 611,000 and the registrar counted 657,000, he says that opens up a much wider investigation, which means that it could be the voting machines. And if it is the voting machines, then that opens up a much wider investigation, not only in our county, but maybe across the state, wherever voting machines are used. And this is why what the sheriff is doing is very important. And he's doing what a sheriff should do. He's investigating. Do we know that it was the voting machines? No. Do we know if it was the election workers? No. But the only way you would know is if you count the ballots. And that's what the Attorney General of the state has stopped him from doing, and now the case is up at the California Supreme Court, and we are waiting for a ruling. What we're going to continue to advocate for in our county is something very simple. We have an auditor controller. His job is counting. We're going to ask our auditor controller, would you count the ballots for us? So our registrar will know, was this a problem with his own election workers, or was this a problem with the voting equipment that he's using? So that's where we are right now.
That's so good. So, Greg, and we're going to hold the questions right now, but we will. These are great. You probably have a great question there. So, right now, the court is holding back because of political lawsuits.
There are a couple lawsuits. UCLA has a group that sued. Rob Bonta has sued as well. I have a copy of the lawsuits. What is interesting is Bonta's not saying that the sheriff doesn't have a legitimate role in checking the integrity of the elections. He's just saying that he's not qualified to count the ballots, that the sheriff's deputies are not election workers, they don't know how to count the ballots. So that's why we're saying, well, if the sheriff's not able to count the ballots, maybe our auditor controller can do it because he's an auditor. He knows how to count. So we are making that argument now. So we will see. We'll see what happens.
Well said, well said. Okay, last question. So Clint Curtis is in the house right now. Clint Curtis, where are you? Clint? Okay, Clint, excellent. Oh, I like good picture. You look good. That's awesome. Okay, so Greg, Clint Curtis, we got to introduce you guys to Clint, or at least the teams that had come into our Monday meetings. You guys flew Clint out.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, so why don't you tell us about that real quick? And then I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to pull it over to our candidates. And then Kevin O'Neill, we're going to talk to you a little bit later today because you've got that cyber expert background, okay? But over to you. Clint, one of the things Clint said to me is, Kim, because this impacts the federal election, and for those of you who are wondering what this was about the Prop 50 election, the gerrymandering, right? Or the moving of districts. So, Greg, one of the things Clint said was that because it impacts the federal election, or because it impacts the federal election, you can apply to the courts for cert. Did I get that right, Clint? Yes, apply for cert. Have you considered that?
No, I'll need to talk to Clint about that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we brought Clint out, and he made a very persuasive argument that our registrar likely does not know the cause of this extra 45,000 ballots, and I agree.
Like I said.
Yep.
The clerks don't know, sorry.
Yep. So anyway, it was very valuable having Clint come out, explain this, and now we are asking a very simple question. How many pieces of paper are in the boxes? And the answer to that question, I think, is important to every citizen in California, because is that, I call it a big black calculator, is it calculating correctly? And if it's not calculating correctly, we can't use it.
Very good. Greg, thank you very much. We're going to talk to you a little bit more later.
Where are the ballots now?
They're in the possession of the sheriff.
That's important.
Yep,
That's
very
what
good.
happened in the Maricopa audit when they recounted them. When they had 1,575 boxes and they brought them out to do the recount, 1,500 of the 1,575 boxes, the seals were broken. So the recount was ruined from the beginning. There was no chain of custody. So it's important that we maintain chain of custody on those ballots. Yes.
That's why the additional election security feature is a game changer.
Yeah.
Okay, so good. Okay, so we're now going to pick it up again, 1 minute rounds. I'm going to ask the question again. Greta, we're going to go this way, down the road. So what are you going to do about the corruption in Riverside County, and what could be the corruption in every city and county in our golden state of California? Greta Solorzano.
As a governor of California, one of the things that will be my primary concern is to return trust. And as that, I will definitely support Sheriff Bianco to hold custody of those boxes until we have the controller, auditors. I think we have Mr. Morgan.
Herb Morgan.
Yes, Herb Morgan running for it. Somebody I trust until I have his auditors review and do the counting for us. Once we have the results, I will definitely work with the Secretary of State to remove the machines if it's granted. Now, I wouldn't be able as a governor to do that. I need to work with the Secretary of State to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And can we hold that for a second, Scott? Good, Greta. Thank you. Doug.
What?
Would a governor need to wait for the Secretary of State to get permission to stop the use of the machines?
So it would have to be some kind of emergency order because, for example, we have two good secretaries of states in the country right now. We have one in Missouri and we have one in Wyoming. And we got the one in Missouri elected in 2024. And he called me a few months later and he said, Doug, where's the people? We did this big movement to get me elected, but now all the people are gone. Nobody's putting pressure on the legislature. He says, I have to follow the law. I don't write the laws. The legislators write the laws. And so I can make policy, and you've noticed that Clint has been making clever policy using the existing laws, but you notice as soon as we started doing stuff, the legislature convened and passed more laws to make it harder. So the Secretary of State has limited power anyway. It's the legislature that actually has the power. So the governor, I think it's like President Trump can pass an executive emergency order. He could say, hey, we're going to make election day holiday this year, and I think he's planning on doing that. But he can't go in and say to California, you have to get rid of your mail-in voting. He can't intervene like that. He's limited by the Constitution. Thank you, Daniel. And he's also limited by the legislation that's in place. He can't break the law. So the governor can't break the law. That's the problem. So anyway, there is some discretion that the Secretary of State has.
Okay.
That was kind of a mealy-mouthed answer. But all of that goes back to why the local people should be filming their own election and watching every part of the process.
Yes.
And if you had that, you could answer this question. And the two ways this could happen that are brutally obvious is one, somebody brought out a suitcase full of ballots and ran them through. That's one way this could happen. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Another one is the machines could have inflated. So there are other. Those are just two obvious ways this could have happened. I agree. We should count them. The fact that they don't want to fix it tells you something. And somebody brought this up to me. It says Riverside County Board of Supervisors voted 4-1 not to fund lawsuits.
Wow. Is that true, Riverside? Hang on, let's bring the mic over to you. Doug, ask that question again, please.
So somebody brought this up to me and said, I think it was Ron, he said Riverside County Board of Supervisors voted 4-1 not to fund lawsuits.
Yes, that was at the most recent that you called in on. It was on the agenda, and Karen Spiegel voted to fund the Sheriff's Department legal expenses for these lawsuits that are being filed by the Attorney General and by this UCLA voters' right group, of which Clarissa Cervantes, who is running for office, is part of, against the sheriff investigating the civil rights of the voters in Riverside County.
So clarify, people are suing the county and suing the sheriff's department, and your county has said we're not going to fund it.
Yes, because we have someone who from the dais supported Prop 50.
Right.
And so he has put a lot of pressure on that, and he also did not go into either did not go into closed session or did not approve actually moving forward with funding the investigation.
So it's going to bankrupt the sheriff's department in Riverside County. Is that the point?
I don't know.
Or they don't have
I
the
think they just
resources
wanna-
to hire attorneys or whatever.
They choose not to.
Yeah.
It's the sheriff's department is funded
Yeah.
by the board of supervisors, even though it is a separate entity.
Right.
So it's one of those weird relationships.
So this is such an obvious situation, and I run into this all over the country. Okay, there's a miscount. All right, let's double check. How hard is that? Let's double check, and maybe there's nothing wrong. Maybe somebody, transposed two numbers. Who knows what happened?
Right.
Okay, but it's so easy to check, but they don't want you to check. That's the point.
Information went to the ROV, to the board of supervisors,
Yes.
who has to order the certification of the elections. The board of supervisors never gets enough information. They do not have an election audit trail.
Right.
To make a decision based on finding of fact, which they're required to. And then it's, the tyranny of the urgent. They have to pass it because it's supposed to be done.
Right.
And you're right about the laws being changed because there's another law in effect now.
Yeah.
Another few of them. But
Many of the
anyway,
states
I could go on about this.
Many of the states where we've
know.
done audits, the states have immediately passed laws. The legislatures in red states have passed laws saying that you can't do recounts without, amazing hurdles.
Or we bring up something like you're supposed to have something 29 days prior to an election.
Yeah.
So the Secretary of State sent
Guys, we're
out
going to
a
pause
notice.
for 1 second. I just want to make an announcement if we can stop and pray. There was this is an emergency live right now. Trump assassination attempt just happened in D.C. Okay, come here.
Who's dead?
Would you actually announce this for me, please?
Yeah, we just saw, Michael just saw breaking news. They had police running through the Hilton in Washington, D.C., and apparently there was this potential assassination attempt at the Correspondents' Dinner in D.C. What's that? Shots were fired.
Okay. All right, let's take a second. Yeah, so stay tuned. We'll keep you guys updated. But Father, we just come before you, God, in the name of Jesus. Oh, Father, in the name of Jesus, we bind up the enemy. We bind up that enemy and we throw him back to the pits of hell where he belongs. Father God, I pray for the protection of our president right now. I pray for the protection of your people, Father God. I pray you put a hovering of protection in Jesus' name. I pray you give them wisdom and discernment, Father God. And Father, I pray that the people would wake up, that the people would wake up, that the people would wake up and begin to take their power back. There's no one coming to save us, Father. You are our Savior. We love you. We praise you. We thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We're going to come back to that. I think, Doug, do we need to complete that?
I think we've done enough on the Riverside thing. I think people are aware of the
so
problem.
let's let our great job. Thank you.
But
and I'm
the
so glad you
candidates
guys
may
are
want to
here.
respond to it.
I'm going to re-present you to that question one more time. What candidates? What are you going to do about the corruption in Riverside and what could be the corruption in every city and county in California? Scott Shields.
I think as a governor candidate, you have to do something like I'm doing right now. I'm exposing the fact that the legislators, the governors, everybody that's elected is okay with fraud, and they shouldn't be. As Democrats, Republicans, independents, everybody should have integrity for the position, as Edie says, and do what's right. That's how we live in America. But you also have to realize what we're up against. Real quick, I've got 30 seconds. I wrote a book on this, volume 1. I've got 4 volumes coming out. The first one's a teaser. It's on the website. It's about the mind virus of atheist Marxism leads to the societal cancer of socialism and communism, and that's where we're at. This is a war against America's ideals. It started with the Ukraine-Russia situation. We're in the preface of World War III. That's why we're in Venezuela, and that's why we're in Iran. I'm only bringing up the macro issue here because you need a governor that can lead, just like you got the president that can lead. If I get shot, I get shot. I'm running as a Democrat, and I'm not their favorite person, okay? So tell your Democrats to vote for me if they're pro-American.
And Scott, what is the website where people can get that book?
You can get it. It's called Is Peace Attainable? It's at Amazon. It's also on the front page.
Peace Attainable?
Is Peace Attainable?
Is Peace
Peace Attainable? I've been in this business a long time. So, yeah, it is attainable, but you have to look at the root of the problem to get to the root of the solution. There's some candidates
And where
here.
can they find it again?
You can find it at Amazon, and you can find it on my website, shieldsforgovernor.com.
Thank you,
I've
Scott.
learned a lot from the people here. I want to thank everybody because they've been participating with me as Republicans and independents, and I came in as an outsider. I'm still an outsider, not here, hopefully not with people here. I think I've got some good friendships now. But at the same time, the tribalism has to go away, has to leave. And that's what we got to fight for.
Thank you,
Republican,
Scott.
independent. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Well said.
Sorry for this moment.
No, you're good. You're good. Christine Bish.
Okay, what am I going to do about this in Riverside County? It's called Bush v. Gore. And you have to have standing. So the only ones who have standing to fight this is going to be an incumbent who is running for federal office, running for Congress, or a candidate who was running for federal office when they decided to do that. That is the only way to move this forward. And you start at the local level. You have to have standing starting in Riverside County. And at that point, you appeal it up. This can go all the way to the Supreme Court if they do it right. Now, I can tell you, I talked to the California Republican Party. I talked to Mark Moyser, several of the attorneys that were working on the Prop 50, and I told them, you're doing it wrong. When they were trying to fight it, moving forward for the election, they had to challenge it as someone who would be injured. So for Riverside County, find out who those federal candidates are. Those are the people who are injured that can file this lawsuit. Christine Bish, candidate for Congress.
Thank you, Christine. Daniel, hold for 1 second, please. So shots were fired in a lobby, and they do have the shooter. And President Trump is safe.
Good. All right, good.
Okay. And Daniel Mercury.
Daniel, can you address something she said, and then you get your minute then? Don't start us on. Who has, doesn't the sheriff have standing?
Wait, doesn't the what? Say it again.
Chris was saying that we needed a citizen or a candidate in Riverside.
No, it had to be hold on. It had to be a federal candidate, someone who was already running for Congress. Now, to give you an example.
Sorry, Daniel, we'll get back to you.
We'll get back to you. So I want to answer the question. So I was running for office in California's 6th Congressional District.
Right.
I knew that there was a problem with Prop 50 and how they were doing it. And we had the California GOP with Charlie Munger money fighting it, but they were fighting the procedure. And the courts don't want to get mixed up in the procedure.
I know that's true.
And this is why the first thing out of my mouth was Bush v. Gore.
Right.
Because they started at the county level and they proved that they had standing. When we did this in 2020 with President Trump, they tried to go straight to the Supreme Court. They tried to go to state Supreme Court.
Yes.
He never established standing.
That's correct.
And that's Bush v. Gore, and we can't fight the process. They're not going to fight the process.
No.
But a candidate who was already running in Riverside County or an incumbent who was in Riverside County that was affected negatively by Prop 50 would have the ability to file in Riverside County because that individual, that person
was
has
harmed.
damages. They were harmed.
Yep.
And that's how we do this. Bush v. Gore. We don't have to recreate the wheel. We just got to follow what already worked.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. And thanks.
I asked
Christine.
Daniel because he's so good at the Constitution. Go ahead.
All right, Daniel, you're up.
Okay, so when you asked what can we do, when you look at the state constitution, the sheriff is the highest authority of the county.
Yes.
And according to the state constitution, as well as because of that oddity, they can't just be fired. And they report under the California state constitution to not only to the AG, but also to the governor's office, because the AG, the lieutenant governor, the SOS all report to the governor's office, which means the governor actually has the authority to isolate each of those departments. And under that authority, then the AG can be removed and suspended by the governor, and then the deputy AG could be put into his position if there's a conflict of interest, if the AG is telling a sheriff of the county that he cannot perform an investigation when that county sheriff is the highest authority of the county. And this has already been ruled by the late, great Justice Scalia, who's already ruled over the fact that a federal agent cannot tell a county sheriff that you cannot, if the county sheriff says you cannot operate in my county, then the federal agents do still have to comply because
Give him a couple extra because he's my question.
Because of their highest authority and because it's already been ruled in that way and because they can't just be removed, they have to be removed by the people, which is why they're that oddity and the safeguard to not only the state constitution, but the Constitution of the United States. So yes, the governor can do quite a bit when it comes to this particular instance. Whether or not Sheriff Bianco, who I've spoken to before, wants to press that envelope, my reasoning, the reason why he's not and he's going along with it is because Gavin Newsom, of course, is complacent and he does not want to go against who does the governor control. The governor controls the militia, the Air National Guard, the National Guard, and can reappoint a new adjutant general. This is why you get a lot of sheriffs who don't comply. Thank you.
Well Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. So do you guys see the expertise in these candidates? Do you understand how every single one of them brings value and we need them?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a reflection of you. Okay, I need you to get that. Every single one of you brings value. Okay, you have gifts and they've got to be utilized. And we're seeing out in front of us the gifts of these candidates. All right,
Let me echo
fantastic.
something that Christine said.
Yeah.
We do this around the country. We run candidates on purpose who we don't even think have a chance because then they have standing to challenge the elections afterwards. And we do that all over the place. And because candidates have rights that the normal citizens don't have because they have standing. They were harmed by the election. You can't just sue because the election's bad. You have to show that you were harmed by the election, which gives you standing to sue. So we do that all the time. We run candidates all over the place. It's a clever strategy. So good. Christine's right on target.
Yeah, legally, they're a real party in interest. Real party in interest legally.
Yep. Good.
Yes, so good. Louis Herms.
I'm going to need 2 minutes for this, but out of respect, I will defer a minute that I have later, and I'll erase that minute, okay?
Yes, agreed. That is agreed upon.
We love you, Louis.
So the first thing I would do is I would convene a sheriff's symposium so the sheriffs are directly educated on the way they're supposed to operate under the Constitution as it is written. That is extremely important, and they will understand why standing is so important. Now, it's not just that cases are put out under standing, because I'll give you an understanding. That's 40 years. And
a lot of nonsense, and we got to get together and terminate this stuff. And I say, start with Newsom. That's the guy.
Which county you live in?
LA County.
LA County.
Yes, sir.
You came all the way up for today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. Congratulations.
Maro.
Thank you.
Maro, that's wonderful. Wonderful. And actually, can we hold there for a second? So, Maro, let me ask you.
Sure.
So, I hadn't heard from you. I hadn't heard anything about you. You weren't on my list. And you, all of a sudden, I walked in our green room and you were there.
Yeah.
And you said, hey, I'm running for governor. And you said governors are on the list. And I was like, okay, who are you? What are you running for? You know, what party? All that.
Unfortunately, I learned about this meeting at 3 a.m. this morning watching Ramin's videos. And I heard that you guys were inviting.
Come on, Ramin!
As soon as I heard that, I was like, okay, let me try to get at least an hour or two sleep.
Thank you for coming.
And then I'm going to be up here. I got to show up. This is probably my only opportunity I'll get, to,
yes.
speak out
Boldness,
here.
baby. Come on.
I only got half an hour sleep, so.
That was me yesterday. I get it. They all experienced me yesterday with 2 hours sleep. No, I get it.
I made a joke in
That's the reason. So I didn't get any invites. So that was the only way I found out was this morning at 3 a.m.
I made a joke in my talk about in Cincinnati, everything happens 10 years later. Sorry. Everything happens 10 years later, so I want to live in Cincinnati when the world comes to an end. When I have to go into hospice, I want to move to LA because you have a 97% chance of survival after 6 months if you join hospice. Yes, go ahead.
That's amazing.
LA.
So good, Mara. Thank you. We're so happy to have you here. So good. Yeah, so good. And,
thanks for coming.
What does that tell you?
The video is being watched. That is awesome. Great job, guys.
Yeah. Come on, live streamers, and come on, all of our podcasters and media. We're talking the real digital warriors. Okay, you're up, Evie Lynch.
Well, my name is Evie Lynch, and I'm running to be your California Lieutenant Governor. So I just want to take a little bit of time and say thank you for this. Thank you, because there aren't too many spaces where we can actually truly have integrity in our elections. And that's what we have right now, because we have people of all backgrounds who come together and we're talking about the issues and not about each other. And we're getting the word out there, and we're putting the decision back in the hands of we, the people. So thank you for this platform. So as your Lieutenant Governor, one of the things that people don't understand, that the Lieutenant Governor undergirds the people's choice. And how do you do that? Well, if the people chose this person, you make sure that whatever it is that the people want, this person is doing. So I want to make sure that we have election integrity. So if we have a governor that doesn't have the integrity necessary, I'm there. I'm going to be knocking on his or her door and saying, hey, remember this vote? We need to do something about it. Hey, how about this? Can we get a coalition together that represents what they wanted? Hey, I know it's 2 a.m. in the morning, but this is going on. I want to make sure that everything that we voted for actually happens. That's my job as your Lieutenant Governor. Yes, I'll sit on commissions, but the most important thing is that I'm going to be your voice when the big voice isn't doing their job.
Before you sit down, Edie, why did you choose Lieutenant Governor instead of Governor or some other office? Why did you pick that office?
Don't ask me that question.
Oh, okay, I'm fine.
Anyway, so I was actually voluntold by my papa above.
Voluntold.
I have 24 years military experience. I worked in a level 4 prison. I retired from both jobs. And I said, oh, yes, thank you, because I've always been a servant. I love serving people. But as a single mom, and now my youngest baby is 17, I was tired. But God said, baby, I didn't give you all that so that you can sit on your laurels, because there's a lot of work to do, and the laborers are few.
But you picked Lieutenant Governor, not Governor.
Oh, don't ask me that question.
Oh, okay.
I would say that because I actually negotiated with my papa, because at the time he wanted me to run for governor, and I was like, no.
Yeah. Okay.
No, you're gonna get me shot.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But what I do great is I undergird.
Okay.
I undergird. And
that's a good reason. That's a good reason.
The Lieutenant Governor does that, and
You don't lead, you under.
Yes. Yeah. I make sure that the job gets done. That's what I did for 24 years. And that's what I'm going to continue to do.
Evie Lynch, thank you, Evie. And Tammy, hold right there just for a second. Don't worry, we're coming to you. We're going to take a moment to thank our sponsors who've made today possible. And this is going to allow our tech team to take a potty break. So tech team, take your potty break. And I'm going to thank our sponsors.
So
since we're being transparent here. All right, so our first sponsor that we're going to pull up right now is the Farmers United PAC. We're so grateful. If you were with us last night at the dinner, it was absolutely exceptional.
And they built the stage.
And they built this stage for us. Guys, this room was gutted. They prepared the stage. They have fed us. Everything, all the tablecloths that were made, all came from the Farmers Bureau. So we want to thank the Farmers Bureau, acknowledge the team here in San Joaquin. Thank you for all the work you guys have done. And thank you for having us here. So good. Our next sponsor we want to say a big thank you to, and she's had to head out, she was with us today, is Jennifer Hawks. Jennifer Hawks is running for treasurer. So you see her up there. She has her signature blue eyeliner. And I said, Jennifer, you know what? You're so East Coast. I said, listen, we all wore the blue eyeliner when we were in the East Coast. I'm from Boston. She says, yep, it's my signature. She's running for treasurer. She's been a great sponsor and helped us pay for this space. So we want to say thank you for Jennifer Hawks is running for treasurer. Thank you. And next up, who's with us here on stage, running for governor of the state of California, is Daniel Mercury. Daniel, I want to acknowledge you personally. Thank you so much. You are a constitutional master, and you have skin in the game. You said, you know what, I want to make sure, Kim, that you can pay for what needs to be paid for here. And I want my picture on the bus, all of it, and which is great because we want to get you out there. You deserve, just like every one of these candidates, to get out there, to be seen and to be heard. So I want to say thank you for sponsoring the Take Our California Back to a Better Future event. Summit!
Thank you,
Come on.
Daniel.
And next up is Biblical Voter. So this is Salt and Light Dran Reese. This is where you get your Biblical Voter Guide. You want to vote biblical values. You want to tap into real tools and resources to help you make powerful choices. Please go to biblicalvoter.com. The QR code is there as well. That's biblicalvoter.com. Biblical Voter, thank you for being a sponsor of the Take Our California Back to a Better Future Summit.
Dran Reese is awesome.
We love Dran. She's
Salt and Light.
sponsored our last two events, which is amazing. Next up is our warrior. It is Mike Wayman. Mike in the house. Mike Wayman. Guys, you've all been able to experience this amazing RV. Mike, I'll tell you, Mike and I have been on the phone and on Zooms a lot. And we've been able to work closely together to make sure that he could be here. And he's amazing. And last night, he basically donated 2 of his Costa Rica Airbnbs, their homes. He helped build them. He donated them for people to auction off for a 7-day stay. He's amazing. Please support him. Donations, you want to keep the wheels moving. Do you know how expensive running that RV with the gas prices? Governor candidates, we're going to talk about the gas prices. You know how expensive that is. So he's helping fund this movement, and your donations help us pay him as well. So you can, one, support there, and you can also support at takeourcaliforniaback.com. Every donation keeps election transparency and your voice heard and the voice of these candidates. And that's costforfreedom.us as well. And our next up is Dr. Sarah Liu. Dr. Sarah Liu. You met Dr. Sarah Liu last night if you were with us here. She's a fireball. She had a lot to say. She sent me like a whole resume for me to share about her. But Sarah Liu, all I can say is you're a fireball and you'd be great in your position. She's running for senator of this great state. Come on, Sarah Liu. And that's Dr. Sarah Sun Liu. Next up, Chula Vista Live Data, back of the house, helping run our AV, is my dear friend. Love him. We've had 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the mornings, over Zooms, over Meetin', and that is Chula Vista Live Data. He's running the back end of the Take Your Power Back show and helping support the back end of our live stream. So thank you, Robert. We love you. Chula Vista Live Data, giving the power back to the people. And by the way, FYI, do you know the police officers love him in Chula Vista? He's like local news on the ground. Pretty amazing. All right, next up, Parallel Media. The video that you saw today, I see Kip's back. Parallel Media, that Take Our California Back intro video. Free. Black. I've had beef at Mar-a-Lago. Some of you probably have as well. We've had beef at the highest level steakhouses, yes. It's the bomb diggity beef, and I love my ribeyes. I need every bit of that fat. It's awesome. Go check it out. Now, piggybacking off of Patriots Made, off of Freedom Steaks now is the Patriots Made. That's patriotsmade.com. Tap into switching stores, better, safer American-made products. Last but not least, I'd like to say thank you, Kim, for the Take Your Power Back show. Thank you, God, that I get to lead a Take Your Power Back show. And watch us at takeyourpowerbackshow.com. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We love you. Okay, that was a lot. Evie.
I just want to say on May 17th, I don't know if all of you know, but our wonderful president has declared that we will dedicate our nation back to one nation under God, May 17th. Now, we will be doing on the same day, May 17th, a dedication of California back to one nation, one state under God.
Where?
So if you want to know more, please go on to my website at www.ebilynch4california.com. That's www.eblynch4california.com. We have sponsor information on there, and we'll have some amazing speakers, and hopefully I can get Kim to come. To come on board. Yes, and Lewis is one of our speakers, and we have some more other political and religious and organizational speakers. So please go onto the website, www.eblynch4california.com. Thank you.
Thank you, EB. Sacramento at the Capitol. And keep this in mind, you have index cards still in your flower pot. Put your name and your phone number on them, because we are going to raffle this off to one of you. But what you have to do is you got to promise to go to takeyourpowerbackshow.com. I'm sorry, go back, takeourcaliforniaback.com. Go to takeourcaliforniaback.com later. Don't go now. And you want to get up, you want to be updated. Get on the update list. That's the email list, okay? That way we can update you on everything that's happening. So we're going to raffle this off, and we take donations there as well for you. So if you'd like to support the movement, take ourcaliforniaback.com, and we're going to raffle this off. Names on the index cards as we go. All right, with that being said, thank you. Now, Tammy Nobriga.
Okay.
You know what the question is?
Here we go. Back to the question. Which what? No, I'm kidding. Okay.
We're talking about corruption.
The way I see it is the sheriff, to me, the buck stops with him. And that's where it should. Just kind of like it happened here in San Joaquin County when we had, what's his name, Khan and...
Shakir Khan.
Yeah.
And Tammy, just to represent you, because you deserve that, what are you going to do about the corruption in Riverside and the corruption that's very likely in other counties?
That's what I'm saying, to me, it should stop with the sheriff, and that's it. And there should be nobody that can say, no, sorry, you're not going to prosecute that. So, I mean, if I need to introduce legislation that says, no, the buck stops with the sheriff, if there's cheating in that county, then we need to get it handled. And we don't need to have anybody interfering with that. That's the problem. There's way too much corruption that jumps in and says, going. I think we're going to just, make this thing go away. No, we need to make sure that the people that are in charge can actually do their jobs and prosecute, so we don't get this corruption anymore. And that's going to take all of us running for office and getting good people in there with integrity and strength and God in their hearts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy.
Tammy Nobriga, State Assembly, District 9.
John McBride.
John McBride, running for Congress in CD9. So fraud is rampant at every level of government in this country, not just in elections. When you have one party that lives by the adage, if you can't beat them, cheat them, and so many in the other party who bow to that, the problem is far bigger than just our elections. And to be quite honest, some of you may not like this answer, but the only thing it's going to take is revival in our land.
Boom.
That's what it's going to take. To overcome all the fraud in this country, it's going to take a spiritual revival where we turn back to God.
Amen.
So like EB was promoting the event on May 17th, the truth is that is what it's going to take for this nation to change. Otherwise, the darkness is just going to bury the light, and that's how it is. And so what can we do? Get as many people as you can to turn to revival.
Benjamin Franklin said.
Thank you. Well said. Well said.
Benjamin Franklin said, "Only a virtuous people is capable of freedom."
Come on, Brandon Owens.
Brandon Owen, State Assembly, District 9. So the first thing that I want to point out is prior to coming here 2 days ago, I didn't know any of these candidates. And this has been the most eye-opening experience about the fraud just directly associated with the media and hiding the potential of these people up here. So as an Assembly District 9 candidate, my first step is to work with the candidate that wins. And I want to come up with any solution that we can see from other states, maybe some innovation from other candidates up here. And we need to work together, because I will author legislation. I will fix this problem. I demand that we fix this problem, and I think everybody up here would agree with that. So it's going to start by working together on common ground, but we're going to have to look at other states, use some influence from these other states as leadership, because so many times California has been the leader of other states changing laws and legislation, but now it's time that we look at those states for advice and insight on how we can fix our problems, starting with Wyoming.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, thank you. We made it through that question, did we not? We certainly did. Well done. Can we give our candidates a round of applause? You guys are doing a great job. Okay, candidates, we're going to go into our next round.
Are you going to do the thing in here?
Are we going to do what?
With the guy in prison?
Hold on, we're not done. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to come to that.
Okay,
but
sorry.
before we do, does anyone need water who doesn't have water? Does anyone need water over here on the stage? Okay. Minnie, could I get water, please? Oh, no, we got it. They hooked me up. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. So what we're going to do right now is, Doug, I've got one more question that I think is going to set the stage before we bring in that question.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I think this is important. And candidates, here's my question for you. Why did you decide to enter the race?
Yes.
What specifically are you running for? And can you clearly explain what the main job duties and responsibilities would be if you are elected to this position? Brandon, you're going to go first.
So the number one reason that I decided to join the race was because I was actually getting my
2 minutes, Brandon. Forgive me.
Okay. My wife's tires rotated at America's Tire locally. And we found out how many miles she had driven in about 3 months, which was about 9,700 miles. Just going to work, back, family, baseball, all that stuff. Then I'm watching Facebook and I see the mileage tax initiative. 6 to 8 cents per mile. So you start running the math on that, about $850 a quarter. That's for one vehicle, one family, right? So I got pretty upset. I brought it up to my wife at home. We talked about it. She said I should run. I slept on it. I woke up and I drove to the county. That's it. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of being misrepresented by people. I'm sick and tired of 89 not showing up to go to work and vote. I'm sick and tired of not only him not voting, but when he does vote, he's voting 75% for liberal woke policy, especially degrading women with his policies. So I'm extremely opposed to that. That being said, I plan to author the No Hidden Agendas Act. I've also talked about some other items. But one thing I would like to address, because I haven't asked this question, is would mandating death certificate notifications to the registrar's office prevent any future death vote rolls?
I just got a no
I'm
from
asking
Clint.
you that right now.
I just got a head nod from Clint as a no.
That will
Doug,
not.
what do you say?
It would not prevent it unless you were in local control of your voter rolls. That's the whole point. Somebody else is in control. You can take them off today. Your local clerk can take them off, and guess what? 3 months from now, they pop right back up again.
So that being said, I actually spoke to a resident in Lodi, not too far from here, down the road. His sister voted 4 times after death.
Yep.
4 times.
We have lots of examples of that throughout California.
So that was one of the initiatives I wanted to bring attention to. Was I wanted to create legislation that would require anybody handling the death or the death certificate within 30 to 60 days notify their local registrar's office. But I think that would be a decent start to a problem that we all know exists.
Wouldn't hurt.
So
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much.
Good question.
John McBride. Hold it up top. Hold it up top.
Okay, so my campaign actually started in like 90 or 91. And When I was the strength and conditioning coach at the University of the Pacific, I met every Thursday morning with the football chaplain. And one Thursday morning he came in and said, John, last night God told me you're going to run for Congress someday and be a voice of truth in Congress. Hence, standing strong on my banner I took down, standing strong for truth and freedom. Now the freedom part of that comes this way. Every issue we face today, whether it's affordability, whether it's gas prices, whether it's our food, every issue comes down to our freedom. Boom. If you take away the food from the Central Valley, we lose our freedom to wherever we're getting our food overseas. If you can't afford to live in a house, you're going to be at the mercy of a landlord the rest of your life. If you can't pay the taxes on your house, you're at the mercy of your government for taking your house away. So you don't own it, you rent it from your government. And you can take every single issue comes down to your freedom. My ancestors, one of my ancestors was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. It was instilled in me, the concept of liberty and freedom. On my bedroom wall growing up was the Declaration of Independence, the preamble to the Constitution, and the Gettysburg Address. It was instilled in me to fight for freedom. I have so many ancestors that fought in the Revolutionary War. I know what it means. I grew up in Connecticut. My hometown was founded by my ancestors in 1670, founded Hartford in 1638. So my history goes way back in this country. So I am a legacy of fighting for freedom. So that's why I'm running today. John McBride, running for Congress in CD9.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Tammy Nobrega.
Okay, so I'm running for State Assembly District 9 because I was called by God Almighty. And this was after praying for many nights after seeing The Sound of Freedom. And I just kept praying, what can I do?
Sound of Freedom, the movie about child trafficking?
Yes. And it's something that just, it hit me to my core. And I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I thought, what can I do? I need to do something to save these children from bondage. And when I found out that there's more children in bondage today than there was when slavery was legal, I can't sit and just stay with that, okay? So I'm thinking, what do I do? He actually came to me. I'm a conservative Christian. I am very close with God Almighty, and I speak to him several times a day. But he's never spoke back to me before. And he did 3 times in 1 week. And I don't have very much time, but I'll tell you the third time he spoke to me was at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning. And he said, read 1 Samuel chapter 17. Now that chapter is about how David defeats Goliath. I went to church that day, and my pastor Paul was talking about when God speaks to you, you better answer, of course. It was my mom's birthday that day. I go up to my mom and dad's, and both my sisters are Christians, and I told them about my week. And they're like, what is your Goliath? And I said, the only thing I can think of right now is I've been praying every single night, how can I save these children from being trafficked? And that's when it was like right there. It was like in my face. Well, that's it. You have to make laws that protect our children. And the first law I will make is to put child traffickers in prison for life, no parole, period.
Yes. Well said. Well said.
I'm going to stand for our children first. They're our future. And we have to stop what's going on in their minds. And indoctrination is the number one thing. And they're just being groomed every single day in church. Thank you so much. Tammy Nobrega, State Assembly, District 9. God bless you all.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you. And Evie Lynch.
Evie Lynch, I'm here because I want to serve. I'm here because I was born to serve. Tammy, thank you for that. Like my other fellow leaders, I get my strength, my everything from my Papa above. I've had 24 years in the military, and I've been through a lot. As a single mom, I've seen a lot, I've done a lot, I've experienced a lot, and each and every single time, my Lord above, my Papa got me through.
And I was tired, like I said before, and I was seeing so much corruption in our state. I'm gonna share with you that at one time, after my last deployment, I had very bad PTSD. In that time, all I could do was lay in bed and pray because my body refused to listen to my mind. My mind was sharp. Now, mind you, I was one of those people in the military that when, the general said, hey, we needed to get this done, I said, yes, sir, it's done. I took all the credit because I'm like, I'm Superwoman, I got this, until I didn't. And I understood that God was setting me down for a reason. And in that time, I reconnected with him. He healed me of that PTSD. But what I got was that at any time, we can lose our freedoms. During that time, COVID happened. And when COVID happened, my whole family fell apart because I was my single mom. I was my kids' superhero. And they saw their superhero go down, so they went down. And I saw what God does in families. And when you stop believing in God, which our country has done, you lose everything. You lose your superpower. So I'm saying that I'm here because I want to revitalize the country. I want to revitalize California that I grew up in and I love. I want us to go back to what made us great. I want to instill the godly principles. I want to instill the godly belief that we need to have so that all the problems that we're saying that we want to change will change when we bring God back into it and put him in his rightful place. Remember, May 17th, we're going to rededicate our nation back to one nation under God. So please join me.
Thank you.
E.B. Lynch, your California Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, E.B. So good. Maro.
So what got me started to start my campaign is a personal one. I'm a truck driver by trade. Own my own business, and I work out of the ports, LA and Long Beach ports. So I know what it is to bring food, export, import. I know what it takes, and with all the issues that we're having with diesel and permits that we have overreach from government. That's why I saw, like Brandon over here to my left, he said he's fed up, he's sick and tired. I'm sick and tired too, because it's affecting my business personally, and hundreds of other truckers like myself that own their own business, they're affected. I talk to these guys a lot because I've never seen anybody in the transportation business try to stand up for truck drivers, and it hits me, and it hits my bottom pocket, my bottom line. So as you can tell, I'm not good at speaking in public, so this is my first time. But
You're doing great. It
hits me.
You're doing great.
And it hits me and affects me. And I told truck drivers when I did my TikToks and all my little social media posts that I did, that I'm trying to fight for them. They don't believe it, but I'm here. And I'm doing it because also another thing, I want California to be independent, oil-free, 100%. We pay too much for gas, too much for oil. It's ridiculous. Paying $8 for diesel, it's ridiculous. I paid it, the last load that I did 2 weeks ago when I ran to Hesperia from the port, I broke out even. I told my broker, I said, hey, boss, I can't do it. I said, I'm not breaking even just to, waste my whole day. But there's times, that's where the tough decisions come. With a lot of the guys, a lot of owner operators, they're out there. They're like, "Hey, we got to make ends meet. We got to do something." So I try to tell the guys, you got to stick together. But it's so hard when you got a family, you got bills, everything for truck drivers. We got to pay everything out of our own pocket. And there's a lot more. This is me. Transportation. That's me.
That's great.
I've been doing it for 28 years. 28 years.
Thank you, Maro. Thank you. Louis, I have a question for you before you hop up. So, would you like to take your 1 minute now?
No, I've planned on it.
That's up to the candidates.
I plan on giving my 1 minute back right now, so it's perfect timing.
Okay.
I'll rush through this.
I just wanted to put that out there and hold you. Yep.
All right. We got to do this in 1 minute. So
It says Screw Big Up here. There's a reason. That's actually my platform where I started about 6 years ago, and all this is a calling from God, like these wonderful candidates here.
Screw Big Gov.
Screw Big Gov.
It says Screw Big Gov.
So during that time, I've been fighting child trafficking publicly. I've been going after election fraud, the medical mafia, and the establishment that's holding everybody down for a long time. So what that has netted me is it's netted me having my vehicle tampered with, trying to kill me, being poisoned 2 times, and being the #1 targeted person from the Southern Poverty Law Center. Wow. The SPLC has me as the #1 targeted person, and in California, I've been listed 3 times and nobody else has been listed more than twice. That tells you I'm probably doing something right. And it also means I'm fighting as hard as I can for you, and I will do the same thing as governor. Louis Herms for governor, hermsforkelly.com.
Well done. Well done. There you go. And Daniel Mercury.
I always get asked, exactly the question of what made you come up here. So a lot of people, before I started jumping into, running for Congress and governor, people would always ask me on the side, well, what are your qualifications? And I used to kind of laugh about that. So, and this became a habit of everywhere I go. I wrote about it in my book. By a show of hands, how many of you have read from front to back the California State Constitution? Raise your hand.
Wow. 1, 2,
pretty good.
3.
I see some shaky
4.
hands. You can't count my team members. They don't count because they know what I say.
Perfect.
So you're going to ask me my qualifications. What makes you think you can ask me my qualifications when you don't even know your state constitution? And so what makes you think you're qualified to even ask me these questions? You need to know your laws. And that was one of the driving forces that made me want to run for office, because raise your hand if you believe that we need new leaders in our office right now, in every office in the state of California. Put your hands down. See, here's my problem with that. I'm tired of people trying to be my leaders. I don't want to be your leader. I don't care to be your leader. I'm never going to be your leader. I plan to serve you.
Well said.
They're not your leaders. They're never supposed to be your leaders. They're supposed to be and do the one job you ask. What are you going to do if you become, in the position that you get in? It's in the United States Constitution. This more so the Declaration of Independence. That it says that governments are instituted among men to what? No. To secure the rights of the people. Right. So when you sit there and people say, let me ask you this one last question, raise your hand if you trust the media. Raise your hand.
No. Oh, God. No.
If you don't trust the media, then why do you trust the media to tell you the 8 candidates that you should vote for when there's 61 other candidates that are voting, and yet you're going to trust them to tell you who you should vote for? You should probably take those 8 candidates and throw them in the garbage and look at the other names that they failed to tell you who to vote for. And I'm one of them, Daniel Mercury for California governor.
Yeah. Well said. Well said, Daniel. Thank you. And Christine Bish.
This is a long story. It started out in 2019. I'm going to give you the abridged version. Why am I running for Congress? Because I got kidney cancer. It's that simple. I was sitting in front of a house waiting for a strange man that I didn't know. It was a vacant house, just like all realtors do. And when he didn't show up, I was playing on my cell phone and discovered a federal lawsuit where my water district was suing the old McClellan Air Force Base because the water was contaminated. This was near the middle to the end of March of 2019. And then on April 10th of 2019, just by accident, we happened to discover that I had malignant kidney cancer. And that the #1 cause of cancer by the contaminated water in my neighborhood was kidney cancer. I called the water district to find out what was going on. They told me that my community was serviced by 10 wells. 7 of them were closed because the contamination levels were so high. But the 3 remaining wells had acceptable levels of contamination. So what did I do? I called my representative. Said, what are you doing? Right? Left a message. What are you doing? Have you talked to the EPA? Have you been on the floor of the House of Representatives? Well, I never got an answer. I never even got a form letter. So as I was recovering from having a third of my right kidney removed, I'm laying in bed and Doris Matsui comes on TV and she's complaining about Donald Trump and how she's going to make sure for the rest of his term that he will get nothing through. Now, mind you, I was on some really good drugs. I was laying there and I said, you know what? You don't want that job. I want that job. Now, my mission has changed, it's evolved. In 2022, my oldest daughter passed away because of her fentanyl addiction. And I blame politicians who have allowed the border to stay porous. And that was Republicans and Democrats alike. Right. While they're fighting about immigration, they're fighting about whatever they're carrying on about, I know that the drugs were being trafficked across the border, the drugs that killed my daughter, the drugs that have killed everybody who took them. At that time, all these people that have died from the drug addiction, even from just trying it. There is no one in this room that can say you haven't been affected by the fentanyl crisis, because if it wasn't someone you love, it was someone you know, it was the neighbor down the street, it was their grandson, it was the kid that used to play football. We have all been touched by it. So where my mission to run for Congress has changed, it's evolved, the truth is, we need people who are willing to serve and stand up to the career politicians who are ruining our lives, costing our lives, stealing our loved ones, stealing our jobs, stealing our money, and I'm the fighter to do it. And that's why we're going to send a bitch to Congress.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Scott Shields.
Wow. Woo. You know, agree with everything Dan said, although I'm going to tell him, because I do run a couple companies and I advise for others. In the Human Resource Department, he would be characterized as a leader. I do agree with everything else you said, but you do need to have a leader leading other people. And what the leaders do is they sacrifice for others. Okay, that's what leaders do. Anybody play sports here? Raise your hand. Everybody back here. You'll know the difference between somebody that plays sports, grows up playing sports, and they want to achieve a result and have expectations, either make money, go to college, or whatever they're going to do. At the end of the day, when they win, they don't have a tear in their eye. You saw tears in my eyes today. Emotion from some of your stories. I'm winning. They're winning. You don't have to get the trophy to win. It's the journey, and it's the effort in the heart, and it's the effort in the mind at the end of the day, if you played sports, that you gave everything you can to achieve the result. That's where my tears come from. I started with organ harvesting as a human rights effort, and it put a lot of tears in my eyes. And I've been fighting it, I've been winning, and we're going to destroy it. The Chinese Communist Party is here. It does awful atrocities overseas. It does awful atrocities here by brainwashing our children, doing drugs to our children. And everybody that does business over there, whether you're in the farming community, whether you're in the tech business, or any business that doesn't want to face up to the fact that the Chinese Communist Party is at war with us, needs to wake up, because they are. And I'm fighting them, and I'm going to beat them. And they own the Democratic Party. And I'm a Democrat, and I'm going to take them out of there. If you're a socialist, you go to the Socialist Party. If you're a communist, you go to the Communist Party. If you're a Green Party, you go to the Green Party. And you get out of my Democratic Party, because we're going to take it over, and we're going to rebrand it the way we need to rebrand it.
Well done, Scott Shields. Well done.
Hey,
Doug,
Scott, what's the name of the movie that you made about organ harvesting?
Right here, Scott, go on the back.
It's actually, I didn't make it. My wife was executive producer.
Where is she? Wave,
she's
wave,
right
wave,
there.
wave. Stephanie, we love you! Woo! Stephanie Lee.
I watched
Stephanie
it
Lee.
online. It was a good watch.
You did watch it, yeah. It's called Finding Courage Movie.
Finding Courage.
Finding Courage Movie. It's a story about a family that we've got relocated to Dixon, the whole family, before we pushed it out. I got the grandmother. She's still alive at 93. You gotta beat her, Don. and Don, I met Don. That's another reason. But when I decided to run, it was the day Charlie Kirk got shot. Remember, Kim? She asked me that question when I interviewed her. That was the day I decided, okay, I'm running. The Democrats at the elite level, I'm watching them. They didn't have tears in their eyes. Are you kidding me? No empathy. Where does it come from? It comes from atheist Marxism indoctrination at the highest level. These are demon heads, folks. Right. Demon heads until they're not. My wife was in the You're going to go here. My wife was.
I asked you the question.
Yeah, my wife is indoctrinated in the Mao Youth Club. That's like the Nazi youth group. Okay? When you go to the website, you'll see her story. There's going to be a book coming out on her. Okay? If she can demarxify herself, everybody in America can too.
Yes.
Okay?
And Scott, you can watch. I did an interview with Scott and Stephanie on TakeYourPowerBackShow.com. Go there, watch the Rumble. It's powerful. And I want to connect a dot here because this dot may not. Go ahead. This dot may not be connected. So we've got fraudulent elections. We've got, and we're thinking it's the Democrat Party.
No.
Guys, no. What are we looking at, Doug?
I when people, as I travel the country, if I'm in California, say it's those bad Democrats. If I'm in Kentucky, they say, oh, it's those Republicans. If I'm in Florida, they say it's the Republicans. It's not a red-blue issue. It's whoever's in control staying in control. In Oregon, which is a blue state, they have 105% of their people registered. In Kentucky, which is a red state, they have 105% of their people registered. It's not about red and blue, it's about we the people, remembering that America is an experiment in self-government. For too many years, we've been letting other people teach our children. We've been letting other people run our government. We've been letting other people run our elections. Time for us to step up and be the government and be we the people again. And until we do that,
that's right. That's
done.
right. And it all ties to that Marxist, communist agenda.
Which is real.
Okay.
It's been decades, folks.
Yep.
When I bring up social justice, somebody asked me that yesterday. I need to bring this up because I've been really hitting the top Democrats with this and that social justice. Why can't you be for social justice? I say, well, what is social justice to you? Okay, you know the history of where social justice came from. You're pretty good at this stuff. Okay, social justice was before Marx. It was about humanitarianism through the Catholic Church, actually. It was the good part of the Catholic Church trying social justice to bring humanity to decision makers. It wasn't class warfare, Marxism. And then in 1840s, when Marx came in, he hijacked it. And they took the words social justice and put it in the economics. When you read my book, you'll see that atheist Marxism, and I've talked to theologians on this and history people before I published it, and I got a lot of great comments on it, and go ahead and do it. And that was that atheism is a religion. It is a belief system. It's a belief of a non-God. Since it's a religion, there's sects in it. We have Christianity, we have Mormons, we have Catholics, we have Protestants. The Islam has Shias, it has Sunnis. They destroyed all the Babs. They would have a lot if they weren't so. It's more of a constriction. Islam is a constriction right now. So, conscription. So going back to this, though, when you identify atheist Marxism as a denomination and a sect of atheism, I tell my atheist science people, because I've got a lot of them, I'm in tech, that they may not be atheists, and you can be atheist Marxists. You can be atheist atomists, they call it atheist scientists, but you don't believe in Marxism. You don't go to church, and you don't go to a temple the next day, a Jewish temple. You can't be a Catholic, and this is where in the Latin community, and I love you, I want to get your name, and thanks for driving up. I want to get to know you. You can't be a Catholic. I know a lot of them in my family, a lot of vows, okay? You can't be a Catholic and a Marxist. You can't be. It's two religions. You wouldn't do it. But when they put it in the philosophy department and the social science department, they can indoctrinate you away from your spirituality. And I believe for sure our body, from a doctor that I know, a very respected doctor who very close with Robert Kennedy, our bodies are made up of our anatomy, chemistry, energy, and our spirit.
Yep.
Well said, Scott.
It's called
Thanks,
ACEs.
Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you very much. Well said. Thank you. And last but not least, Greta Solorzano.
That's right. I am extremely passionate about this because what the guys just talk about it is that if we don't do it, if we don't take care of this country, it's going to be taken from under us. This is a great country. This is a great state. California is rich, not only on people, money, and actual resources. But California is becoming increasingly unaffordable to our kids. I have had the privilege to live the American dream. I certainly have. But I don't know if our kids are going to have the same privilege that we have had. Why? Because we are being run by corrupted, ineffective politicians. The worst part is that they are selling our country to foreign globalist governments. Right now, 70% of our crude oil is imported. That's a big part of our economy. Our refined oil is imported. Our fertilizer is imported. So what is the problem? We are dependent on foreign countries, ideologies. And if we do not own up and stand up, our kids will not have the same future that we have had the privilege to live. So why did I decide to run? Because I asked myself, why do we always have these corrupted people? Why do we have these incompetent people? So God has been very generous to me. It has given me a lot to be able to stand here in front of you after growing up in Managua, Nicaragua, and coming to the United States. I decided that I have the skill set to actually change things and change the course of what is going on in the United States and California.
Thank you. And your skill set is
I am running for governor of California. Yes, Greta Solorzano.
You're awesome. So nuclear scientist.
Yeah, she
and infrastructure specialist.
That's correct, and that's what we need to turn around.
And
we really do.
And as a scientist, I so appreciate. I watched her talk to the farm board here in a meeting, and she laid out all the percentages in the water and where we need the reservoirs. That's the kind of a true expertise. I really appreciate it. And there's a guy up in Washington, state of Washington. His name is Glenn Morgan. He's a conservative activist. I really like him. And I was just with him a couple weeks ago, and he said, and you hit on it, he said, a mountain of corruption survives in a sea of incompetence. And so the problem is we don't have competent people in these roles. So corruption survives. So we got to get competent people.
That's right.
The other thing I wanted to chime in on Chris Bish's comment. We have a lot of drug issues in our country, but as we pointed out in our first one last November, where we had the Take Our Power Back showdown. Laura Logan and I worked on one of the questions together, and it was a sad, aggressive question. But basically, it said, America spends more on raping children every day now than we do on illegal drugs. The child sex trafficking industry is now larger than the illegal drug industry in our country. So we are definitely depraved as a country, and that goes back to we really need a spiritual revival. We really need, if we don't revive spiritually, the rest is temporary.
Well said, Doug.
Yeah.
And a round of applause for this round, guys. Excellent job, candidates. Thank you for being authentic. Thank you for being transparent. You really led the way. You guys were amazing. Okay, now.
I wish they were our government.
I know. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Great cabinet, don't you think?
I wish they were our government. That would be amazing. Oh my gosh, that'd be amazing. Yes.
Don't count. Yeah, here.
Evie.
I just want to ask a quick question of all the governors. As governor, if you won the seat, and this is all the individuals who are running for governor, will you pledge to bring on the people who are here to work with you on your commissions? Because we've already seen that we have good people and they're needed.
Great people.
Yeah, so I would say that Take Our California Back panels.
Yeah, I'm going to be very authentic. I will lean in that direction, but because I work for We the People, I will evaluate each one separately in a meeting and an interview to make sure they do live up to exactly what they're talking about.
Good answer.
Right here.
I 100% agree with exactly what he said. You just have to evaluate people and
Hold that mic
get to know
close.
everybody individually and get to see them face to face. I think that's what you sometimes get to expose or get to see some people's truths. So I think face-to-face conversation, interview suits fine.
You should represent the truckers, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah. Daniel.
I'm going to agree with authenticity when it comes to, for me, if I'm to become governor and I would to grab anybody from this panel or other candidates, which I have talked to on the phone, online, one of the first things is that drives me. A lot of people make fun of me because I constantly talk about state codes and right down to, where it's at and where you can find in the state constitution. But it's because I want you to understand that it's important for every candidate to study and show themselves approved. And that's biblical. And that's one of the things that would be a criteria for me, for anybody being on my administration, is you need to understand your Declaration of Independence, the Magna Carta of 1215. You had to have read the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers. You have to understand your Constitution and your state constitution and invested authorities and the levels to which that they apply. If you don't know how that works, you're not going to be on my administration. I might like you, I might think you're a great person, but I'm not going to bring you on my team, especially too if you don't have faith. And when I say faith, raise your hand if you think anybody, if our country was founded on Christianity.
100%.
Okay, good. But a lot of people don't know why that is, and that's going to be one of the criteria for me. And I'll give everybody a cheat note, is when I read the Declaration of Independence, our forefathers were genius, and they talked about Jesus in their memoirs. But if you look at the Declaration of Independence, they were smart. And they mentioned God 4 times when they talked about that, we are endowed by the Creator, and that we are the laws of nature and nature's God, and that we need to pay attention to divine providence. And of course, most importantly, they spoke about at the end of their Regis of Grievances that they would adhere to the judge of the world. Well, who's the judge of the world? Well, I got to know my Bible. I think it's Acts 17 verses 30 through 32, which is where it says that, Jesus defeated death and is the judge of the world. So it's the only portion where we read who the judge of the world is. So if you don't believe what our forefathers were doing, you're not going to be on my administration.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
I definitely believe in God we trust and understand where it came from, because of Marx, the Liberty Revolution was actually that Marx took over was a in God we trust revolution, and then he took it over and removed God from it. So I know the history on this very well. In terms of creating a Christian theocracy in Sacramento, I can't do that. Okay, you can be Jewish, you can be Hindu, you can be Buddhist, you can be any agnostic. We had agnostics as founders, as you know. We had atheists as founders, as you know. We had Christian, definitely the core in God, in the Creator, definitely a believer in the Creator. In the book, you'll see what I call the chemical passport. Okay, the chemical passport. To answer your question, I've vetted people all over the world. I've vetted software geniuses. I talked to this gentleman back there a little bit. I can usually qualify people really quick on their character and their heart and their mind, just like I did with Robert Kennedy. Before I was going to support him, that's why I met with him. Okay, I didn't need to go through some resume. People change. He was a heroin addict. By God, he was a heroin addict. He's running HHS. We should be raising that up, that a guy can come from this, and now he's this. Okay, so I do get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with what your policies would be and how would you be. But yes, I would hire everybody here, give everybody a chance, find out what position is best for them that they think they can do they qualify for. Yes, to answer your question, yes, everybody I've actually met in all my trip. How many times have I been doing this?
Well, how many have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times?
Greta, I got to know.
Yeah.
I've got to know these and others, and I've got to know you recently and your tears from your service. I mean, come on, give me a break. You had me going. Okay, I've been friends of yours for a long time. Okay, So I've seen people go, I've seen people come, I've seen the family suffer. I know the deal. Okay, so yeah, you got a shot.
Scott.
You got a shot with me, okay? And anybody else would. So, and you over here for just driving up all day today. That told me something. Now I may change with you. I haven't got to know you, but I don't think so. I bet you're probably a pretty quality guy. So anyway, that's me.
Thank you, Scott. Greta?
I love that answer. And the bottom line is that I love each and every one of the people here in this group. Everybody has a level of expertise that I don't have because mine is pretty much about infrastructure. However, as a governor of California, I have 4 years, 4 very short years. So if we're going to turn around the economy, the infrastructure, and make California affordable again, I will have to surround myself by a group of people that actually have incredible skill sets. 4 years go fast, and we really need to make this happen in 4 years because we don't know if we're going to have the next election. So I will definitely evaluate each and every human being, and I will find the best candidates to work with.
Thank you, Greta.
Okay, thank you, Greta. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so it is now about time to close up. But we have a very important question. Every one of the questions that you guys gave us today are powerful. And I've got to pick one right now that I think is going to make a difference. I think all of them are going to make a difference. But because of time, we can't answer all of them.
I was checking, we hit a lot of them pretty well.
We kind of did. We
hit a lot of the questions.
Especially because a lot of them were election transparency for
we did
the most
pretty good
part.
on it.
I think we hit them all. The only one we didn't hit in my list here is the gas tax, but we can always get to that another time. This question.
But I think Greta talked about, we've got the natural resources here already.
Yes, she did.
And
Yes.
our truckers saying, look, if we're going to be economically viable. So we addressed some of the.
We certainly did.
As a group especially.
Excellent job sending your questions forward, you guys.
Yeah.
Excellent job. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to finish with this final question today. Okay?
Is the one out there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It certainly is.
I didn't want you to forget.
Yeah. And so we've got somebody here. You guys have heard me mention him. And if you're new to our live stream audience tonight, we've got Don Bohanna in the house. And Don Bohanna, Don, if you could stand up, I'd love for you to stand up. And Minnie, if we could bring the mic over to Don. Don put a question forth tonight. Don is 89 years old. He's a warrior. Don was convicted. He spent 25 years in prison.
Did you also serve in the Army?
Served in the Army. Yeah, a veteran, Don, served our country and opened the first Denny's restaurant in Watts years ago. And you told Denny's, I ain't doing no 24 hours.
Can we have him come up to the stage so he's facing the cameras?
Yeah, Don, would you walk right up to here, all the way up to me on the stage?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Or anywhere, so he's facing
That would be
us.
great.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't have to come on. He can just sit up here in the middle and turn around.
Yeah, take a seat on the stage.
Yeah, that's
That'd be
good.
perfect.
That's great. Can you see him
That's
okay?
awesome.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. So Don, you do have a question, but just to preface it, tell us your story real quick.
Okay. Well, first, thanks for having me here, and I've certainly enjoyed listening to candidates here. I've been on the peripheral of political things all my life. I was convicted wrongfully of the accidental drowning of Dolores Jackson, Michael Jackson's sister-in-law, Tito Jackson's ex-wife. It was all done by corruption, and will come out, and one of our governor was one of the chief corruptors, and he will be named front and center. But briefly, so you know a little about me, before I go into the total story. I'm a single parent. I raised 2 girls. Both of them are college grads. One was an MBA out of USC, the other one an MBA out of Pepperdine. I sent my kids to London to TASA's, the American School, because I was working in London with the Dory Warren Syndicate doing reinsurance all over the world. In addition to starting a Denny's restaurant and after the 1965 Watts riots, Kenny Hahn, one of the supervisors of Los Angeles County, had been trying to get a restaurant in the area for about 10, 15 years, and Denny's wouldn't accept anyone. I so told Kenny I would go to Spartanburg, South Carolina, and talk to them. I knew I was cleaner than the Board of Health, so I knew that wouldn't be a problem. So they immediately approved me. I started constructing from the ground up, and I built the first restaurant in Watts from the 1965 riots. I opened it up in 1991, I think in November of 1991. In addition to that, I founding director of Guardian Bank. We built a bank on 8th and Figueroa, and I was talking to someone this morning. We expanded to 3 branches, 2 in Orange County and 1 in Los Angeles. We started a bank in my office in California Life Insurance Company, which I had purchased California Life in a leveraged buyout, and we were licensed in 32 states, including the District of Columbia. I was doing business in addition to 32 states, also in London, Germany, Munich Re, that's reinsurance, and Swiss Re. And so I was doing a lot of things. Well, anyway, I met I didn't know the Jackson family at all. I happened to meet Dolores through a friend of mine. I didn't even know she was a Jackson when I met her. I only knew her about a month and a half before she drowned in my swimming pool. I didn't know at the time she was an alcoholic, and I'm not trying to down her, but just the facts of life. And so I later found out she had cirrhosis of the liver and so forth and so on. Now, the reason I was wrongfully convicted, the Jackson family, this accident happened on August 27, 1994. There was ruled an accidental drowning by the Sheriff's Department and by the Los Angeles County coroners. 3 years later, the Jackson family, through their attorney, Brian Oxman, hired a person who I thought there was a coroner, but found out he was not even a coroner, and they somehow changed the autopsy around. Well, at the time, I was indicted, so you can indict a ham sandwich, as you probably know. And so the indictment, and it didn't really bother me because I know I hadn't done anything. And so when it came to the trial, I'm kind of going over a lot of things. I don't want to take a lot of your time because it's going to all be in the media very, very, very
all
soon.
of this is about to break.
Yeah.
You guys are getting the lowdown. Live stream, you're getting the lowdown now.
Yeah.
And can I just insert one thing real quick? Actually, hang on. It's unfair to you for me to have you turn your body around. I'm going to come sit beside you. I get to have lots of conversations with this amazing man. You know, there was somebody when you were in prison, I just want to insert this real quick, that there was somebody that was in a high-level position in the prison, and I'm not going to mention the name right now on purpose, but they had carried a role where they knew that you were innocent, and they went to all of the authorities in that prison and said, this man should not be here. He is innocent.
Yeah, I also had an FBI polygraph done by Dr. Edward Gelb. Dr. Gelb, so you know who he is, he did the autopsy on Sarah Nichols over in Russia. They took the body up. He did the, he did the polygraph. Also, the Patsy and Joe Ramsey, he did all the high-profile, Enrique Camarino, who was a DEA agent killed in Mexico. And I came out with the highest score he ever had on a polygraph. My score was 99.9999.
Hey, didn't he beat you, Clint? Clint, didn't you do a polygraph? Did he beat you? I think you guys had the same score. That's amazing.
So anyway, I asked Dr. Gelb, I remember after I had the exam and all these machines hooked up in.
Mic close.
I said, why is it 100%? He said, Mr. Bohanna, you tell the truth. You know, nothing is 100%. Nothing in life is 100%. So anyway, as an example.
So Don, you know what I'm going to have you do?
What?
I don't want you to tell everybody everything. They need to read your book.
Yeah.
Your book is being written right now.
Yeah, a book is being written, and all the names, address, phone numbers, everyone is being exposed. Nobody, there's no unknown. You'll read about everyone's name, rank, serial number, where they work, what they did. And I'm talking about district attorneys, I'm talking about coroners, I'm talking about anybody, the governor, he's just as, oh my goodness.
He won't be president. Trust me.
Anyway, I want to thank you for giving me the time just to tell you, but you'll hear a lot about it within the next 2 or 3 weeks because I'm represented by Dr. Michael Bodden, the famed forensic pathologist out of New York. Dr. Bodden's been working. He was going to actually testify, but I won't get in that later. But you hear a lot. I got the correct team, and we'll win this hands down. But I just had to take 25 years of my life, and I had a stroke. That's why I walk funny. But I ran a 9,500 and won the city championship in 1954.
Wow, it's so good. Now, would you like to ask your question to the governor and state candidates?
Yeah, I have a question for the governor, and that comes when you start pointing people to commissioners, and particularly parole commissioners, because we have an aging prison population only because the parole system is so corrupted.
Clarify that. The governor appoints the parole commissioners?
Here's what happens. When the governor is elected, he has the authority to appoint all the parole commissioners, and you appear in front of them. Now, when you get ready to get a parole, I was turned down parole 9 times. I could have been out of. They wanted me to plead guilty to involuntary manslaughter. I said, hell will freeze over before I plead guilty to anything. I didn't do anything, so I'm not going to. So I stayed in prison 25 years because I refused to acquiesce to somebody telling me to admit you did something. I didn't do anything. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror if I say I did anything. Nothing. So I think whoever's elected governor should pay close attention to how his prison system is run. And by that I mean, you can't just, because a person gave you $100,000 or $10,000, point them as a parole commissioner. Because I doubt that there's anyone in this room has spent 20 years in prison, or 25 other than myself. I doubt probably there's no one in here that spent 5 years in prison. So the point I'm trying to make is that people who are appointed as commissioners have no idea what drove a person to. I met a bunch of young kids in prison over the 25 years, and most of them, they were threatened to, if they didn't plead guilty to something, they were going to charge them something. This system is so corrupt. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It seemed like Alexandra said, you see all these kids, and all of them know each other. And I said, how in the hell can that be? Everybody knows each other. I don't know nobody. They took the entire neighborhood and just arrest them. It's just criminal the way they do things. And so the governor and anyone seeking political office, you've got to be mindful of who you're surrounding yourself with. I heard some people talking on the stage about corruption and about integrity, but you have people with absolutely no integrity. I could tell you about the DA, Garcetti.
Yeah, but don't. Tell us the question for the governor.
Give us the question. So your question is?
Oh, okay. what are you going to do about prison reform? How are you going to go about reforming the prison where people that are staying in the prison for 20 years, 15 years, and they just, just because they maybe had a fight in prison, we have to look at that totally. It has to be changed.
Okay. So
Good question. You want to repeat that again? Don, let's have you sit right here. You're going to get a front row seat, and I want you to face our candidates. Okay? I certainly will.
Kim, we're about to go live.
Okay.
The president's about to speak.
All right. We're going to hold that thought right there. We're going to hold that thought for a second. The president's about to speak. Let's turn our eyes.
He's not in the room yet, so I'll let you know when he's in the room, but he hasn't taken the podium yet.
Okay, so what we'll do is
Can we ask Kip to play it on that screen so we could all watch it?
Kip, can you play it on here and here?
Yeah.
On both screens? On
Yeah.
both screens? Okay, fantastic. So until he comes to...
So we're going to put it on screen.
Yes.
I'm going to kill the volume to it until he actually takes the stage.
Okay,
So, you both
so
see it, right?
do we want to hold on this question?
No, just go ahead and then we'll 1 minute.
Okay.
Stand by, 1 minute.
Okay, fantastic. Let's do that. Here we go. Let's, Scott?
This isn't fair a little bit because I know Don pretty well. I got a phone call from somebody, a friend of mine, and asked me, said, hey, can you give Don a call and maybe you can help him? And I said, hey, this isn't my belly whack, as we call it. I don't know anything about this. But I said I'll call out of respect to the friend that referred me. And I called Don, and within 2 minutes, I got the chemistry passport with Don. I could tell something wasn't right.
Amazing.
And then I met Don. Don came up to the Bay Area where we live. My wife and I spent a couple days with him. I'd already got a reporter to call him, an investigative reporter that I know. I said, please call Don. And I said, I don't know anything about this, but I trust this guy. Do what you can. And he talked to him. He vetted him. And he vets very well. And I then met with Don. And now you're in charge. and there's no money coming to me or
Good delegation.
There's no money coming to me. There's no money coming to me, and there's no money coming to my friend. This is what we do if we can. Okay, this guy, as you get to know him, or you're going to help him, tell all your friends to watch Kim show when she does.
We'll be having him on.
The book. Yeah, whatever. Don.
TakeYourPowerBackShow.com.
My brother.
So awesome. Thank you, Scott. Well done. Well done, Scott. All right.
Do you want just the governors to answer or all the candidates?
Well, I think that this is something that we should probably have all candidates touch on.
Well, real quick, on justice reform, what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk to Don and who he recommends I should talk to. Anybody I interview, we'll probably interview with Don.
There you go.
Okay, Don will be my human resource guy to say, okay, this guy knows and can help. I wouldn't know how to, like he said, I wouldn't have a clue.
So good. Christine?
Kim,
Yeah.
Kim, the problem is that when Don goes to talk, all we have is the back of his head. So if he was up on stage...
Do we want to pull him up on stage right now? Don, you want to come up on stage?
Yeah. He's done talking.
Come on. You got it. He's got it.
Put him up next to Kim. There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Chris Bish is up.
Welcome.
No, okay.
Hold on. We're going to ask the question. We'll kind of go through first. Okay. Chris, this is Chris Bish. And would you like water? I was going to pass it. Chris, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir. Now I'm running as a federal candidate, so to go to Washington, D.C. I do understand what it's like, and I'm going to bare my soul to the work. I know what it's like being the family member of someone who did go to prison, and what it does to the family.
Yeah, I understand. Well, yeah, I can address that real well.
Okay. But what you're asking me about what I would do for reform.
Yeah.
Now, the governors are going to have a different answer. My answer is we need uniform policies. I understand states' rights, but we need to look at the individual and be able to appeal. We're talking not just about you. We just did a big picture outside about Tina Peters, somebody else who was wrongfully convicted and is really a political prisoner. And this is an issue for our Supreme Court. So what I can tell you is I would be willing to meet with you to talk about the necessary changes that we need to make and author the legislation at the federal level. But with Tina Peters, she's in the same situation you were, and she's in a different state. And at the federal level, we can't infringe on that. So it's going to be the governors who can help you, but it will be me who will present legislation nationally to look at what happened to you, what happened to Tina Peters, and other political prisoners, because that's what you were.
Exactly. But when you talk about the Supreme Court, let's talk about the California Supreme Court as an example. The California Supreme Court recognized in 2002 that my case was tainted. They sent my case down for an evidentiary hearing and threw my conviction out to have it for an evidentiary hearing. What did they do? The Los Angeles County District Attorney, they scripted the hearing. In other words, they paid off everybody and they gave the questions they were going to ask, gave them the answers they were supposed to get. It was completely scripted. I didn't find this out until 2014. And how did I find it out? The question. I had an attorney, and we did a public records request. In the public records request, I got all the documents that they had been hiding. Unbelievable. They even had, my attorney was paid off too, but they even had documents in the district attorney's files that I'd given to my attorney.
That's called political corruption.
Absolutely.
And it's writing laws that hold politicians responsible. The judge that convicted Tina Peters, the judge that convicted you, the parole board that punished you, the parole boards that are ignoring Tina Peters and every other political prisoner. And we see what's going on. And my promise to you is to listen to your story, listen to the facts, and propose federal legislation. You'll hear from the people who are running in state office, who are running for governor. One of these people may be able to give you a full pardon. We can't give you your life back, but we can give you your dignity back.
Yeah, that's for instance, you just said something. The corruption. I mean, they know what's going on. And they have this thing called immunity, absolute immunity for prosecutors and anybody involved in a criminal prosecution. They rely upon that, so they don't give a darn. You know what I mean? And we have the most corrupt system in the world. I was a strong believer in our system. My brother was a police officer. He's for many, many years, and then he ended up he's an attorney now, but he was the LAPD undercover narcotics officer for many, many years. He even worked with the sheriff's department on a couple of things that, in my case, and the sheriff had the nerve enough to call my brother and tell him, quote, "We know your brother's innocent, but the higher-ups are pushing for a indictment." The higher-ups, so it's just, I want to bring all this up because what happened to me, I don't give a darn now, but I don't want it to happen to any other American citizen in the world.
That's right. Well said. That's why they're here to help. Good, Don, good. I'm going to hold this right now because Don, you're going to have every opportunity to say everything that needs to be said. Okay? All right. They want to be able to respond to you and let you know how they've got your back. Daniel Mercury.
So I think one of the things I'm going to ask everybody in this room again, raise your hand if anybody else has ever been incarcerated. Okay, so go ahead and lower your hand down. So here's the interesting thing about incarceration and when we look at the courts, right? All crime is commercial, so that's one thing that's being stacked against you. Number two, We have the Miranda rights, but when you look at Miranda versus Arizona, which is where the Miranda rights was created from, if you were ever incarcerated, you were detained, you were read your rights, you were read your Miranda rights. Let's talk about that real quick, right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Stop. They said can and will be used against you. They never said for you, in support of you, to guide you, to maintain your innocence. They twisted the Miranda rights around, or Miranda versus Arizona. When you look at the court case, you'll see that they twisted the word so that when you speak, your spoken words to whoever you spoke to, including attorneys, which is the third stack that's going to go against you, is that your words were purposely being used against you. They're not there to actually maintain your innocence. They're there to ensure that whatever you say is going to be used in a function to ensure that you're incarcerated. And then number three, we have, if you look at American jurisprudence and corpus juris secundum, these are multi-volumes that lawyers and attorneys use. My favorite one that I think every candidate should be looking at is volume 7 of corpus juris secundum. When you look at that, it talks about the relationship between attorney and, of course, their client. And the client's under volume 7 with the relationship with the attorney says that the attorney must adhere, if there's a conflict of interest with the subject of the client, the attorney has to adhere to the court and court edicts, not the client. And the client, therefore, if there's a conflict of interest of any kind, whatever that is, behind the scenes, then the client suffers the consequences, and the attorney is not bound to the consequences of leaving you behind or kicking the can down the road or subjecting yourself without you knowing, their client, to the harms of the court edicts. And therefore, you end up getting in prison because there's a commercial enterprise, and the commercial enterprise came from the Jackson family. So in this particular instance, somebody like me that knows this is going to fire every parole commissioner across the state. Once you do that, then we can start talking about reform and new legislation that I'm going to ensure that, of course, all laws harmonize with the supreme law of the land first, and, of course, all state laws. And if they're repugnant, well, again, I talked about this last night, it's called the public nullification. And once that's nullified, those people who have suffered under the consequences are released because it should have never happened in the first place.
Wow. Well said, Daniel.
So currently, we've been pushed into a system of a corpocracy where we're dealing with corporate law, similar to what you're saying, and we need to be under God's law, and that's really where we have to get back to. Now, how do we get there? It's tough, right? And I've done a lot of speeches in regards to this, but it really comes down to is if you have somebody in leadership, he has to put the message out there, number one, but we have to activate we the people to put pressure on the system or it's never going to change. Right. So how would I do that? I would create a website called exposure.ca.gov. So that's when a judge or an attorney steps out of bounds, or a parole commissioner steps out of bounds, they need to be exposed, similar to what you're going to do with your book, right there online for millions, the whole world to see. Therefore, the public can come up to pressure and pressure them out of office to resign or put enough pressure on the powers that be to get rid of them. We, the people, have this power. We have not accessed it at all because the governor can only do so much. And that's a fact. There is restrictions on the governor. People, with the help of the exposure from the office, can do massive work. And I'm going to tell you guys, and I know I beat this drum all the time, we will until we the people take back our country.
Yes, very good. Very good.
The way I look at it, face it, I think it has to be on a case-by-case trial. Everybody that goes to prison is not going for the same reasons, obviously. So
we're gonna hold that just for a second. We're gonna come back, and do we have that audio for President Trump, who is about to speak or speaking? Can you put it on the timer screen as well?
We're trying.
Okay.
That they just unified. I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful. A very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released For purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And we just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway.
We'll monitor it back here for what else he has to say, but you can go ahead with what you're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. What do you say to that? Yeah, they were at a dinner tonight. Yeah. Well,
this was the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and they took the shooter down. They haven't said if he's alive or not, but they took the shooter down.
Yeah.
And to repeat him, we had one Secret Service agent who was shot in the vest, but he's doing great.
Yeah. Excellent, yes. Oh, wow. Wow, yeah. Yeah, our republic is under attack. That is exactly what is so. That is what is so. Well, thank you, Jesus, that President Trump is safe. And things will continue to escalate until we, the people, take our power back. Let's move forward. Maru.
Okay. Yeah. Back to what I was saying. Yeah, I think those cases, they need to be tried on an individual case-by-case basis, just because of the acts that they're in there for. I think it's tough to me. When I stop and think about it, I think it's really tough because some of these guys become even more hard in there than before they even went in there, because you have to survive in there, and it's not easy. I visited some prisons before. Because I also I was trying to become in law enforcement, and just to gain knowledge and stuff, try to visit prisons to ask questions and whatnot. But I saw that it's not an easy fix, but it has to be on a case by case basis, I think.
Thank you, Mara.
Yes. So I don't know if anybody else here worked in the prison system, but I worked as a nurse in a level 4 prison. And a level 4 prison is that's the highest level. California State Prison, Sacramento. I worked there because God sent me there. And at the time, I would say, "Are you sure, Lord?" Well, I got there and I understood why. So I do believe that for such a time as this, God has already trained individuals to rise up and get the experience needed. And I've been asked that question before, what is your experience? My experience is that I've seen people who have come through the prison system, like yourself and others, and I've spoken to them. Some of them have been in the system since childhood. Right. They start in the so-called foster care system. And in that system, they end up in YA, in the juvenile system. Then they graduate to the pen. There's one in particular, this young man that I saw who was maybe about 20, 21, and when he came in, and he still had a youthful look in his eyes. I saw a glint of light still there. He seemed savable. And I talked to him. And as a nurse, I see a lot of things. We had in that prison alone, I would say at least 4+ riots a month. And when I say riots, this is the shot callers killing people and killing each other, stabbing each other, for stupid things. Because like has been said, there's a hierarchy and you have to perform. You must perform or they will kill you. So I saw this young man come in, and then a few months later I saw him again. He was no longer the young man that I first saw. The light was gone. And I knew that he grew up in the system he grew up in South Central Los Angeles, where I am also from, and he didn't have a father in the home. I was blessed with a father and a mother. He didn't have a lot of things. He also didn't have God. I was blessed with parents that understood that God came first and God would lead. Our prison system needs a lot of overhaul. I understand because I was even in the union in the prison system, and I say even the union is corrupt. So we have to get people of integrity in every single position. And I know that people say, "Oh, I will work with anyone." Why? Because that's what we're called to do. However, understand that if you don't understand a person's belief system and where they derive it from, you don't understand that person. I'm telling you that I believe in God, not because it's special, but because I want you to understand where I get my right from wrong. And if you don't understand the person that's working for you and their belief system, then you just tossed the coin up and said, okay, maybe not 50-50. We must have integrity. And when we have integrity in those positions, then the true reform starts. Because everything else is going to be a temporary Band-Aid, if anything, because they will succumb to the pressure. And I won't, because my God is the one that judges me.
Atta girl.
Thank you.
So good, so good. And you know, I want to hold here just for a second, Tammy. I'm going to come to you. Dawn, we've talked a lot about why you're doing what you're doing and bringing this into the light. It's not about being vindicated as much as it is about...
It's making sure that this doesn't happen to anyone else. In other words, I could take care of myself very well until I have my stroke. I had a stroke in 2010 in prison. The doctor said, there's nothing wrong with you. You don't have high blood pressure. You don't have this. He said it was all stress, the stress of being in that environment. So I understand, but what you just said about these kids, these kids, they do not have they hadn't had a father. I was considered a father. I had so many darn children in prison because they would come to me because they felt they could talk to me. They felt that, you know, I'm not going to tell them the truth. I broke up more gang-related incidents because I said, what are you going to get out of this, you know, except go to the hole? What are you doing? Are you going to let somebody else tell you to go beat somebody up? For what? I said, that's stupid. So the guards didn't like it too much because I didn't allow a lot of nonsense to go around with me because these kids would listen to me. But we have to change how we hire the guards. We have to change the supervision. We have to change the whoever's a captain or whatever you want to call them. It's a corrupt system, and whoever is elected governor needs to have someone who understands the prison, who understands what goes on, because if you're elected governor, you don't know what happens in the prison because you've never been there. And so you have to have people that you can trust and call upon them to be your consultant or something. Not necessarily me. Maybe you with me eating, you can call on her or something like that. But you need someone who knows the system because it is broken. I mean, I say broken. It is broken.
The gunman was Cole Allen, 31 years old, Torrance, California, Teacher of the Month, December of 2024, at Education in Torrance. That's who the shooter was.
Indoctrinated atheist Marxists, folks.
Okay, you gotta, yeah, I didn't catch that. I was so focused right here. Tell me one more time.
I just got the information, so I just told everybody.
And tell
the
me the
gunman was
information
Cole Allen. His name is Cole Allen, 31 years old, from Torrance, California. He was Teacher of the Month, December of 2024.
Of course.
At C2 Education in Torrance.
Wow.
Level 2, L2, Level 2 Education in Torrance.
They represent our children.
And he's the one teaching your kids.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that should tell you. Yeah, we had a superintendent in where I lived for many years in Blue Ash, Ohio, and we had one of the top performing schools, and I was president of the Rotary Club that year. So we brought him, the superintendent of schools, and I said, what is it you're doing right to make the schools so good here? And he says, he interviews every teacher himself. The superintendent of schools. And he says, nobody teaches in any of my schools unless I interviewed them. It's sort of what Scott was saying. He does the chem test on them.
So good.
Anyway, so
good.
that was just by way of information.
To you, Tammy Nobriga.
First of all, I want to say it's by the grace of God that you have humbled yourself to bring yourself to this position to really speak for other people. And not yourself, because you've already endured this, and praise Jesus that you have come through this the way that you have. For me, this is kind of short and sweet. I believe, well, we know it's corrupt. The whole system is corrupt. So that comes down to getting people in there that are not crooked and corrupt and evil, and that's a lot of it. I believe that what we should be able to do, and I will back up legislation that makes it possible to sue a judge that puts somebody in prison that should never, ever be there, knowing that the facts were not there. And in other words, that the facts weren't good enough to even...
And they knew.
Right, exactly. So, number one, that's what I mean, I know that people have been talking about it. I will absolutely back up legislation for that. We need better court systems and also public defenders. Were you, sir, let me ask you, were you defended by a public defender?
No, I had a very...
He had an attorney who sold him out.
This is a very high-profile attorney I had. However, the Jackson paid him more than I paid him, and I paid him $200,000.
Okay, so you were sold out. Yeah. Okay, now there you have it. Now there's a lawsuit right there. The corruption that's going on, not only in California, it's across the United States. There has to be a new legislation that people can have to stand accountable for doing these sort of things, that puts people in prison when they shouldn't be in prison, and they should be the ones that end up in prison to see exactly what their behavior really will bring on themselves. So I will back up legislation that just revamps the whole system, and I think we should sue anyone who lies and does anything that makes the whole process go to somebody who's innocent and has to suffer prison time.
Thank you, Tammy.
God bless you.
First, I just want to say my heart goes out to you and all the people like you. And the fraud and corruption in this country is rampant in every aspect of our life. And you dealt with a firsthand experience in a way that I just pray that God will give you those 25 years back and that you have a long and prosperous life. And reform, it's going to take, I believe I have, some of my things that judges that let people out that are criminals that commit more crimes should be removed from the bench. Just like in this case, people who hide, the truth should also suffer for that. But just know that my heart goes out for you.
Don, you are such a humble person. I met you last night. We shook hands a couple times. And just talking to you, I could tell that you've been through a lot. And that being said, I would like to see action. Instead of reaction, we need to have proactive approaches to these problems. We need to address the issue in our justice system. We need to address the issue in our rehabilitation system. When we have people that we believe are innocent, and we have people speaking up for us within the industries, like correctional officers, they need to have a voice. We need to have an outlet for that voice. Okay? I have been never to prison, never to jail, but I've been on the other side by arresting people. Okay? So I understand that there are people that are wrongfully convicted. I actually have a family member who I believe is wrongfully convicted of a crime. That being said, I truly believe anybody that goes several years after serving their sentence and being rehabilitated and released and still says, I'm innocent, is probably more than likely truly innocent. And we need to listen. And a wise man once told me there's a time to speak and there's a time to listen. And we need to hear those voices. And we need to approach that as a way that will push us forward with strength and perseverance. And I would like to talk about Tammy's. I don't know that the law will allow us to prosecute a judge civilly, okay?
It does.
But I do know malpractice of an attorney is only valid for 365 days. And I vow to you and every other person in this state to create legislation to increase that malpractice time, if not 3-5 years minimum. Because you do not deserve to have been bought out by your own attorney and then not be able to come after your attorney for malpractice. That is a detriment to our justice system, and we need to address that head on.
Well said, Doug. And as an FYI, Doug, we've got about a minute to wrap up and close the show. So I want you to say something.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I'm going to give it to John.
I would say, my experience across the country is our judicial system is a wreck. And I think we already have laws on the books. And the way you know that our judicial system is a wreck is I met a gentleman in San Francisco Bay Area who spent 3 weeks in prison in solitary confinement before he ever stood before a judge because of J6. In other words, they tortured him for 3 weeks. And then he was released because they had no charges against him. So somebody said, that tells you you got problems with your system. The other thing is, at the Tina Peters situation, I was never allowed to testify, yet they played tape recordings of me in her office, and everything goes back to that date. In other words, the exculpatory evidence that would have prevented her conviction was never allowed to be presented in court. So I know, and the whole thing was a setup against her to scare all the other clerks around the country. So I don't know the particular situations here, but I do know that the system is corrupt. I have firsthand knowledge it's corrupt. I think if I was governor, the first thing I'd do, put together a board that would begin invest. I wouldn't wait for legislation. I'd put together a board and say, I want to get my pardon pen going here. We're going to fix this problem yesterday.
So good. 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 So Don, this is the end of the show. We say, the Bible says the first shall be last and the last shall be first. So I want final words. Take about a minute, only because we're closing, but we're going to get all this information out. We're going to have you on the show, and we're going to bring everything into the light to make sure this never, ever happens again.
Thank you. And I want to thank this panel here for listening to me. And I'm often asked, how did I get through this 25 years? Mike was reliant on God. I said to myself, God is not going to let an innocent man just die in prison. And even though I had the stroke, my daughters came out to see me the following week, and I was in a wheelchair, and they said, well, he'll never walk again. I said, I'll be darned. I'm not going to run the 100-yard dash again, but I'm going to certainly walk. So I learned how to walk, but I rely upon God to get me through this. When I had dark moments, just like anyone else would have, but I would just pray to God. I would remember what happened to Job. I'd go over that, how everything was taken away from him. He never cursed God. Yes. He always relied on God to get him through. And I used that as inspiration. I used 2 Corinthians verses 4 and 5, where he didn't try it on everything and still persevered.
Joseph.
So God got me through this. I just played a little part.
I love you, Don. So good. So good. Thank you for your courage to continue to fight. I think that we're going to close out in a prayer tonight. I want to say thank you to you, Don. I want to say thank you to all of you guys for sticking it through all the way to the end.
And everybody here.
And I want to say thank you to everybody out here for sticking it through all the way to the end. Run this race with perseverance marked out for you. Okay? And I want us to remember that God who began a good work in us is going to carry it out to the very end. We're going to take a moment our sponsors are going to roll through. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to our live streamers. Thank you to our teams. We have a breakdown tonight. What we're going to do is we'll probably grab some snacks, do a quick little powwow for the next, 35, 40 minutes with some of the Riverside team, answer any questions that you guys have. We want you guys to stick around for breakdown. If you can, it's going to take something to pack everything up, and the more hands make the work light. So with that being said, everything you're going to be able to find from this weekend, you'll find at takeourcaliforniaback.com. And if you want to keep freedom alive, which I know you do, please donate, support, because we'll continue to move this forward, to bring election transparency into the light, to continue to share the additional election safety feature that you saw tonight, and to make sure that we have water, that we have cherries, we have pecans, we have walnuts, and we can feed California and America. Doug, anything I've overlooked or missed today to close it up? And let's pray us out. Why don't I, Doug, why don't you dial and I'll hang up. In honor, you guys, in honor to serve you. Doug? Candidates, let's all rise. We're going to pray together.
Thank you, God, for this time today, the privilege of serving you during this amazing time in history. And I just pray your blessings on our work today, and that the message that we are sharing will spread far and wide and catalyze a revival among the people.
This revival, Father, that you are bringing right now is in the hearts of man. You said, dead bones rise, dead bones rise, dead bones rise. Give them a heart of flesh. Father, wake the people. Continue to give us eyes to see, ears to hear, and God, a heart that leads and longs to please you and be obedient to you, Father. I pray that you give us what we need to rise up, to take our California back and to take this country back. We pray that you continue to bless and protect us, that you be with these candidates, Father. May you sharpen their tongue, attune their ears to your voice, and may we have a heart, that heart, Father God, that runs after seeking you with all of our heart and doing the work that you've called us to do, Father, to lead, to set the captives free. We love you. We praise you. Father, we thank you. In Jesus' name, we all said, amen. And together we will take our California back. Good night. God bless you. And God bless America. And God bless California. Thank you, live stream. Thank you, teams. We love you. And we'll finish with our video.
Something doesn't feel right. Across California, people are starting to question the systems meant to serve them. Our elections, our food supply, our health, our communities. It's all connected. And now, people are coming together to understand it. Leaders are stepping forward. Conversations are happening. People are listening, thinking, engaging again. Because the future of California isn't decided for the people. It's decided by them. It's time to take our California back to a better future. Uniting to champion election transparency, giving power back to the people. From ballot box to bread basket, trusted elections keep America fed. It is all connected.
Just before we roll the sponsor roll, I want to remind everybody that we travel anywhere you need it. So come back and get a business card from me.
We love you, Kip. Kip is amazing, guys. Get a business card from Kip. He'll set up and do exactly what he did tonight in your location.
Well, with some sleep, hopefully.
Thank you, Kip.
And keep us in prayer because we're driving over the
Grapevine
tonight, and it may snow.
Oh, no way. Are you serious? God guide you safely on your journey in Jesus' name. Oh.
All right, rolling the sponsor up.